and sit yourselves in for this one, get nice and comfy. Take it away.
Hey everyone, I'm Plexa.
Why? That estimate is not a lie. 7 hours. Buckle up.
It's a long game.
It's 1 a.m. We're going to be your night shift team for the evening. So, yeah. Cheers.
I just want to say one thing before we get the run started, and that is we have changed the battle camera to off. That is very important.
Yeah.
If you've ever played this game casually, you may have not fiddled with this setting. Turn it off. It's very good.
Yeah.
There's another setting that we've set that only really happens in Chapter 3, but it's fine. We'll cover that when we get there. But let's get this run under the way. Normal.
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go.
Let's go. Right. Welcome to the world of Xenoblade Chronicles 3. We're in the land of Ionios. This game takes place after the futures of both Xenoblade Chronicles 1 and 2, whatever that means. The land of Ionios is a world at war. The opening cutscene very early and very quickly sets out the scene that there are these two warring factions, Kevus and Agnes. And we're going to join the characters here from the Kevus side of the world. We take control of our main character, Noah, and joined with us are Uni, the boss, Lands, the good boy, and Mwamba, the meme-tastic lord himself. The beginning of this game is a very strict tutorial telling you about how to do, all the basic things in combat. Auto attacks, using skills, basic, combo abilities as well. So we're going to be going through this as much as we can and speeding this up as, however we can. One of the ways...
Wait, one quick thing I just did is I targeted that guy over there to bring Mwamba off to the side. Now, that normally doesn't really matter, but I want to target this guy closest first because when I eventually dash away to the next fight, I'm going to try and warp everybody at the same time to join me with the fight. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's kind of annoying.
Yeah, so as I say, this is a tutorial, but because this is the any % DLC category, before we do anything else, we're going to go into the menu and get all of the early DLC stuff. So that's 30 silver Nopon coins, 10 gold Nopon coins, and a bunch of accessories. We're going to immediately equip one of the accessories, the silver belt, which is going to give us 25% extra attack, which is going to help all of our damage output, and get this new DLC, which came out last week, or a few days ago. Yeah, so this is brand new, and it may make a difference already. So you may have seen as well that there was like a little dash technique. If you click R3 on the right stick, very nice, good job, it worked. If you click R3 on the control stick, you can dash around. It's very helpful for movement and will be relevant throughout the game because positionals do matter in this game, and that did work. So getting all of the characters involved. Now this beginning bit is just attack a lot. Let's learn about skills and stuff. So win the battle. Good job.
Yeah, so basically the main thing about the start of the game is as long as you don't do anything, your character is going to do auto attacks to the enemy that you're targeting. Very simple, right? Mm-hmm. After that, we're going to have access to arts, which is going to make the game a little bit more dynamic because for now, there's really nothing going on.
Very nice. Yeah, so when arts appear, they'll be on the bottom right-hand side, and you can see that they have circles. This is important, because Xenoblade 3, being about the futures of Xenoblade 1 and 2, incorporates key design mechanics from both Xenoblade 1 and 2. Now, the Kevesi team is based on Xenoblade 1, so they have circular arts, like the arts palette in Xenoblade 1, and they are time-based recharges. So when you use a skill, they will slowly recharge over time, and then you'll be able to use them again. This is very important, because this is going to matter about how we build classes and build our sets and our parties together. Speaking of classes, when you defeat enemies, you get experience points, SP, and CP, class points. And this is going to matter because this game does use a class system for leveling up. You can change into classes and stuff. Pardon, sorry?
Where is Uni?
Uni? That's a good question. Okay. Good.
There she is.
There we go. She's the boss.
It's like, why is this fight going
The thing is,
slowly?
it's winter, so the bird is going away.
All right.
And you can see that as well.
I run all the way over there
Yeah.
because it warps everybody over, and there's going to be a second fight here in a second.
Yeah.
That's the break. It's fine. And hopefully, Uni will use Power Ring, and we can use that to our advantage.
Yeah, so a thing to note as well, if you look on the skills, you've got Ground Beat, Sword Strike, and Edge Thrust. They each have a specific bit of information written below them. One's an AoE skill, one's side break, and back attack plus. This means that when you use Sword Strike from the side, above the arts, you've got a little arrow pointing down, meaning you're behind the enemy.
Ранее у нас Plexa, он часто жертв
So when you're in the
бешки
right positional position, you can then use the skill and then get the bonus effect. Break being part of a combo, breaks the enemy, and then topple the enemy from lands, daze from Uni. And we're going to learn how this is going to operate a bit more in the next fight. But you want to be positioning yourself correctly and accurately throughout the game to get the most optimal damage out.
On top of that, the nice new gimmick that was added in Xenoblade 3 is the little rings on the ground.
Yes.
So you can see Lance has a ring around him. If you're around it, on it and you're targeted, you're going to take less damage. And Lance is also using that to his advantage.
Yeah.
And Uni, as we explained, there is a powering thing that you can set up. So most healers can actually set up rings. That's their whole thing. And so, okay, nice. Going to be a nice talent heart here used, big damage. And so as you can see, this ring that Uni can set up gives attack up bonus. So we kind of want to always be in it when we're dealing damage. And we are going to pray that Uni puts it in a very useful position because she just kind of
Ловим
and puts it
бонусы к
where she
атаке.
is, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
So the AI wants to bring Uni close to the attackers,
Yeah.
and her AI is
Чтобы, так сказать, очень
really horrendous.
много урона нанести.
So I'm just trying to do things to try, in my
Так,
experience,
сильно.
I think will make her do the right thing at the right time. So I think bringing her Noah and Moamba close together will actually make her more likely to want to use power.
Вот это
So the thing
урон.
about this fight as well,
Пока
is you can see
враг
we've got
в
a
стагере,
brand new
можно
art, there's a talent art on the right side of
ему
our
очень
bottom
сильно
left,
навешать.
our bottom right, called Overclock Buster, that when the enemy
Это
is
наш
dazed, we
основной урон
increase
в этом
damage.
файте.
And so we've been utilizing the combo system of break, topple, daze in order to get that bonus. And it's very important to do it in the right way, because sword strike from the side, which breaks, is a
Мы тут
slow
стараемся
recharging arm,
комбить
edge strike from the
абилити,
back.
наши
So,
способности в
what
нужном
edge strike we wanna
порядке.
try and use first, and then use and let that charge up again before using break.
И
to
это
get
нам
edge thrust
помогает
back
побить этого
quickly. So
огромного
it's all about
врага.
making sure that you have the timing right, because when the chains are available, when the combo of break, topple, smash is available, the
Все
AI will
главное
go for it. So you wanna make
сохранить
sure that
нужную
you don't use that
последовательность.
early, and so you can't get overclock buster whilst the enemy is toppled and dazed. So it's all about using edge thrust first, then side break, and then edge thrust again.
Yep.
Because every single talent art will build in a different way, and like the attacker talent art will build by doing positionals.
То есть тут специальная, так сказать, комбинация, не как в экшен-играх, несмотря на то, что это экшен-РПГ. Тут именно нужная комбинация наших талантов используется. То есть боевка в этой игре, она куда глубже, чем кажется, но при этом она очень быстрая. Вам надо принимать решения практически в реальном времени. И это довольно непросто. То есть всякие заядлые РПГшники порой испытывают проблемы с этих, типа геймплея, то что он слишком активный. Тут не откинешься на кресло, не поразмыслишь над своими действиями, надо понимать, что делаешь, но это все-таки спидран, тут все движения заранее продуманы, и вы просто прожимаете заранее подготовленные комбинации, которые уже выучили.
Because like right now, it's like, this is going to be how you open a container.
Hey Quad, you know why this is so slow?
Why?
You'll see.
Please equip the accessory now.
Yeah, that's what I didn't do.
Oh, you didn't equip the silver bell? No!
It's fine.
This is now a no DLC run. No, so it makes you equip the attack stone, and then you go, you know what, I don't need that, I've got the silver bell. Before we leave, let's re-equip
О, неужели он забыл выключить DLC? Теперь это категория с DLC. Что ж ты наделал, плеха? Ну, ё-моё. Он реально забыл выключить. Ну, на Nintendo сложно. Надо, то есть, выключить в магазине те DLC, потом перекачать игру заново или типа того. И тогда это именно DLC. Или, может, в игре самой можно их как-то выключить, но вообще во многих играх, да. Не, плеха прожаренный парень. And how Noah, and his role as an officer, sending off the souls and the deceased, to a better place kind of thing. And he's a character who always will send anyone and everyone. Everyone who dies in this war deserves to be sent. And that's kind of his thing. So, yeah, it's part of the world. You'll see these husks and you can, like, get, affinity by doing it and all that kind of stuff. So, nice AoE!
And here's a flute, too. The flute is really great and really nice theme throughout the game. even like battle theme, etc. We're probably going to gush over the music throughout the game, but like Mitsuda and Ace Plus, they did an amazing job with the music direction.
Just looking at Uni, being like, "Are you doing something?"
He is not cooperating, it's fine.
Ну, вообще, с выключением DLC, наверное, нормальная тема. Возможно, у него там куча аккаунтов на свече и прочее. Аккаунты, там различные свечи, так сказать, для спидранов очень много нужно всяких штук. Можно легко в этом запутаться, особенно на таком большом ивенте.
Yeah, you can change arts. Each class has like 5 skills,
yes.
And you can only equip 3, obviously, down on the bottom right. Whilst running through this segment, we're going to be doing like a bunch of stuff to get through the game, obviously. But this is going to be another tutorial fight. You need to kind of do a certain amount of damage and defeat it in a certain way. So art combos, again, telling you about the side strike, sword strike, and all that kind of stuff, and then wait for topple, wait for daze. Oh, and there we go. So we can just let them finish it off, and we can be as close to the end as possible. So we're going to be making our way back to Colony 9. You may have heard of that place before. And we're going to hear the only time that we hear this variant on the Colony theme, which is a real shame, because it's a really, really good version. But when we're running through this, Plexa will be maybe looking to see if we can pick up like
И нам тут говорят, вернитесь в колонию. Да, беготни в этом ране много. На то он и 7-часовой.
Yeah, but I mean, it's one of those things where you can get items along the way, and they'll allow you to do the Collectopedia. In this game, a bunch of NPCs have Collectopedia cards where you collect items and give them the items, and they'll give you rewards. Now, if you do pick up certain ones on the way, you do just get one of the cards for free instead of spending 1 Nopon coin. So it's completely fine. But yeah, I mean, you can do it. It's not really a major bad thing, but yeah. So we'll speak to Harala there to get their Collectopedia card, and so any chats we do without that aren't story chats are for the Collectopedia card. You need to speak with the NPC first to unlock it.
And much like the flame clock, that mechanic's going to last for about 5 minutes.
Yeah. It's only the beginning bit, because there's specific things we can get at the beginning that do help early on.
А что там с временем рано? 7 часов? Ой. Ой. Я тут буду сидеть 7 часов? Да не.
It's insane how well you move on from each mechanic quite quickly. I think it's quite an evolving run, which is good.
It's very well done compared to other games.
Ну, в принципе, боевка — это самое интересное в этой игре, что есть. Она забавная. Очень интересная, очень неординарная, я бы сказал. Там, куда мы летим, сон не нужен. Ну, новые локации открываются всякие. Диалоговые окна, надо их промешать обязательно.
Basically, they're made up of soldiers who, these soldiers are, basically, they're just people who just, there's nothing but war. That's all they know is war and strife and fighting. And they have a life of like, they will die within 10 years. They start at what is roughly 10 years old, and they'll die within 10 years, because they only have a life of 10 years, but they might die before. So that's basically all they have going for them, and that's,
Like, you cannot stress enough just how much of this world is
bleak.
It's inhuman.
Yeah.
And it's really cool that they did that. There's a lot of cool consequences we'll talk about like throughout the game.
Yeah, I think one of the scenes we skipped earlier is a really fascinating scene, because again, this is a JRPG, it's got very anime aesthetics, and
собираем необходимые для передвижения по этому уровню квесты. Диалоги.
And this game, from minute 1, takes some of those tropes and just turns it right on their head. You get like a bathhouse scene early on, but there's none of the kind of like the weird kind of slightly titillation, the kind of like, the like the adolescent kind of, those moments of like, do we like each other, do we not? They're soldiers, they're warriors.
Completely asexual.
Yeah, completely.
Опа, прыжочек. Такая оптимизация. Побежали, прыгнули, еще. Погнали, у нас тут квест. Надо делать.
Yeah, and they don't even notice it. Like, it's completely normal for them.
It's normal there. Yeah, it's normal, and it's really, really interesting.
Really, really well done scenariostically too, and it's going to build up even better what's going to happen in way later.
Also, water combat When I saw enemies in the water, I went into it and I pulled my sword out and I was like, this is the best.
Yep.
Like, I'm sick and tired of being like throwing stones at fishes and being like, come on, lad, square up.
And then you get in the water, you start swimming, the battle stops, and you're like, oh.
She said the line.
She said the line.
Hey, Noah.
Alright, so Plexa did actually get a collectible called the Red Piranax Egg there. Specifically, he wants a common Red Piranax Egg, which he did get from the first one. It's going to be pretty nice later. It's going to be used for crafting a gem. It's another mechanic, or yeah, another...
Так, Кушан, бежим, бежим. Этот бой нам не нужен.
Customize your characters and let them power up.
Такая вот смешная походка скоростная.
Just doing basic collectopedia stuff. Like Rolled was earlier. Rolled as a guy in the colony is like, go and finish off my collectopedia card, kill some dudes, get some items.
Собираем всякие штучки, которые надо собрать.
Far right of the quest line is the collectopedia cards. And we're going to get a light weak guard. Very nice. A very helpful accessory that's going to be on the entire run, correct?
Yeah,
really helpful. And a cool thing you can do in this game is that you can go into battle and just give up, and it'll take you back to the
И мы тут заполняем карточки.
the last skip travel location you were at. Now, because in this game sometimes it locks skip traveling, so you'd have to run back normally. But because of the quick mechanic, we can just do a skip travel in another way, which is really, really cool.
Мы можем делать skip travel, такая вот механика, как вы видели. Переместились туда-сюда.
Specifically class unlocks and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, no, neither here nor there. Do you know how to set up your arts, by the way?
I think again I need to get
okay, cool. Just making sure.
We're putting air slash over ground beat, which is it's an infinitely better move than ground beat.
It's no choice. Yeah.
So it's good that the game tells us to do that.
Yeah. Air slash has increased damage on auto attack cancel. Which is really good. There is like we'll talk about cancelling later on, but yeah, it is helpful.
Так, здоровый прыжок. Сразу в катсцену запрыгиваем.
Yay.
Yeah, so
that's the last of the tutorials, right?
Yeah. So earlier on we were talking about the collectopedia cards. We spoke to Harala.
И это самый последний туториал в игре. Наконец-то, 16 минут, довольно быстро мы расправились с обучением. Можно сказать, обучение процент спидран закончен.
So yeah, these are going to be helpful in terms of like dealing extra damage to certain types of enemies. And as Plexa was saying earlier, getting rid of group heal for Ether Cannon. Ether Cannon is a skill that like, deals good damage, but also has a chance to like blind or like lower the accuracy of enemies' attack, which is very helpful if it works. But it may not. Plex's favorite fight in the game is coming up next, so he needs to prepare for that one.
It's actually the one after the next one.
Yeah,
oh, sorry, yes, there are the Volf
Group
first.
heal will go back on for the nasty part.
Yeah, we'll get to there when we get there. We're actually taking a slight detour here. We're going to go along this left area, and we're going to get a location that normally the game doesn't really expect us to get this early. It's going to be guarded by like level 50 monsters. So it's like kind of like your classic Xenoblade, you know, starting area and you get like super high level monsters. The really nice thing is that locations, the bonus XP you get from locations kind of scales with like how strong the enemies are there. So by getting the location right under here called Savine Cavity, we can actually get 1,100 bonus experience. And this is going to be really nice for basically the rest of this chapter is going to make a lot of the fights later a lot smoother. And very worth I would say a 1.5 minute detour here. So yeah, you're actually, you might have noticed this just now, but Plexa is actually dashing in the water. This is actually faster because the swim animation is extremely slow. And yeah, dashing here is just going to make him get that location a lot quicker. And it's also going to make the enemy's target lands. And that's great because you don't want your main, your control character to die. And Lance is generally, well, Lance, let's just say Lance is going to take a lot of hits this run.
He wants something a bit meatier. So.
He got what he asked for there.
Well, it's also nice immediately being in combat. So you just, as soon as you see the Savine Cavity, just give up and go back to the last skip travel location. It's just, you're already in there rather than having to find an enemy.
That's all good, but my favorite part is that Noah's a submarine. That's really great. He's got the breath of a madman.
So, narratively, when we left Colony 9, basically,
Вот. И то, что сейчас произошло, мы зашли в локацию, где очень много высокоуровневых монстров. Игра нас не ожидает там, что мы туда доберемся, но при помощи падения меча Мы туда запрыгнули, и мы словили триггер, который
I thought it was Agnes.
дал
It's
нам
Agnes signal. We have to take it down.
собственно,
They say it's an Agnes signal.
добавил нам эту локацию в компеде, и мы получили, соответственно, очень много опыта. Ну, нормально, среднее много, так сказать.
And then, yeah, overclock, we'll finish it. You don't need to be in the powering for these, they're weak enough, so.
And again, something that you're looking for on those kind of fights where there is multiple enemies that are about the same level is that you're going to try to kill all the enemies at the same time, but not exactly killing them. Maybe putting them at 80%, 90%, and let the AI finish off the enemies or just kill them with AoE, etc., etc. That way you can kind of maximize your damage with AoE arts, etc.
Why use an overclock when an enemy's got 20 HP when you can use that on something that's full? So it's like damage priority.
Так мы позволяем нашим товарищам добивать врагов, потому что тогда мы можем чаржиться сами.
So really well done by Plexa. And now we're
Это
going to
будет
hit
большой
into the
урон.
final boss of this game. Only 20 minutes into the run, we are closing in on the final boss.
Yeah, so everything else, the next 6 hours is just, you know, just post-game.
Yeah. Okay, so this is the Drifter Ropal. It is notoriously very difficult for this part of the run. And being just a chapter 1 enemy. And you're locked out of the mechanic that is introduced right after this that would allow you to make this fight easier, but for some reason you just don't have access to it. So okay, we have to do this fight level 4.
I'm gonna break this guy immediately, which is suboptimal for damage dealing, but optimal.
Нам нужен 4-й уровень для этого файта.
Literally just for safety. So this way, he's just not doing anything, which is
Это
nice.
вот точный расчет,
We'll wake up eventually, and then hopefully
что
he just immediately.
на него просто не пустят, на уровне меньше, его, в принципе, можно легко пройти, но вот. 4-м уровне мы его быстрее всего пройти.
Blaze is going to be used by quite a few enemies later in this run, and I would think that is not what you want to see. You basically want all your breaks to land.
Ну, Бурак, интересно, конечно, зачаржился. У нас был хороший сетап, тут его погрызть, но он немного решил нам сбить сетап.
Yeah, and you gotta respect the retry there. That fight was not gonna go anywhere. Yeah, so Curse Cuisine, you really gotta pay attention because, and one thing about Curse Cuisine as well is it has an extremely long animation time. Like, the Ropal can be like moving around and it still has the iframes from Curse Cuisine. So yeah, like Plexa just got caught by like at literally like tail end of the animation there, the invincibility. All right, so it's using an early Curse Cuisine this time, which is pretty good. So we'll most likely be able to get the days here. And
that's a powerful Komodo fire though again. Yeah, like
fire.
The thing is, like, the group heal is a move that, like, healing in this game is a little
Нам
bit
нужно добить его, специальная
tricky.
билка, у нас-то не получилось в первый раз.
Much from it, really. Nice overclock though, but like Land's HP is looking really sketchy here. The downtime is nice though.
Отлично, оверклок сработал. Можно лупить его очень сильными атаками. О, как мало урона, не повезло. Не, это надо ресетать. Главное, чтобы главный герой не помер.
And so you don't have any healer. Your tank has really low HP, so it's going to die, and you're just dead.
Так что мы можем пока ретраить. Пока у нас, так сказать, союзников убивают, можно спокойно ретраить. Я так понимаю, что тут экран смерти дадут, если протагонист получит урон, несовместимый с его выживанием. И что же происходит?
So you kind of have to put up with whatever is happening.
А рандом
and grind levels,
задушил.
grind stats, etc.
This is
It's
worse than last week, guys.
pretty tedious. And
It is unfortunate. Like there are things.
Да, нужно переделать этот бой снова. Надеюсь, в следующий раз у нас точно получится.
Because like the dot is bad. Wow, like he actually came over before anything.
Yeah.
The dot is bad, but the upfront damage is like a quarter of Lance's HP. So it's like the dot does like an extra like I don't know what sixth of his HP afterwards, but like it's so much upfront damage that the block is what on earth is happening.
Were you planning to have Power Ring for this fight?
Yeah, it was.
So here's earlier I mentioned that Ether
Wait, no,
Cannon
it
can
wasn't.
reduce
You're right.
She's not using Ether Cannon.
Ether Cannon can reduce the hit accuracy here, so you can evade more. But
If I die, I probably will.
you never set up group heal, right?
I did.
Oh, okay.
yeah,
But
group
I
heal's
put
on.
Power Ring back on by accident.
Yeah, you can see powering over there on the right. Yeah.
This fight is still like extremely winnable, even without.
Yeah, you don't need Ether Cannon, but like it does help.
It definitely helps.
Most of the routing in this game was not about like getting the damage, because that was basically kind of figured out how you are going to deal damage, etc. The big thing and the big problem, as you could have seen during the interview, was more about how do you mitigate the RNG.
Как раннер говорит, главное в этом спидране не сколько наносить большой дамаг, а сколько реагировать на то, какой дамаг дает игра, и адаптироваться к этому.
You can think, yeah, that's fine, but on 40 fights, you're in trouble.
All right,
That's a win. Yeah.
Так, опасно. Нет.
Game beaten.
Отлично.
So while we go through post game, I guess,
смог.
If you got
Они так
anything to
радуются,
say,
как будто они спидран закончили.
now is the time.
Говорят, врубайте время.
Oh, I think the community has been rallying behind you on this one. We've got a $10 donation from Sunny Muffin 87 who says, long
Yo,
hair,
Sunny.
don't care. Good luck on the run, Plexa and Quad. You're the kings of RPG speedrunning. We've got a $15 donation from Esco Fire.
Говорят.
No message. Thank you for your donation. We've got a $20
Донаты
donation
пошли, говорят.
from
Наплевать.
Super Glad.
Плекса, ты
Good
король
support upon this event.
РПГшек.
Look forward to
Давай.
following you all in the future. We have a $65 donation from username... I can't read that. Username Niels. I apologize. My eyes went blurry. It's early in the morning. $65 from username Niels. I went into this game ready to dislike Uni as the tough, dumb, foul-mouthed girl. But she mostly wasn't like that at all. And then in every cutscene, she started calling out the things I was thinking. And then she became my favorite.
Good.
And we have had an $800 donation from Elajaz, who says mega donation for a mega event. Thank you so much to everybody for your donations. And
Жесткий, конечно, файт был. Хочется прям дыхание перевести, прям
mechanic
отдохнуть.
which I was alluding to earlier. This is the camp. And in camps, you can level your entire team up. So with the Savine Cavity XP, we reached level 9 on all our characters. If we did not have that XP, it would be level 7 here. And those two levels are going to make a very big difference for pretty much the rest
Но
of this chapter and
впереди
also the
еще
next chapter.
6,5 часов
Levels are
увлекательных
extremely
файтов
strong in this part of the game because they give you raw
с
stats,
врагами разной
and
степени
they give you a
жирности.
very substantial boost,
Не знаю, как вы,
relative
парни, а
to
я в
how much,
предвкушении.
like the amount of stats that you actually have now. So yeah, levels are going to be really, really nice, and also they're going to increase our bulk, making the fights in the first two chapters a lot more consistent, a lot safer, and a lot smoother.
Yeah, that first level up there is like quite literally 30% extra stats across the board. It's nuts.
Yeah, so I should specify as well, like a clarification thing, is that the experience we get from locations is called bonus experience. You don't like get it immediately. It's kind of put to the side, and everyone has that, and that's what you're cashing in at the camp. When you kill enemies in battle, you get direct experience into your character immediately, but yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like
every
you see
resources of EXP is elsewhere, including also quest EXP. So you can do whatever amount of quests you want. It's not going to put you over level. You can use that EXP on camps, which is really nice.
Yeah. So here we go. We're making our way towards that signal where that is, and we've run into Agnes. Can you believe it? Who'd have thought? So again, we're
Сразу залетаем на Агнеса.
The Achates has gone down.
Тут здоровый мех.
Days.
Надо пытаться оверклокнуть. Не дало, а вот теперь дало. Но не во время стагера, к сожалению.
Well, outside of this chapter, you have you're gonna get another mechanic that allows you to make sure that she's actually doing what you want her to do.
You're controlling her. I wonder why.
Пошла
Anyway, this
крутилка
fight's
на
gonna be the
роботе.
same as like pretty much the wolves. You're gonna want to spread your damage out. So that's why Plexa is kind of just like jumping around the targets.
Мы стараемся немножко
Nothing much to say about this fight actually.
рассосать наш
The
дамаг.
music is insanely good.
Oh yeah, this battle theme is really good. And we're gonna hear a lot more really nice battle themes.
Жесть, у мужиков
in
большие
this run,
мечи.
and there are some that are gonna come
Кривые,
like
кстати.
right after this fight.
Also, Lance had a very annoying sentence. The enemy's broken away from me. It's like, please.
И можно добить этого здорового робота.
Oh man. Okay, so.
Но
yeah,
что-то
we've got one
мисаем.
down. We're then gonna have another encounter
Но
with
тут,
an enemy
в
that
принципе,
isn't- there's
один
a
удар
theme, right, where
остался.
there's, like, always the factions fighting.
С
It
чем
could-
мы
it may not be
справляемся,
Kevin's and Agnes, but, like,
отлично.
monster factions fighting as well. The next encounter we're gonna do is actually not against Agnes. It's against a different group because you'll see like that when it comes to like color theming in this game is very clear. You've got like the black
Тут
military
говорят,
of the Kavesi, and you've
разные
got the
фракции
white,
есть.
kinda like more like traditional
И
Japanese
мы
kind
вот
of
с ними
style.
Or like chess.
можем,
like chess
так
as well.
сказать,
But then you've got these
сражаться.
grey mechs as well that we're gonna be kind of fighting
Вот,
against.
вот эта
It's
фракция
almost like
такая,
in the middle.
более таком японском
So,
стиле
yeah, we'll
была.
be having a little crack against them, and so yeah, two of
Там
these.
всякие мечи
Which is,
смешные,
again,
подкатанные.
one Buster combo will do like majority, or we'll basically finish them. So break, so sword strike with break.
Ну что, пора делать оверклок комбо.
Buster should be enough. So there's the break.
Yeah, we got a really nice powering from Uni from the on the mech that we're not gonna target. Oh, there
Нужно,
it
да,
is.
получить
Wow.
брейк статус у них.
3%.
It's alright, Lance didn't topple me.
Yeah, that's not couple either, so yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. So when I mentioned.
О, оружие
successfully
прошло
landed
насквозь.
position-
Вау.
I mean, literally, successfully landed.
Без урона. Удивительно. Как же ему не везет.
So even if you don't get the extra bonus from the days, like you still do a lot of damage if you use Overclock Buster. So again, all the characters, all the classes have different talent arts. So obviously, like attackers are going to be all about damage. Healer is going to be about supports and like support and healing. And tanks are probably going to be about managing aggro, managing damage. So that's the three kind of roles that you have, and they all kind of follow the same idea, except depending on the class is going to have different ways to enable that role.
I think that's one thing they did really well about this game is that they made sure that.
Ну, в принципе, используем вот таких простых комбо, мы справляемся с врагами. Это довольно оптимально. Сбегаем от врагов.
We love the crutch.
In this game, it's actually pretty. I would say it's pretty well defined. Like they have pretty well defined goals. So attackers are going to be doing of the DPS. Healers are going to actually be doing the healing, and then tanks are meant to take aggro.
That's my fault.
It's an opening hazy figure from Tyon that grants a decoy buff that allows him to evade like one hit. It's a little annoying, but it's not the end.
Тут мы сражаемся с пати из другой фракции. И они, ну, как в классических РПГ, они вот выполняют определенные роли. Тут есть DPS, танк и хилер. И мы стараемся, конечно же, развалить хила первым в игре.
This is standard JRPG tactics, right? You target a healer first, so they don't provide healing to their party. The next one we're going to target is
Стандартная тактика в JRPG, просто метим хила первым делом.
And yeah, we're leaving the tank for last because she's not going to be doing much here.
Yeah, the problem with the defender on this fight is that they're really not good at
танк, наконец.
building aggro against us, so like they're basically not doing much. While the attacker and the healer obviously doing quite the job.
Nice, the power ring. Thank you very much. There,
Beautiful
Uni.
daisies from Uni there. Wonder where those words is now.
So for fighting against the Agnes Defender. Okay, yes, the Agnes Defender. So this Agnes Defender is an evade tank versus Lands being a block tank. So she does have an ability that will sometimes allow her just to evade whilst she's active with the skills. You need to be careful and don't like use that.
Like that.
There it is, yeah.
Oh,
okay, good.
Very nice
timing. Love.
Так, у нас тут есть смешной танк, который может избегать урон своими обилками, но мы наносим просто феноменальный урон.
Fortunately, we do have the 2 extra levels, which makes this fight, I would say, mostly free. And then there's this fight as well against the mysterious enemy,
Замечательно.
also known as Mr. Wildright. And yeah, this fight
И
is
тут у нас
also a normally scary
появляется
fight, but because of the extra
мистический
levels,
враг.
it actually makes this fight considerably safer.
If you don't take the levels, you have to hit a break, otherwise you just lose.
Yeah.
But if we miss breaks, we're sad, but like, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, so this guy's the first
Мы
enemy
сразу
that
валим
we
эту
come
фигню.
across that actually has break resist. You're only 50% to break him on paper, while there's also chances
И
for minus and stuff, but he
накидываем
has
ему
50%
огромный
break
урон.
resist. So
После
you're not gonna be
брейка
relying
роняем
on getting
его
breaks on this guy.
и юзаем
They
наш
can speed
Эверкот
up the
Бастер, а
fight,
он наносит
but
очень много
you
урона.
can't really count on them.
Yeah. The previous Agnian trio of healer, tank, and DPS are in the fight. They're not doing much, but they're there.
And now I think we know their name. It's Mio, Taion, and Senna.
It's
Who would have thought?
It's almost as if like they're meant to be in our party. They're like they're supposed to be fighting with us.
No way, no way.
That's not. This is not indicative of anything else in the game. Absolutely not.
That nice. That means that we can have Uni out of the party because you can only have 3 characters in the party.
Yeah,
Аккуратненько позади врага держится раннер. Но босс, так сказать, максимально к стенке прижался, не дает его свою спину открыть. Ну, в принципе, хп-то у него уже не осталось, так что осталось финальные удары нанести.
Narratively important where these two teams of 3 are fighting, and they're almost like the exact they're mirrors of each other. And there's like fighting over there's like a whole group that's crash landed. Then a guy who managed to survive less time in this game than the previous one, basically presses a button and a massive like energy wave goes out and affects the party, and then they can basically fuse together to create.
И, короче, тут происходит по сюжету такая штука, что у нас залетает массивный пучок энергии, и мы становимся вот такой фигней. Также теперь мы можем противостоять вот этому типу врагов. Теперь мы сами такие же. Вот тут, в принципе, есть Phantom Slash, Dragon Tail, основные атаки. Unison Strike, в принципе, мы не юзаем. Можно как финишером нажать.
Here we go. For the fans. Well, it's actually not that bad because it has a pretty fast starting animation.
Yeah. Here we go. So these hits are
И у нас здоровая атака, которая имеет очень медленную анимацию, но...
Alright, so that's Mr. Wildright. You actually can't lose this second phase of the fight. And yeah, this is not the last time we were going to see him, so...
И, в общем-то, это такой файт довольно... Его даже проиграть, на самом деле, нельзя, казуально. Так сказать, обучение новой механики. Я вот говорил, что тут закончились обучение, а вот нет, есть еще.
Maybe you should watch.
Dude, what are you doing? Why are you not looking? What are you doing? If you're gonna play the game, look at the game.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
Он серьезно это сделал?
No, it's a script there. Like you can do it a faster way, but it's more fun if you don't look at the screen.
Fun fact
Они
about this game
шутят,
is that,
они
Are you
шутят.
saying that was planned, Plexa?
when they first released this game, they actually forgot to include the voice lines that the characters will say when they jump off cliffs. And so for the longest time, we just didn't get to hear all the lines. But now we have Uni with her
Queen's wings!
Да, просто сделали скип.
My game for quite a while because my Switch is offline because I still want to run Xenoblade 1 in the very bad version.
Wow, dude. Yeah. So again, the game's trying to like tell you about the other roles. So if you didn't know, I mean, like when I first played this game, I was doing it on hard mode and fighting Mr. Wildright.
Комментатор говорит, вот хочу Xenoblade ранить на всяких старых версиях, поэтому держу свой Switch в оффлайне. А в онлайне тут, короче, ну, в смысле, тут не было реплики падения у персонажа до какого-то определенного обновления, а потом оказалось, что она довольно смешная.
And now it tells you that the healers get their thing by placing down field arts, like the big old rings that you put down. So that's how they gain their talent art gauge. So then you get a chance to learn and try and use it. And so yeah, you're getting introduced to each of the roles by playing as them. So obviously next we're going to play as Lands, aren't we?
Yeah.
And that's how we're going to learn about the tank role for sure.
The best class in the game too.
Yeah.
So you might actually notice that Plexa actually took another camp there to level everyone up to 11.
This is important.
That's actually very relevant because we're gonna have some other people join us next. And they're gonna join at the level that we're at currently. If we don't take
Забавно, у нас уровни нашей пати уже до 11-го накачались.
If we don't take the camp there, we'll be at level 10, and then they're gonna join at the start of level 10, while we are like almost going to level 11, and they're gonna end up losing about 800 XP, and that is extremely relevant for this early part of the run.
It's also the thing as well that's kind of annoying about that is that it does change. There becomes an experience discrepancy. And so whilst the ones ahead might be able to get to a level cap or a particular level curve, the ones behind me...
Тут немного меняется механика получения экспы после 10-го уровня.
We're so close to it as well. We're like just not level 11, so we have to take the camp, and it kind of sucks. But it's fine. So now obviously we've learned how to play the healer role, so let's go and play Lands to learn how to play the tank role.
Говорят, этих врагов, что ли, проще убивать при помощи 11-го уровня? Вот опять же, все посчитано, нужно на определенном уровне заходить. И нам тут дают поиграть за других персонажей.
Times to evade the big hits. And again, they have their own. So they will usually gain their talent art by blocking and by evading and, you know, doing
tanking. Это танк, так что играть будем довольно агрессивно.
Really good for them. So yeah, let's learn how to do that.
By the way, Zephyr is probably one of the best tanking classes.
Будем просто ловить весь урон на лицо.
We're going to use that very extensively in this run. We're not always going to use Mio as the Zephyr, but it's going to play a pretty major role in a lot of fights that we use him for.
Yeah.
What, you mean we can change classes?
Oh,
spoilers?
Spoilers?
Oh my god.
Как видите,
Alright, so yeah.
с такими шакрамоподобными оружиями, с большими шакрамами у нас танки в этой игре ходят, как Зена, королева воинов. Сразу видно, кто здесь самый сильный, кто готов получить все удары себе в лицо, затанковать. Враги нас тут палят, но мы убегаем смешными прыжками, чтобы их особо не триггерить.
And yeah, this is the end of the chapter, and we actually don't have to run all the way to the right for the story flag.
Не хотелось бы получать там, сказать, чтобы они мешкались у нас в ногах, чтобы они нас как-то паузили.
His name was Guernica Vandam. You might have heard that name in this series before. We'll go back to where his supply was, and it opens the case and they find all these amazing, like, cool outfits. And they're going to become the new outfits for our classes.
Нам говорят, тут у нас катсцена с крутой экипировкой.
Yep. So this is this is a pretty cool cutscene. They basically get new outfits, and I think it's quite a charming cutscene because we had that. It's juxtaposed to like that. Cutscene in the bathhouse at the start of the game, where you know they feel like no awkwardness whatsoever. You know, I'm staring at you, you're staring at me. we're having a showdown in the bathhouse, and then we get to this cutscene, and then you know they're like, okay, you know, we got some new stuff, let's change. And then you see like the guys actually like
they get
they get nervous and run away, and so you're actually like it's really cool the amount of like character development.
Говорят, игра немного преображается на этот момент. Такой рост персонажей заметен. Ну, мы, разумеется, скипаем это все. И у нас такие модные шмотки.
Yeah, oh, okay, so you are becoming Ouroboros now. Okay, so then everyone is going to turn against you now. Good luck.
We're now like rogues, we are outcasts, and everyone's against us. So yeah, we now have the complete access to the entire party. And this is,
И тут вот куча всяких фракций в игре, которые представлены. Они, в принципе, все против нас на этом моменте игры.
We have, you know, 2 healers, 2 tanks, 2 DPS, nice and simple.
Actually, playing with 6 characters blew my mind casually. I was like, yeah, okay, I'm totally going to bench Lance because that class sucks and I really want Mio. And I was like, oh.
И теперь у нас 6 персонажей, кстати. Настоящая банда. Можно быстро между ними переключаться. Нам очень важны их обилки. Мы их немножко заменеджментили, выбрали Мию. Стараемся не загорать врагов. Даже вот этот, так сказать, caution статус, то, что они немного обратили на нас внимание, он дает небольшую паузу в игре, этого хотелось бы избежать максимально.
There's no name for the character, just their icon. It's just their face. In Xenoblade 2, it's just their name. In this one?
No way.
Both their name and their face. And you never realize it, but yeah.
We're just getting a little bit of a run here, so maybe we'll pass it over to the reader and see if they've got anything for us.
Absolutely. We've got a couple of donations come in. We've had a $30 donation come in from Vertex.
Забавная штука, что, как вы видите, слева имена, вот в первом Xenoblade у персонажей иконки на интерфейсе это чисто их лица. Во второй части там их имена, а вот в третьей и то, и другое. Забавное решение. Деталь, которую могут подметить только эти парни.
Who has a 6 scarf, by the way, like me, in the cave, just to avoid the Vangs, and he can also attack from range, so your party can actually kill that Vang while you avoid getting detected by the Vang, because the monsters can only see the character you're controlling right here. So speaking of monsters seeing you, Plexa wants to engage with multiple enemies here just to make the battles more efficient. But he doesn't want to engage with too many at the same time, otherwise he might start running into survivability issues.
Мы стараемся как можно больше врагов втянуть в бой, чтобы они нам не мешали, но не всех сразу.
Elite monsters are basically just upgraded forms of like regular monsters like these. They have like more HP, but they also give more rewards, more XP, more CP, more SP and stuff like that. SP? Yeah, more whatever.
Battle rewards. Higher battle rewards, yeah.
Yeah, so
Враги тут довольно жирные, но и мы тоже. Сдачи даем нормально. Достойно. Надо пару коллектиблсов собрать. Так, аккуратно этого врага агрим. Еще второй пробежал. Ну ладно. Но мы их по очереди раскидываем. Опять же, оверклок бастеры. 2700 урона. Это очень неплохо. Удачно подловил через брейк.
I'm sure Legrand had a good taste of that. He was actually learning a few of the fights for this speedrun just yesterday, and this is his first time actually, I think, doing like speedrun strats. Yeah, and yeah,
It's really intense.
how did you find it? Yeah.
It's really intense. It reminds me of how I played casually, because like casually I love switching around characters and trying to micromanage everything. And the way you do it in speedrun is just exactly the same. And just like in other Xenoblade games, every time you press a button, it has to be done for a reason, right? You're not just going to press a button just to press a button. You're trying to maximize the reasons that you're doing it, getting more consistent stuff, getting more damage in. Just trying to do better, and the speedrun is using that.
Да, тут, конечно, непростые бои. Надо не просто сжать кнопки в определенном порядке, нужно понимать, что ты жмешь. Нужно адаптироваться все время. То есть все время одна и та же кнопка не будет работать. Но определенная комба будет работать, но нам нужно проследить за тем, чтобы она получилась. Так что собираем collectibles, справились с файтом.
To get them working again. Ether's like the energy in these worlds, if you didn't already know. So yeah, we're gonna like learn how to kind of get ether cylinder charged up and then power up the furnace. This is the only time we do it.
Yes, but it's the bus.
But it is kind of a thing. And there's loads of stuff you can do casually here, like create crafting materials, like whenever you want. And there's normally like quests and stuff.
Ether, Senna. Get the line.
Oh. So one thing I want to point out.
Что же нам нужно тут крафт материал всякие и прочее.
Notice that he actually climbed the ladder with Lance and then he jumped down with either Uni or Tyon. That's actually intended because we actually just discovered, like, I don't know, in the last week that
the AG Plus guys have been doing it for years, man.
Yeah, that Lance is actually the fastest at climbing ladders. Not because he climbs the ladders faster, but because he's tall, he actually starts on the ladder like higher up.
Yeah, it's that, and he's got faster.
Тут есть такая штука, что
So we're gonna try to optimize that when we can. It's really just
у нас тут самый высокий персонаж, он карабкается по лестнице быстрее. И так вот механика игры работает. Поэтому мы на него переключаемся.
There's been a lot of work put in this game ever since it came out, mostly by those two beasts.
So what we're gonna get another bit of tutorialization. Quick narrative thing is obviously we've got two teams who are like now trying to go out into the world. They're gonna make their way towards the great sword in the far distance, which looks very much like the sword of the Mechonis from Xenoblade 1. So we're gonna be traveling to that. That's our big goal early on, and then whatever happens between that is what happens between that. But we're gonna be getting our next bit of tutorialization where it's one of those things where Mio's gonna be like, "Hey Noah, I like your jacket. Can I try it on?" Where we're we can do class switching. So this is a job system or a class system, like any cool RPG, you get classes. And we're going to basically go through a wonderful tutorial where we learn to do that bit by bit. So class switching is where this
Замечательно, прыгаем с лестницы. Под овердрайв надо делать, но у меня в голове уже заиграл.
The arts of one job, but we're actually going to be able to equip the arts of any job that we've unlocked from the other faction. So we're going to start off by Mio and Noah are going to swap, and Uni and Tyrant are going to swap, and Senna and Laz are going to swap.
Тут, короче, много всякой работы, такое обучение. То крафт, разные виды, так сказать, работы, они типа помогают разным фракциям.
They can equip those as what's called master arts. So you're going to be able to have access to auto attack based cooldown and time based cooldown at the same time. And then you're also going to be able to
билки в разных классах, которые мы можем, так сказать, одновременно получать.
You can do this for skills as well, because not only do classes have arts, they also have skills that increase at the 5, 10, 15, and rank 20 levels, which again, these rank are increased by getting CP by doing the fighting. So that's why CP gain does matter. We're going to be trying to get ranks and even unlocking classes whenever we can by getting as much CP as possible. This is a really, really great tutorial because it tells you how to do it.
Надо, короче, хорошо тут на менеджменте.
But this is why it's so cool. You're blending it so much more.
Много чего нужно прокачать. И все это требует очень большого количества ресурсов.
Really in general, but like you can see level 20, level 30, level 40, level 50, these 10 level moments are massive changes because you can gain like another master skill, another master art, and it just explodes how much extra you can throw onto your characters. So here we go, going through all of our class swaps. Everyone's going to swap from Kavesi to Agnes and vice versa. and then we're going to do Master Arts. So
Немножко работаем над классами.
Regular arts are X, Y, and B on the right side of the controller. Then on the left side of the controller, up, right, and down on the
Учим
D-pad.
всякие мастерства.
Activate those individually. Fusion, you just hold ZR and press a button, but like it's different. But yeah, equipping our Master Arts as well. So one skill from each of those can be equipped, and then depending on your rank, I think it's rank 1 you have an art, rank 5 is the skill, then rank 10 is another art selected from the class. So leveling up skills does matter because you have more Master Arts to equip in general.
И нам их тут дают каждое определенное количество уровней, там что-то типа 5-10 и так далее. 10-20, может. У вас есть скиллы, их не так уж и много, но они, короче, зависят от класса. И мы можем, так сказать, разные скиллы с разных классов навешивать.
Classes, and the way you get class unlock points is actually by using the classes in your party and then defeating enemies. And later on, there are other ways to speed that up. But yeah, basically, the more characters with that specific class in your party, the faster
Так, держимся в воде, отлично.
Unlock that job. And we're gonna be routing the class unlocks pretty precisely in this one. We're gonna try to get certain classes at certain points where they're going to be very impactful for us, and we'll try to point those out when we get there.
Please enjoy the music; it's fantastic.
Yeah, that's one of those things where it's kind of the cutscene for it's great because it kind of it's kind of gamified because all the characters and all the warriors in these armies have what's called irises in their eye, and it allows them to kind of see things, and they look at each other and say, "You've got a symbol of like your class above your head, but other people can't see it." So by watching the skill in action, they slowly learn. That's kind of the whole kind of like the connection. By seeing it in action, they know how to do it. So here's our fusion tutorial. On the left-hand side, you can see the square arts going up. When they're both available, we can then fuse it and then do a big old fusion to finish the fight. So ZR and then use a skill, bang. It'll do ground beat and wide slash. So they'll both happen, but with one animation. And this is actually kind of interesting where you can kind of like, there are a lot of skills that have really slow animations, but if you make it a master art, you can see a faster animation, but still get the effect of the other move. Which is really, really cool that you can do that, because it actually shows...
Благодаря вот механике мастер-артов можно сделать так, чтобы у нас анимации очень тяжелых атак, они вообще очень быстро проходили.
So right after that, we're going to be able to unlock classes again. So we're going to take away all the useless ones, and we're going to give them back the good classes. Yeah, so Noah's going to get the Sword Fighter again. Mio is going to get Zephyr again because they're way better at those roles. We're going to give Uni Medic Gunner again because Tactician's not a very good class for this part of the run. And we're going to give
немножко менеджментим наши
we're not going to have
арты.
a source of top at all, but that's fine because the extra ogre serves double purpose. It actually increases our overall party DPS and also makes it so that we can unlock ogre on Noah at
Нужно поднять там немножко дамаг для пати.
The ogre has a very nice master skill called Fighting Prowess that's going to increase physical damage by 35% at level 5, and that's going to be really nice because Noah's we're going to be using Noah as a physical based attacker for majority of this run, even though in the last few chapters it's not going to matter too much, that skill, but it's going to be very nice. We're going to get a lot of mileage out of it by getting that skill as early as possible, so we want to route for that ogre skill.
Yeah, at this point in the run, like, anything is useful. Like, we want as much stats and bonuses from wherever we can find them, and ogre having...
Опять же, пробегаем через локацию, тут куча врагов. Прыгаем попутно.
By coining that, what Plexa means is that you can fast track certain things by using what's called Nopon coins. And the DLC, as I said at the beginning, gives you 30 silver and 10 gold Nopon coins. And the silver Nopon coins can be used to coin your ranks really, really quickly. So you get a class, spend like, I don't know, 10 silver Nopon coins and get a few ranks up. So you can just do that really, really quickly without having to like use the class itself.
Isn't that cheating?
Говорят, с DLC можно вообще очень быстро прокачаться с этими классами. Там монеток дают вообще. Это... Поэтому раны без DLC, потому что это читы, но, кстати, мы забыли выключить в начале раны DLC.
So you see Plexa here, Death Warping. This is actually going to put him further in front, so it's really nice. We're gonna do this multiple times throughout the run at certain.
Так, и юзаем дизварп, кстати.
Nice travel optimization.
Просто
And another important mechanic that's not really
сдаемся.
but it's actually very relevant is fusion. Different arts get different bonuses.
Yo, that's actually explained.
Oh, it is actually explained?
Uni, when you fuse the first time, she says, oh, look, it increases the fusion effect too, or something like that.
Wow.
It's incredible.
Incredible, Uni. Incredible explanation.
That is the tutorial for
But yeah, okay.
Wonderful impression of a Cockney lass as well there, Plexa.
I should have left it to you.
No, it's fine.
So as speedrunners, we're going to explain that in much greater detail to you right now.
Yeah, much better detail.
So you might have paid attention. If you paid attention, you might have seen that Plexa actually set the Medic Gunner's art in a very specific order. He put powering in the first slot so that it can be fused. So different arts are going to get different bonuses when they're fused. So
Еще есть механика слияния артов.
damaging arts are going to get a 50% bonus to their damage when fused.
A lot of not ground beat.
Yeah, not a lot, not all of them. A lot of AOE arts are going to get an increase to their AOE. Ground beat is an AOE art. That's why it's an AOE
Вот
increase. Increase for some reason.
очень
This is the
большие
reason
бонусы
why air
получают
slash is
арты,
so much
если
better
они
than ground beat when it comes to
сливаются
damage.
друг с другом.
A lot of ring arts or set field arts and a lot of buffs are going to get double.
Особенно это хорошо работает с дамагом. Там что-то типа слияния до 50% урона повышает.
I don't know the rest because they're not relevant for the speedrun.
Yeah,
but
it's increased aggro for.
But oh, okay. I mean that's nice, but
who cares?
Yeah, who cares? But yeah, powering actually being able to double its duration when fused is actually incredibly relevant. We're going to be using powering very extensively throughout this run to basically provide steroids to our entire party. And they can be used in chains as well. And being fused allows them to last a lot longer in chains than unfused. And chains, I just mentioned, that's going to be another mechanic that we're going to unlock very shortly here. But right now we're hungry, so we want to cook some food. Yeah, eat some food.
This is actually relevant now. It wasn't before. So this is Manana's cooking. Manana can give you a variety of buffs. Like, as you can see, a 5% experience and CP boost. This goes up to like, what, 50% towards the end of the game? So there are some good boosts and buffs. This didn't work when the game came out.
Actually,
certain buffs didn't work.
Manana's battle soup did work.
Yeah, that one didn't. Yeah, but like, it was really weird that like, a bunch of her meals didn't work. But now they do, so it's fine. Which is really helpful. But yeah, so we're going to be...
Just quickly, we're going to take another level here just to get more stats, because stats are good. In theory, if everything goes
Всякие обучалки, готовка еды. Куда же без этого?
Actually, technically, if you want to be very
Можно левелапнуться тем временем.
Because you have to go into the camp in extra time. That's like extra like fade out animation stuff. We're gonna be taking another camp later anyway, so it's technically more optimal to do the camp there. But the stats are really influential, and it's very likely that this will just end up being faster by taking the camp here.
Yeah, so the next mechanic we're going to be coming
Нам не помешают лишние уровни, да.
Which is the chain, so chain attacks. These have been a thing in
На этом моменте игры.
So yeah, you can like you can do a chain where like a unison thing where all of you get involved and just pile on one enemy. And this is our tutorial fight. First off, we've got to get past the like the first stage of the Aspar, which is all about dealing a certain amount.
И у нас обучающий такой бой. Нужно накидать определенное количество урона. И потом персонажи такие: ох. Там персонаж скажет: о, мы не можем типа победить. И такие: сейчас мы используем всю вообще силу на полную катушку, силу дружбы там и все дела. И нам покажут смешные способности.
So here's our next bit. So we're going to get a new thing on the bottom right. It's going to be our chain attack meter. This is different from previous ones because again, reviving doesn't use chain attack meter or party meter. It's its own gauge, and this will increase by doing positionals.
У нас есть вот этот метр атаки толпой.
When that's full, we can press the plus button and get the best music in the game. And then this is a really cool mechanic where every character has what's called an order. Where they will get a certain, when you use their thing, when you complete an order, they'll do a big attack at the end.
Мы заряжаем этот метр.
From the party that we got. So we get Senna, Uni, and Noah, and they each have a different effect. So Noah increases like amount of like damage done, and you get things like aggro.
Мы выбираем порядок наших атак.
Magic defense down, physical defense down, that kind of stuff. To complete an order, then you
Показывает там обучение.
has like TP counts, and it's set to the character. Now, if you use a DPS
И у
first,
нас
you get a 25% bonus to their TP.
есть еще игра подсчитывает, насколько, так сказать, выгодно стоят враги.
When you go over 100% with a tank, the highest TP character will come back. Which should be Noah, because I think he got the most, so he's coming back now to do.
И тут еще всякие механики очень углубленные, что типа хил не может больше сотки поднять процент, танк может больше сотки поднять, и тогда он сможет еще раз эту атаку сделать.
If you get 150 to 199, you get cool. And if you get over 200, you get amazing. And this increases the damage.
1 more for 0.
There it is. It increases the damage multiplier on the bottom right. You can see damage times 387%. That increase is based on what you get, a cool, good, or an amazing. So that's why you want to try and hit.
И в зависимости от всего этого у нас повышается дамаг.
Alright, it's a pretty good chain here. We actually,
Как видите, там был больше сотки, сразу reactivation. Продолжаем чейнить это дело.
Basically, the way we want them to happen. Well, not all the time, but
we do our best.
Yeah, we do our best to route the chains in a way that we don't.
Короче, главная цель, так сказать, это очень рандомная штука, но мы стараемся очень грамотно их чейнить, чтобы они всегда продолжались. Мы выбираем специальных персонажей, у которых вероятность продолжения вот этих чейн-атак очень велика.
We got to hear the best line though of one more for the road. Anyway, gems. We were mentioning that we might need to get some access, some items for crafting, and this is why. Gems are really cool in this game. Whenever you make a gem, it's made and anyone can equip it. You're not making a stock of gems, you're just creating the gem and making its effects available to you. And there's a column for
Тут у нас есть
evasion up,
темы, тоже
damage up. You got all the
обучение крафту.
ones, support or healing ones, and then like unique ones that do really cool things like cancel damage up, which is really good for air slash. And then
Все
other
это
things
бафы.
like, I think increasing like your HP is the main one that you have there, but also
reducing aggro upon using arts.
Aggro down on arts usage, which is also really, really helpful. So there's interesting things there, and we're going to get a whole bunch of them. The big one we're going to be getting is just
Сразу же эквипнем там их.
stats are just really, really good. So I think we're going to get rank 3 of that, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. And then a bunch of rank 1s for like aggro up, aggro start, and have aggro at the beginning of combat is kind of helpful for the tanks. Things like increasing the speed that you can revive as well as I think, do you get the HP revival plus as well?
Нам нужно, ключ к нашей прокачке это просто накидать побольше агро на танка. И бонусный урон на криты. Это хорошие бонусы. Там плюс 20% к критическому урону может нам очень сильно помочь.
Absolutely. We've had a couple of donations come in. We've had $5 in from Tempest Mask 1000, who says, "Hey fellas, me and Bramble the Fifth currently chilling as we watch this epic run underway. I can't guarantee I'll be able to pull through it all, but I can say this much: it's a pleasure getting to share some kebab with you folks tonight. Good luck, Plexa and Quad. Oh, and since we got Skenme reading donations, I'd like to ask for an evening. Let's go! There it is." And $20 from Uncle Scott11, who says, "Good luck to the two of you. A pleasure rooting out this game with you guys."
Big shout out to Scott.
There's definitely ones in that name.
He's a good friend.
I know you'll both crush it. May Plexa hit all his chain attacks, and may Quad miss all of those important late game 97% checks. Thank you for your donations.
I'm burning those up in the early game for Quad.
Awesome, Scott. Big shout out to Scott. He is also a big contributor to the route.
Yeah, he was going to get a lot of shout-outs in Chapter 3.
All right, so we crafted those gems. Come on, I want to use them quick.
I will. I was waiting for the... Once this thing gets off... No, never mind.
Yeah. Okay, so those gems are a very big power spike, which is why we're going to craft them as early as possible. And there is a rhyme and a reason for every single gem that we craft, and hopefully we can explain them all. Plexa is in menu right now. Well, this first gem menu is gonna be very simple. We're gonna give everyone Steel Cleaver. This is the raw attack gem. It's gonna provide a very substantial boost to everybody's attack power. Even the did you?
Yeah.
No one?
Yeah, it was everyone.
Okay, yeah. Because Steel Cleaver is very impactful in the early part of the run and at very low levels because it provides a large percentage increase in your base attack. It's gonna fall off later because you're just gonna have more attack stat. But for this part of the run, especially, it's gonna be very nice. Your attack stat is gonna be directly tied to how fast you can complete these upcoming fights, which is why we chose to craft Steel Cleaver free. And then we also have Empowered Combo 2. That's gonna increase damage done when we cancel attacks. So canceling attacks up to this point has done absolutely nothing for us besides speed up the animation. You have certain arts like Air Slash, they're gonna get increased damage, but for other arts, they're not gonna do anything. Canceling also increases like the recharge speed of your Agnian side arts. Every time you cancel, it counts like 1 recharge. Yeah, but that's about it. With Empowered Combo, you're gonna get a huge bonus to your damage when you cancel attacks. So that's gonna be very nice. But for this part, we're gonna use Steel Cleaver because attacks and chains don't count as cancels, so Steel Cleaver is gonna apply in chains. And also, Steel Cleaver is just gonna tend to outperform Empowered Combo because DPS stands for damage per second, and canceling actually takes time, so sometimes it's actually faster to not cancel and just let Steel Cleaver carry the damage here. We have like 3 fights that we will run into here. Only the last one is mandatory. So yeah, it's against this Equities right here and this little soldier. So yeah, we're just gonna burst it down with our art here.
Something that we never really mentioned is that this little tactics button that you can see on the left, we're going to use it to make sure that everyone focuses attack and most importantly
Разваливаем босса.
Fusion first. So I'm trying to make fusion happen.
Ну, главное распределить наш урон.
Obviously going to be more damage. And also the other and so
И мы стараемся загреть побольше врагов.
Which is going to be mostly useful because if we're fighting a boss and there is a
Мы
bunch
просто
of
сбежали.
we still want to attack the boss, then we just want to focus attack.
Понял.
A bit of optimized movement there as well. Like when it was fighting down the Equities and the soldier, took control of Tyon, who's a healer, so not going to do much damage, and let his teammates take out the rest of those main mobs whilst running and aggroing the Vangs.
Да, вот у нас тиммейты разобрались с тем файтом. Пока мы туда-сюда ходили.
Whilst they're respawning, he'd get behind them and then activate the stones. That was just a nice bit of movement optimization. Just do that at the same time, using Tyon because his damage.
Такая оптимизация по передвижению была, что надо было дать тиммейтам добить, а потом выйти из боя. Тут уже враги по мелочи пошли. В принципе, быстро с ними справляемся.
But we actually can get around that by aggroing, and then before they respawn, we can actually open the doors, press the buttons, or whatever. And in that case, we move the boulder. And right here, we're gonna gear up for the gauntlet that's coming up here. So Plexa is actually gonna buy a garnet that's gonna give Senna a little bit more damage. The garnet is an accessory that increases damage per enemy in the battle. This one gives 10% for every enemy that's currently in the battle. And that's gonna go to Senna. We're gonna level up because, again, raw stats and also just increased survivability. And yep, we're gonna be on our way. We also sold some stuff that's for money. DLC also gives us extra accessories.
И прокачиваемся.
Money route's not gonna be an issue this run.
Хорошее дело.
Because we have that really nice extra money we get from the DLC.
So a small thing about leveling as well is like this is like a single player MMO to describe it kind of crudely. So it does have that whole thing when there's a level discrepancy between you and the enemy. Either way, there'll be like it's one of those things where there'll be like the difficulty increases. It kind of makes it harder for you to deal damage to enemies, and enemies are much stronger if they're more than 5 levels stronger than you.
Говорят, то из-за уровней очень сильно сложность повышается, как будто играете в синглплеерную ММО.
An old route used to level up to not be within that, so it's like
И разница в уровнях
running this
тут
at level
порой
10 or 11
очень
is
сильно
not
решает.
good.
So this fight we're mostly going to play as our healers.
Если
Can
бы
kind
у
of
нас
play a little
было
bit the others,
на
but mostly the healers,
несколько
because
уровней
healers going
меньше,
to be
то
put
ну,
in
чем
a lot
больше
of
разница,
pressure,
тем более
being
невозможным
targeted by a lot of
представляется
enemies.
уничтожение
And Ethel
противников.
packs a real big
И вот
punch.
14 уровень,
So we
он
want to
достаточно
keep her,
оптимальный в этом
at
плане.
high HP as much as possible.
Если
As I
бы
explained,
уровень был меньше, тут
Medic
такой,
Gunner-
так
Medic
сказать,
Gunner,
level
is having trouble
ограничения
keeping
есть,
his
что мы
HP
не
high.
сможем
And
просто
even though
победить
there is
никак
two
этих
of them at the
врагов,
same time,
сколько
we
бы урона
really
ни
need the
наносили.
down dart to make sure that she survives.
Дамаг
And
будет
there's the
резаться.
healing ring, but she just went down. Ah, dang. Healing ring is a really, really good heal. It's very, very quick. So now it's going to be like a rush to try and get the aggro recentered. Because
I run up on Dole for this.
Yeah, it's Nopandol. So Nopandol is an item that is equipped on Mio, and that means that when she dies, she's not going to lose all her aggro. She's going to lose only 40%. Yeah.
40.
So it's not going to be the end of the world.
No.
Again, trying to mitigate RNG and making it more consistent.
Yeah.
So chain attack is available right now, but we're going to use it as late as possible, kind of deal, because chain attack takes a while. And two, we want to use a mechanic called overkill. So just like in Xenoblade 2, when you finish an enemy with a chain attack, the chain attack can keep going, and it's going to be what's called an overkill. So the extra damage that you're going to do is going to not add up to a damage counter, but to an overkill counter, which is extra EXP that you will get after finishing the fight. So we're going to put Ethel at really low HP and then start the chain, and
как же много хила тут
Red
происходит.
lines mean an enemy is targeting not a tank. Blue means they're targeting a tank, so it's like safe aggro, if you will. So yeah, we can see if you just get a hit, like the killing blow in chain attack.
Добиваем врагов chain атака.
200%. So there may be times where we're just going to get to 200 and go, but generally you want to try and push to 300% is like a good amount here.
И мы это делаем, потому что мы добиваем этих врагов, и при добивании вот этой атаки, конкретно в этом порядке, мы получаем бонус к XP. Экспа у нас скейлится в 2 раза.
You don't want to do that in a speedrun. You want to optimize your time. You don't want to optimize your damage or optimize your EXP. So we're going to try to put as little time as possible in our chain attacks to save time, but still we kind of want the overkill. So we are doing it so that we get 300%, and since the way you get extra EXP bonus is logarithmic, you get a lot of getting to 300% is really fast, but then going higher goes.
Кстати, уже 17 уровень врагов, да. Но мы-то сами 15-е, нам все посчитано, нам всего хватает. Так что мы можем тут справиться уже.
Which is really, really helping. And of course, that means you also get 2 healing rings, which you can stand in and get a lot more healing when they're both up. So this is why medic gunners are so powerful early on.
У нас тут 2 хила.
Tyron's class will get used here and there, but for now it's
Они нам очень помогают на таком этапе игры.
It's really, really nice.
Yeah, the scarf is not great. Sorry, quad.
It will have its time to shine later.
I think the thing about healing classes is that like they're all really good except Tactician, which is just okay. And by comparison, it looks bad, but it's really not that bad.
We actually have a very nice, very niche use for Tactician in this run, so it's really crazy because an otherwise like really like mediocre class actually gets its time to shine in this run later.
Yeah, like literally every healing class is S-tier class in the speedrun. Like they're all amazing.
They're all really good. We really cannot stress enough how important and how good these healing classes are.
Even casually, like they're really good.
So okay, and one thing that Plexa is actually doing in these
Да, конечно.
focusing attacks on like the main big boss.
Всего разница в 2 уровня, но враг очень жирный. Ну это и без того босс.
Yeah, just gonna be optimizing that damage. Obviously, you want to.
И добиваем его chain атакой.
And then we're gonna try to farm that overkill in the chain here. Gotta respect Plexa for actually chaining a little bit early, and just to make sure we don't accidentally kill these bosses before we can actually chain. Sometimes that
Немного рановато нажал, кстати.
You really do need the overkill overkill to hit those.
Ну, нормально, чейн пошел.
Like I said, that class routing, that job routing that we.
Here's the first instance of that job routing, by the way.
Yeah. So right here, Lance is actually
И
getting the
быстро
Swordfighter
он
class,
отлетает.
and we have had enough fights with Ogre that Noah's gonna guaranteed to get Ogre pretty much after this fight. So we're gonna put Lance on a much better class right now, which is called Swordfighter, and we're gonna give him the Apprentice Vambrace here just to increase his damage a bit more.
Немного
Instead of still using
поменеджментим
Ogre,
наши
Noah still
классы.
needs just a little bit more Ogre XP, but Swordfighter is gonna be a lot more DPS for Lance here.
So the reason the Swordfighter is nuts is because it has a skill which increases its damage to like unique enemies and bosses. So it increases up, it's like 30% extra damage or something. It's dumb. It's really powerful, and it only gets better and better with increased rank. Every skill you already have.
У нас есть смешная билка, которая скейлит урон против боссов на 30%. Это очень мощно, на самом деле. Жесткий скейл.
It's so good.
Especially for a speedrun, because you're only going to fight bosses or unique monsters.
Exactly, yeah. You're not really.
Мечники тут очень хороши.
Spoiler: we're not going to farm throughout this run. It's 7 hours, but it's only the main story.
Yeah.
This game is nuts. It's so big.
You donate for console X.
Oh.
Speaking of which,
В принципе, тут ран 7 часов, но мы не будем вообще фармить в этой игре. Вот это какого-то раута, который нас бы привел по пути куда-то пофармить. Мы идем все по сюжетке, максимально прямолинейно.
Let's go.
$550. Let's get going, chat. Let's do this. All right, so back to the fight here. You notice that actually Plexa is standing behind console Mobius K here. So he's upgraded now. He's not a console K anymore. He's Mobius K, which means he's a big bad guy.
The Mobius are bad guys, by the way.
They're specifically big bad guys.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Also, just quickly, Lance and Senna have also just done their fusion. They can do it too now. It's not just Noah and Mio who can do it.
Yeah, they need to get out of that.
Yeah. So Mobius
Так,
has
пошли
front
атаку.
and side block rate. So enemies in this game can have block rate, and they can have block rate from either the front side or back. He has 15% chance to block you if you're attacking him.
У этого босса, короче, есть блок, который, так сказать, обходится тем, что мы просто за спиной ему встаем.
At the same time, he kind of has to juggle Mio's HP here. So he's running around a lot with the Metigunners. Mio, unfortunately, does go down there. Yeah, that's fine. And we got the healing ring back here, so Mio's gonna be pretty healthy now. So yeah, a lot
Так, убили персонажа, но ничего страшного.
I like to call this strat Ring Fit Adventure.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah, because there's just so much dancing around you have to do and setting all these rings. And we're coming up on the
Быстренько подняли, у нас есть айтемы.
We want to chain before he reaches 20% HP. Preferably about 25%. At 20% HP, he can use a
Нам нужно аккуратно сбить ему до 25% хп, потому что он тогда хилиться будет. Так что мы чейн-атаку нажмем в нужный момент. Конечно, хотелось бы, чтобы сзади, потому что он щит свой ставит.
And yeah, that's the reason why Metigunners are so great. They just give such a substantial increase to your damage here. Okay, so about the chain, it's going to be pretty much the same as the Aspar. Noah's order is actually going to do really nice work here, and we got Ty on the best order.
Медики у нас неплохо бафают тут.
Yeah, the Tyon reduces enemy physical defense by 30%, and that increases as you get stronger as well. So it just makes me to do even more damage.
So Noah actually gives a percentage.
Мы можем порезать ему боссу деф.
But it's based on percentage, so it's not going to work all the time. Whereas Tyon's order is just.
Конечно, вероятность скипнуть вообще урон, вернее его резист к урону, не очень большие, но они нам помогут. Мы продолжаем чейнить это дело.
Got some annoying blocks here, but that's fine. We can still get a pretty good overkill here. Yeah.
It's the other one. It's the other one. Wasn't the good one.
Senna's
It happened on
order,
the Aspar.
Так, он
Senna's
блочит,
order
но
actually gives a chance to ignore
мы
block, which is really
продолжаем
nice if you
чинить,
don't manage to chain from
отлично.
the
И
back.
мы...
We got a close to 300% overkill here,
Это
which is
оверкилл.
pretty nice. It's basically what we try to aim for.
Отлично, мы скипнули фазу, где он хилится.
We're fine.
And that was chapter 2.
That whole gauntlet section as well is actually kind of really important because we're being chased by both sides, and actually this colony 4, you know, is full of like, you know, Kavesi friends, and specifically Ethel, the first person we fought in that.
Вот и вторая глава закончена.
Army, and she saved Noah, Lands, and Uni when they were younger and they were still in training. So like, you know, the fact that Ethel of all people is turning against him and fighting them is really, really weird for them. But the Mobius and Console did kind of like basically tamper with her iris to make her see them as just a demon and a monster and not the people they were. And then basically Noah does a sick thing where he basically like, you know, he basically pulls a weapon from like the blade. But the blade itself, like the red sword, is actually a sheath of sorts for an actual blade below. And he does that and just kind of like cuts through the flame clock on the furnace and like basically breaks Mobius or Console K's hold over Ethel, and then basically saves the furnace and liberates them from the war as well. So.
Yeah.
Anime sword saves the day.
Yeah, obviously in the Spear we're not going to be watching the cutscenes, but that cutscene between Console K and Mobius K, the one after Console K, is one of the best cutscenes in the game, and one of the two moments, the only two times where this incredible track called The Weight of Life plays.
So good.
It is so good.
Both opportunity places it plays are amazing cutscenes.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's so good.
All right, so we here have another Mio diary.
So why is Mio writing a diary, and why is she so important?
Regardless of that, right? Like, at the end of chapter 1, they have that cute cutscene that we talked about, and that was all great. That was the moment in this game where I realized they've got to do justice to the whole cast, and not just the protagonist.
Да, вторая часть заканчивается дневником Мио.
Mio is fantastic. And every single character in this is developed incredibly well.
Yeah, it's probably one of the most like.
Говорят, очень прикольно тут персонажи проработаны.
Like I was saying when I play casually, what's really cool about this game is not so much that characters are being developed independently. It's the whole group that is developing together, but everyone in their same way, because they've got different characters, they've got different feelings and stuff. And so they're all developing together as a group, but differently, and they experience different stuff.
Очень приятно, короче, за этим делом наблюдать в игре.
They have different experiences, and it's so nice.
They all have a thing. Like Mio's things like she's running out of time.
Довольно органично, так сказать, это в игре.
Yes, everyone, as I said, has a year of a 10-year lifespan. So everyone's got a mark on them. So Noah's is on his hand, Mio's thing is on her neck. So everyone's got like a mark. Landis is on his chin, and essentially it starts off red, and it slowly drains of red until it goes fully black, and then the character like dies.
Говорят, у каждого, так сказать, что-то типа клейма есть.
In the center of her mark left, so it means that she's got no time at all. You know, months.
She's got like a few months.
Yeah, it's like 3 months at the start of the game.
Yeah. So she's like running out of time, and so she this is important for her to go and do some things. So,
которые, так сказать,
that's her thing. You know, she's got so much time.
Сроки их означают.
Like the whole thing is very human. For such an inhuman world, everything is so human. But like such a human thing to be wanted.
Вот и у Мии это всего лишь маленькая точка.
That's why she keeps the diary, because it's something that it records her existence.
Yeah, something that lets everyone know she was there. Yeah.
It's like her flute is Miyabi's flute, which is a friend who, you know, trauma and stuff. We'll see a little bit about that later on. But like she carries Miyabi's flute to keep Miyabi's spirit alive, even though she's very well dead.
Yeah. That's kind of like a big
Немножко менеджмента тут в лагере всякую фигню.
By the way, and that's why Noah and Mio have like a certain kind of connection, because they both do the same thing. Like at the beginning, or when they first kind of do this thing, there's this bit where Mio starts to play the flute, and Noah joins in with her. He just naturally does it because he wants to do that. So it's
совещание, так сказать, с нашей командой. Решаем, что делать, сами себе квесты придумываем.
Just made that decision to do that with her. She was like, "Oh God, really?" Like, and the difference between Kavesi off-seeing and Agnian off-seeing is that Kavesis are solo, but Agnians do it in pairs. And so the fact that Mio's been solo since Miyabi is gone is a big thing as well in terms of like Noah stepping in.
Really poetic.
Yeah. Whilst we're doing a bit of running around, because we're doing like our first hero quest. Now this is how we unlock new classes. When we meet a new hero, we'll do a quest with them to unlock their class and have that available for one inheritor, and then the inheritor can use it, and then everyone else learns it via the inheritor. Whilst we're doing the small requisite bits, I do want to throw it over to our wonderful reader for any messages that you might have as we approach this kind of like next segment here.
Yeah, thank you very much. We've got 2 donations to read out here. We've got an anonymous $20 donation that's come in, so thank you for that. Also, a $5 donation coming from Corny Cecil Morty, who says, gotta get as much Xenoblade in as possible. Nice. And of course, that went towards the Defeat Console X.
Yes.
So we are inching ever closer to that now. I also just very briefly want to say, this is the end of my shift. I will be handing you over to the wonderful Argic, who will be taking you through the majority of the run. So thank you very much. Good luck with the rest of the run.
Cheers, man.
And I will see
Thank
you very soon.
Thank you so much indeed.
Have a good night.
Right, so we gotta head for the smoke rising from that area. Not really. We're gonna go to somewhere else.
Так, видим дым, надо сходить.
Yeah, we're going to be doing a bunch of stuff.
Почему бы и нет?
The glorious wing may just be the best.
А вдруг пожар? Надо тушить.
It's so cracked. Why it's like 3 damage for entire party. So you haven't explained what it does yet, right?
No.
Okay.
No, God no.
So glorious wing grants a buff known as power charge to entire party. Power charge increases the
Прогоняем билочки для уроборосов.
one-time use, but we can actually set it up in a way that we can get that power charge onto
Нам еще нужен гем, который мы разок заюзаем. Он позволит нам вот эти чейн-атаки бафнуть.
If you are used to like Xenoblade X power charge, which was a different way to put it in terms of math, it was not that great of a bonus. But in this game, they reward the way it worked, and so now the bonus is actually independent. So it's going to be an actual like multiplier
straight up
to your damage.
Extra damage.
Yeah, exactly.
So just quickly here, what we're doing is we're doing a bit of...
Да, накидываем тут всяких. Ну, в общем, важно нам, короче, заскейлить нормально урона в этой игре. Именно вот такие вот мелкие детали нам помогают его серьезно забафать, получить превосходство на поле боя.
Oh, LGG, you so obsessed with Xenoblade. So yeah, we're going to be getting a bunch of these locations, but also specifically there are a bunch of skip travel locations. This area is needed in the story once towards the end. So we're going to be doing this for the location experience now, and then we can utilize it later on.
Нам нужно тут пробежать по этой локации,
in the final chapter of the entire game. So it is a kind of 2-for-1 at this point.
Чтобы сюда можно было потом варпаться. Лишним не будет.
Mechanical art, I say mechanical, but like build unlock. I think it's the extra master art, I think, at level 20, and accessory, is it at 20?
Accessory's at 30.
Is it 30? Okay, cool. I couldn't remember which order, but yeah, we're going to be getting our next unlock.
There's also a buff to the order bonuses. Oh no, that's 21, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, so there are like, getting these like 10 levels, up to level 50 when you have everything unlocked, but those like 10 level moments are important. So getting this skip travel location experience, and all this location experience.
Он тут ранее рассказывает, мы тут нужны разные арты для прохождения, разные, так сказать, но нужно определенное количество уровней для этого. И мы тут пойдем, короче, по локации, где очень жирные враги. Получим здесь за это очень много опыта. Вот так как мы разведывали эту локацию, мы получаем экспу. И сейчас мы 3 локации получили, мы получили 3000 экспы. Это нормально так вообще. Это, собственно, вместо фарма экспы тут такое дело происходит. Просто заходим на высокоуровневые локации, и то, что мы их открываем, нас очень сильно вознаграждает. Вот игра такого... К такому повороту разработчики не очень готовились, конечно.
Alright, so this against 4 wolves. Not really much to say here, but basically just trying to spread out your damage as much as possible, and then try to get your big arts on
Так,
as much
нужно
damage as
немного
possible.
рассосать наш дамаг.
Uni has an AoE burn built into an Ouroboros spawn, so like I want to.
Ой, вот в Ouroboros форму еще. Накидываем АОЕшки.
Yeah, it's called Wings of Pursuit.
Не зря
It's
же
just gonna
качали
provide a lot
ее.
of, like passive damage from like just from it's free damage basically.
Yeah.
Why would you not want free damage?
I should notice as well that like Ouroboros does have, and it's going to be a bit more important later on. Earlier in like the Gauntlet, Plexa actually there was like a whole interlinking tutorial, like try interlinking right now, but it gives you interlink level 0, and you can level these up from interlink level 0, 1, 2, 3, which is the strongest, and like you'll get different effects. You'll get like stronger and stronger and more powerful as your interlink level increases. So yeah, it's one of those things where level 0 isn't always useful, but for there it's just you just go.
Like
but the move itself is so good. But
everything in
Да, нам нужно нормально так апнуться
there's a
вообще.
time and a place for it, right?
Yeah.
Like level 0 is used all over the place because it's like good enough.
yes.
But sometimes you want as much power as possible, so level 3 is used.
Сейчас даже посмотрим, что у нас по уровням получилось. Тут нормально нам экспы наваливают. Наверное, уже 1004. Нам, кстати, нового героя дали. Новый, так сказать, класс.
Now, normally in like say for Final Fantasy, you get a whole new outfit. You know, red mages have a sick red outfit with a red hat and a feather, and then black mages are kind of like
Видим, так сказать, учим приемы, встречая новых персонажей. Как вознаграждение для квеста можем потом перекидывать эти классы на своих персонажей. И у нас, кстати, одежда меняется, становится более модной. В зависимости от класса. Как видите, тут два персонажа в одинаковых одеждах, потому что они все одного класса, и это эффективные классы.
Basically, all the accessories will automatically go into your inventory once you leave this area, so you don't actually have to pick those up. And for this menu right here, we are basically going to coin the Ogre. Like I said, it's going to provide extra damage for our physical damage dealers. And we put Uni on sword and Sen on sword. We put like basically everyone except No on sword. No one's going to get Fencer. And that's just going to optimize our DPS here, our total party.
Немножко менеджментом менюшки нам тут нужно перекидать билки перед босс-файтом.
Because Edge Thrust is going to help our party build Interling a lot quicker. And also, it does more damage because it receives back attack bonus. And just a bunch of other stuff. And power combo is going to be the second gem of choice for our party here. After Steel Cleaver, and yeah, it's like I said, it's going to be a very substantial boost to our damage here. And there's just a bunch of other stuff. Tool Belt, Noah. Steam belts, which we purchased earlier, those are going to provide attack increase. That's going to be very
Тут еще напокупали всяких предметов, которые нам урон повышают.
Steam belts, and we also have the silver belt that increases attack by 25%. That's going to be like the main item we're going to keep on our DPSs. Sometimes, you know, there might be a...
И причем они как бы скейлят в процентном соотношении, то есть то, что мы купили раньше в игре сильно, все равно позволяет нам очень сильно разваливать. И я не просто так в одном предложении сказал 2 раза сильно, потому что это очень сильно.
Yeah, it saves the menu later on. Well, I also did the most controversial thing in the run, is that I put Mio in her alternate outfit.
It's a good outfit. It's not the best outfit, but
the quad hair.
I wouldn't argue if you wanted to have this outfit on.
Until he gets control of the controller.
I expect he will change it right back.
Yeah.
All right, so we're actually gonna leave Ego's Wilderness right now. This is the desert area, and. Gotcha.
Good one, Lance.
И мы попадаем в такую пустынную локацию.
Did you explain what's the point of the sword fencer class?
The fencer class?
Oh, flash fencer, right.
Flash fencer. So yeah, the flash fencer.
У нас, как видите, есть модный флэш-фенсер в плаще белом.
It's got a move that it has the built-in power charge. It has a power charge itself.
который позволяет там накритовать нормально.
It has its own built-in power charge and that, and because it's Kavesi, it's good for like certain Agnian classes as well. So I mean, casually, you'd put it alongside Alexandria's just crit build. It's amazing. But yeah, it has its own built-in power charge. It's got like a nice bleed that scales pretty well, and it's also got Smash, the first instant of Smash. Which is pretty helpful because Smash is very good. We took it off
immediately.
Yeah, no, you did, but like it does have it. I'm just saying that's the point of Flash Fencer. But yeah, having power charge is kind of nice just to have
like,
that.
Flash Fencer might be the most overrated class in the game, in my opinion.
That's a bit harsh.
I think it is.
It's extremely. I mean, it's extremely necessary for the speedrun. But yeah,
Говорят, один из самых недооцененных классов в игре.
But it also has a lot of downsides that a lot of people tend to overlook.
Yes. Yeah.
Mainly the fact that it draws a ton of aggro and it just...
The point is that one of its skills is that every time you use your talent art, you build up more damage. So if you stay alive for a very long time, you can get insane damage going.
Yep.
However, you're also very likely to die as Flash Fencer.
Because you take so much aggro.
And then all your bonuses are gone.
And you even get extra bonus damage at the start of the battle. So you can
Это такой класс, который получает большие бонусы к урону. Чем больше он живет, тем больше эти бонусы стакаются. Поэтому очень сильно. Очень сильно.
That's actually 99% of the reason why we use Flash Fencer is because capable hands is such a good skill. Yes. We like to there's this saying we like to say capable hands is a good class. It's because we're really just using the Fencer mostly for this capable hand skill. I mean, it does have its merits as well. It's able to buff itself with power charge.
That's like the other thing. Like 99% of its capable hands, the other 1% is power charge.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm just saying.
Пробегаем мимо врагов, припрыжку.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Чтобы они нас не агрелись.
I mean, we don't have Flash Fencer unlocked on the other members yet, but we're gonna use Sword Fighters a lot in this run as well, and especially in this part of the run. Sword Fighters are gonna provide very, very reliable damage, and it's a very good class. I would say, as opposed to the Flash Fencer, which is criminally overrated, I would say that the Sword Fighter.
Ну, конечно, один из самых лучших, наверное, классов в игре — это мечники, потому что они позволяют нам очень стабильный, хороший дамаг наносить. Собственно, большую часть рана вот с ними бегали.
It's called Legendary Strat because we use basically 3 Sword Fighters plus 1 Flash Fencer and 1 tank.
We used to run 4 Sword Fighters back in the day, yeah.
So the problem with this party comp is that we only have one healer. So if that healer dies, then there is no way to revive anyone else.
Just don't have him die, no problem.
So you've got no backup on that.
Ну, кстати, в данном моменте у нас чисто один хил. Так что не хотелось бы, чтобы он отъехал.
We've been introduced to the hero system. Now, the hero system obviously is one way to learn classes, but actually when the hero is with you, they actually act as a 7th character. So you actually have 7 characters that you can play. You can't control the hero, but they're always going to be AI controlled, but you do have a 7th party member. And so we've met Ethel, that's great. But we
also had Mwamba at the start. That was our hero.
Mwamba was also, he was a hero too. But we're going to be introduced to our second hero, and one of the next jobs, which is actually going to be a healing class.
У нас тут есть такой класс героя. И...
So we're introduced to our boy Valdi, who is a young Kavesi boy. He is a
Я даже не понял, что хотел перевести.
So he's doing more gun healing.
Ну да ладно.
And he's a mechanic. He's all about the machines. He loves aliveness. He loves kind of working on them and fixing them and building.
Ну и вот смотрим, как этот новый класс навешивает атак. Флэш Фенсер, так сказать, вспышка фехтовальщик.
We don't really have good ways to smash anyway at this point in the run. Ogre's not like super reliable, and we have to put heavy guard. It basically, there's a lot of opportunity cost to actually run smash, even though it's really good.
Переключаемся туда-сюда между персонажами, чтобы максимально раскидать урон.
He's the healer. He can heal his machines, which is why we want to take him down first. He's also the squishiest. And then afterwards, we're going to take down the machines. Tyon's going to be generally safe. Mia's going to do a pretty good job at keeping him safe here, so we don't really have to worry about Tyon in this fight, even though it's the only healer.
Oh, wow.
Unfortunately, Noah does take a dirt nap there, but it's fine. We have our swords here. They're gonna carry most of the damage here.
Yeah, the big thing that we wanted with Noah was the down tower as a start. Now it's just it's fine.
It's a nice AOE that so yeah.
В принципе, нормально. Почти все враги одинаково просажены. Мы стараемся, так сказать, их аккуратненько застакать, чтобы наши союзники очень эффективно накидали им урона.
Not just roles, like it doesn't matter on role, but just the class itself. The inheritor will always be what's an S rank, and it goes down to D, I think, is the lowest rank. And that basically is how like slowly you unlock, which is actually why this is just a thing to go back to an earlier point. It's why like 2 ogres was helpful to help Noah learn ogre because he's really bad with it. So yeah, so I think one of those things. The inheritor of Valdi's class is Lance. So a tank, but he's going to be healing. So, but we do want to get Valdi onto a couple of other characters. So it's one of those things where you want to try and make sure we have as much of it as possible to get it learned.
Да, конечно, игра не могла нам выдать какую-то машину, как в финалке 15. Просто нереальные надо расстояние проделать в этом районе.
It also isn't helped by the fact that these grabbles are incredibly ugly.
Yeah, so these things here are random, and if they look at me, this is bad. I just need to pick this thing up.
Yeah, they're not even cute. I mean, like if we got aggroed by some cute enemies, like
Только представьте, будь вы персонажами игры, и тут приходит спидранер, вас гоняет 30 километров туда-сюда. Марш-бросок, так сказать.
So we're actually still doing Valdi's quest right here. So we actually don't have him unlocked as a hero yet. After we finish this entire series of like his boss or like going around collecting stuff and then the boss fight, then we can actually unlock his class and start getting his class onto other people. So for this time being, he's just going to be in the party as like a hero, but we don't have access to his class besides like himself.
This is consistent. Like you don't when the hero. I mean, Valdi's a story hero, so you have to kind of do it. But like there are a bunch of heroes that aren't story. They're all side quest stuff. And funnily enough, just
another annoying, really precise strat.
Go ahead. Oh, okay. I'll let you do it then. But yeah, it's one of those things where you want to try and start the side quests to get the heroes, and then they'll join you, which is kind of helpful. So it's luckily only the story ones are the ones where you have to kind of like go through the rigmarole of doing their story to do it. So thankfully the side quest ones are.
Опять же, большие враги-роботы.
Nice. Okay.
Этот парень у нас всего на 1 уровень превосходит. И такая мувмент-оптимизация, даем нашим союзникам добить его, а сами выходим подальше от боя.
But the Nopondol is also a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy, because otherwise you could be running a gear support, which I think Quad does.
Yeah.
And the gear support makes you not die. So
it increases your agility, which makes you less likely to die. So it's kind of like give or take. It's the one thing I really enjoy about routing is because it's that like everybody has like kind of like their own preferences, and we can't really say it's incredibly difficult to say like this is definitely better, this is definitely worse. A lot of things in this run are just kind of like
personal preference.
Yeah, personal preference.
It's the same basic idea, but just slightly different take.
That's the beauty of like routing.
It's really cool.
The beauty of routing this run.
Yeah. And with that, we've got a little bit of time for anything you want to say over at the desk. Also, hi Aga, good to see you around.
Hello. Yes, I have taken over right now. They put the loud one on at 2 a.m. or almost 3 a.m. So that's a bad idea.
Но раза в 2 или 3, точно. Сократилось бы время, если бы нашли какой-нибудь другой способ передвижения. Но это не тот тип игры. Не сказать, что есть какая-то определенная физика у этого игрового мира. То есть все довольно статично. Мы просто двигаемся, мы даже падаем очень деревянно, так сказать. Поэтому вряд ли тут можно что-то сломать.
shoutouts. And Xenoblade 3, there's been people trying to route it because, you know, apparently that's become popular since I've done it. Who'd have thought?
It's a big game.
And it's probably going to be around 25, I think. If I give it a rough estimate of my knowledge about the game and my knowledge about the other 100%. But it's really fun categories to do. It's just way too long.
So that was a little bit of optimization thing. Because you're doing Valdi's quest, you need to kind of like get a bunch of parts so he can fix a Levnis here. But actually, because we were over there near his colony, we ran up to his colony gate and then kind of unlock the skip travel location. Then we're going to turn in this part of the quest. We can quickly get back to the colony. Yeah. We were over there anyway, otherwise you have to do this long-ass run. You have to follow the mecha buddy.
Нам надо туда-сюда мотаться, вообще больше... Ну, вообще тут есть, типа, быстрое перемещение, но так как мы все эти локации открываем впервые, есть у нас определенные заминки с этим.
Incomplete siege left, aka Doric. I hate him. He's one of the most annoying fights in this run. It's not bad in the sense that, you know, you're very likely to lose.
И это один из самых неприятных врагов в игре.
Yeah.
Like that move that I just dodged with Y slash, if Neo clangs and then he decides to use Humbling Smash, you're just dead.
Yeah, so Doric has a 5% block rate, which is actually I feel like it's rigged. I feel like it blocked way more than 5%.
Strongly agree.
Yeah, it's really horrible. He has two very dangerous moves. The first is Humbling Smash, a very large single target move that pretty much gonna one-shot Neo.
Говорят, неприятный враг.
Heat Injection is an AoE
Может кучу проблем нам доставить.
To whoever's in the AoE. The nice thing about that, the one good thing is that it actually is an AoE around Mio, so you can actually just run away when it uses Heat Injection and it won't hit the rest of your party. And then Mio can use her evasion arts to keep herself safe. So the theme of like this fight here is really just to use Mio control, and to dodge as many attacks as you can. Plexa is doing a really good job here. And yeah, the reason
Plexa хорошо справляется. Нам надо, чтобы у нас Мио не померла.
It's still obviously a lot better if we just keep Mio alive the entire run.
Yeah, so unlike most of the fights where you kind of want to play with other characters, considering how much damage it's dealing, you really want to evade all these attacks. And you can't let the AI use arts when you don't want to, because like
надо
the AI
доджить
is pretty good at the
атаки.
game, but they kind of just press buttons when they're available, which we don't want to happen because we want to keep it for the big attempts that we actually want to dodge.
А и тут, конечно, довольно неплохой в игре.
1 HP, nice. He actually went into Ouroboros there just to survive and missed anyway, so it didn't matter. But once we get chain here,
it would have been really cool if
Как убивать щекотание боссов пяток? Ну, это как мыши слона ноги прогрызают, крысы там. Вот тут то же самое. А слоны их очень боятся.
Will increase that hugely, so you get massive amazings and greats and all that kind of stuff. Now the thing about chain attacking is that you can see every time you use an order, you lose a third of your gauge. If you get a hero, it does not use up. There he is. If you get a hero, it does not take up the gauge. So you get a guaranteed turn. And if you don't see your hero,
отлично. У нас шкала идет. И мы сами накидываем.
This is extremely annoying. The thing is, it is likely enough that you see Valdi that you just go for the strat. Otherwise, you just don't have enough damage. And like, again,
отлично,
the
все.
fastest way to finish this chain is just, you know,
Нам хватило
finish it in
урона,
one go, get
на
Valdi, get some
удивление.
overkill. If you don't get Valdi, you're not gonna kill, and you're gonna have to either restart the fight if you want to get like a big chain, or you have to just try to get chain again.
Нам бы пришлось рестартить файт, если бы ничего не получилось.
So the problem.
Just quickly, the really good thing about Amazing, I didn't talk about it here, and why it's so important, is that you get 1, 2, or 3 characters back into the order, depending if you get a cool, great, or an Amazing. So with Amazing, you get 3 characters back.
Вот это, конечно, процент огромный.
On top of that, that's also more damage added to the
Это
chain
значит, что
attack,
мы
so
можем
more
огромный
damage,
урон
the better.
наносить.
So that's why
Amazing.
it's fine to overkill and go up to 300%.
Of all the orders you can pick in the last round, you really want to pick either Uni or Lance, because they're
Просто
not attack
тактические
orders.
поинты
You get
зашкаливают.
PP here.
Yeah, and you can use 4 DPS on this turn.
Yeah.
That's a fantastic overkill. He can actually just stop.
I am actually just going to end at 320.
Yeah,
That was really good. Nice fight.
very nice, very nice.
И сейчас аккуратно маленьким количеством тактических поинтов делаем оверкилл и огромный урон просто этой цепной атаки.
So, like I said, it's likely enough. But when that 11% happens to you on like a really good run for multiple runs in a row,
It's not 11%, dude. It's not 11%.
it definitely
It's the fattest 11% in the history of 11%.
У нас очень хороший рандом.
This is like some Fire Emblems. Like
Yeah,
level or-
It's the opposite. It's the opposite. Fire Emblem.
То есть выпала атака, которая очень маленькую вероятность выпадения имеет.
Is that humans don't really
No, you
perceive.
don't have to. Huh? You don't have to. Just do the other one first.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
Oh, it's
because
there.
because the ones at the front there, sometimes they take a bit of time to walk there.
Okay.
Yeah, so you want to do this one first.
As a couple of things as well. So Valdi's class we've now got is the War Medic. This is a brilliant healing class. It's got a few interesting things like delayed healing, so you can like throw out a thing that will heal later on. But also it's got a debuff barrier, so you've got a thing called Cure Bullet, and it gives the entire party resistance to debuff for like one hit. And so that's integral, I think. Like there are certain bits where you just need that.
It's a buff. That's a really useful thing. It's a buff for a reason that will become apparent in a bit.
Yeah, but it's really, really good to have. I mean, there's a particular fight where the debuff immunity thing itself is really important, but yeah, it being a buff is also very, very
War Medic is just like incredible.
Говорят, все еще нам нужны важные получать бафы всякие.
Is insane. I think everybody was sleeping on the class when we were going into figuring out this game, and like, oh my god, it is so reliable. It's like probably the best healing class, like it's in terms of strictly healing.
Yes, it definitely is.
Бафы это баса.
Every time when I was playing casually, it definitely was like, okay, so if I really want a healing class, healing healer, which is kind of funny, but like healers are either supports or healers, I'd go for War Medic. It's just so good. It does everything you need.
So one thing you actually saw Plexa like almost do is actually like do a save and quit. The really annoying thing about these conversation things is that sometimes you can just get memory leak and then they don't show up whatsoever. Like just don't show up. Then you have to quit and reload the game to get them to spawn. Fortunately for Plexa there, like it wasn't memory leak.
Говорят, тут можно получить смешной баг.
But sometimes like there is another conversation at the top.
Где, ну, софтлог, короче, можно получить. Для этого придется просто игру перезагрузить. И он происходит по причине утечки памяти в игре.
Another robot.
I did one thing though. I looked at the ground, which is very much inspired by the old school Nintendo.
Что, движемся к очередному боссфайту.
The ground is the lag reduction. Except this time I'm just not looking at the encounter. So those attention encounters, if you're not looking at them, they'll never proc.
Yeah, as long as you don't see like that that double sword icon, you're not gonna trigger the skirmish. You can just like run like right past them. It's just like hyper optimization. Just
Так, там
straighter line.
месиво, мы стараемся его ни в коем случае не затриггерить.
Of course, climbing with lands is faster. Not swapping, because swapping here induces lag for whatever reason.
So yeah, we did say why the War Medic was really, really good. Yeah, so from this point on, we're going to try to get the War Medic onto certain characters.
Everyone.
Especially like, especially like Tyon's going to be our big War Medic for this run. Lance as well, because he is the inheritor and he already has the job. Yeah, and one thing about class unlock is that heroes actually give double the amount of class unlock points when they're in your party compared to like a character with that class. So having, you can kind of think of it as, okay, so if you have Lance as a War Medic here and not Valdi, you're going to get 1 unit of CP, class unlock points after doing the fight. If you have Valdi, he's going to give 2, which means that if you have Lance and Valdi in the same party, you're going to get triple the amount of class unlock points than you would with only Lance in the party as a War Medic. So we're going to use that to our advantage, and for certain fights we're going to have Valdi, for certain fights...
Так, тут уже чуваки на 3 уровня у нас выше, кстати.
We're going to, like I said, again, it's this entire job routing thing, getting the relevant jobs onto the people that we want.
So this next fight, for instance, I'm going to be paying really close attention to how much overkill I get. I need to see a particular amount of overkill between this boss and a boss in like a little bit of time to ensure that we get War Medic unlocked on Mio at the right time.
Yep, this is going to be another big machine boss.
It's exactly
Lepus.
the same as Doric.
Yeah, it's kind of the same.
It's Doric Redux with worse abilities.
Lepus also does like a lot more damage. Not a lot, but it attacks a lot quicker than Doric. Yeah, but the nice thing about Lepus is that it doesn't have block rate, and it's also a lot squishier on the physical side. So yeah, it's not super annoying like Doric, but it can still be a pretty tough fight. It has some very annoying arts when it gets to like
Довольно жирный файт.
and as well some very dangerous arts like hand capture, which we're gonna try.
Робот со смешными руками.
So we're gonna see what Plexa does here. Again, with that Mio control, we're gonna try to.
Нам надо избежать вот этого удара рукой. Он неприятный. Вернее, граба. Короче, не хотелось бы, чтобы он нас схватил.
You really want to try to avoid Noah dying as much as possible, especially on Doric. But yeah.
So because the attacks come up much faster, you have to be even more careful with your art management, because there is a lot more attacks that you want to avoid with your Y/ and Gemini strikes. Thankfully, because like Mio's class is a good class, and generally build their talent gauge pretty fast because they just need to tank the aggro and dodge hits or block hits. To build the gauge, you can see that it's building really fast.
Нас тут аккуратно захиливают, пока мы танкуем.
Pretty good fight here so far. It might use ground breach here, so we kind of want to pay attention here. Okay, that's fine. And we're just going to group everyone.
Нужно все еще сбить ему побольше хп, прежде чем мы сможем нажать. Ну, кстати, мы бафнулись и прожали цепную атаку. Значит, нам хватит урона, чтобы его размотать. Отлично.
Absolutely correct. So yeah, it's very important that so you know, because there's 7 of us here, it's like, do you get it? So there's one more chance to get this now, and this is when you start sweating if you haven't seen it after the second one. Nice.
Yeah, I think Sinnoh's incorrect, but it's fine. We just roll the dice.
Yeah, so let's go. We're going to get, again, another extra 50s. That's 193. Oh, sorry, 143. We're going to get through. There's 203. We're through.
Ну и просто смотрим красивые мультики со смешными цифрами. Рандомными.
Valdi!
Come on, buddy.
Come on, Valdi.
Come on, kid.
We got it!
Yay!
So that is, I would actually say that's like the last, like kind of bad RNG fight. Like from this point on, most of the fight's gonna be in our control. This is like kind of the last bit of like so-called bad RNG that like we can't really control. This is the last chain that we are really going to be depending on getting the hero order.
We've done a lot of work. This guy has done a lot of work on like figuring out how to not rely on that.
Yeah, mate. Honestly, like this guy, the first like I think.
Ну и тут просто бласс РНГ.
He just created like 17 pages worth of chain attack routes. Just like this is if this happens this, if this happens this, if that happens, it was nuts. There was so much chain attack routing, dude.
Yeah, fortunately we don't need all of that anymore. We basically routed out a lot of the.
Рандом порешает, как у нас пройдет этот файт, и в принципе он заканчивается очень хорошо.
Doric and Lepus are the only 2 fights left, which we really want to see Valdi.
Yeah, and again, it's an 89% chance, you said. So like, if you think about it, you're gonna say, "Wow, 89%? That's gonna be so much. It's guaranteed to happen, right?" But actually, if you think about it, it's 1 out of 10. So that means that every 10 fights, you're going to have one time where you don't have Valdi. When you put it like that, when you put it in that perspective, you realize the odds are pretty bad.
Ну, в принципе, все так зараучено в этом спидране, что проценты наши на огромный урон стараются максимально повысить, получать максимальные
routing out some of these chains.
Тактические
Like 4
бафы.
hero chains, maybe even 5, I think. I don't know.
So you're almost guaranteed to miss one, right?
Yeah, law of probability, right? If something is, I mean, even if something's unlikely to happen, if you have like enough times, like something's bound to go wrong. Basically,
If you have like 10, 95% chances in a row, like you're gonna miss one eventually.
yeah, exactly. So that's really the main. How do I say?
So much math in figuring this game out, man.
That's kind of like the approach that we took into routing.
В общем, нереальное
this
количество
category,
математики в
because
этой
it's a
игре.
relatively long run, as far as like RPGs are concerned. We really want to try to route for as consistent as possible. We want to make sure that we are using consistent strats, because over the course of 6 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours, something's bound to go wrong. So you want to put yourself in a position where you're as likely as possible to not lose, basically. You don't need every fight to go perfectly, but you don't want
Да, нам тут,
you don't want
в
fights to
общем-то,
go
очень не
very,
хотелось
very
бы
badly.
I just skipped one of the
проигрывать, поэтому мы
Oh,
свои
yeah, I mean,
проценты
we should probably go
максимально
quick.
стараемся
I just wanna say
снизить,
that just
максимально
because I knew that I was in love with this game.
оптимизирован на это раунд.
Such an endearing and sweet moment, but you can tell them all about it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of again, this is one of those things where it's about the strength of just the the character arcs and how they
Избегаем врагов, нам, ну да, в общем-то, в этом спидране файты почти
on the Kana battlefield there was like a previous war that
максимально избегаются.
And Uni specifically was having a look around the battlefield and saw something that was quite disturbing for her, and for her particularly,
It was her corpse.
it was her corpse basically. And what does that mean? Well, someone who looked just like her with her name tag, and that made no sense. And she's basically like struggling with these thoughts and the images that she's seen and what she's going through. Nice jump.
I got on the roof.
Yeah. And essentially afterwards when you're
Хороший прыжок,
just
кстати.
there, she's like she's really like shook up and she's like having a moment, and then Tyon notices this.
Uni's whole story is about
Двигаем шахты.
Tyon notices this and doesn't do much. He just kind of comes over, just gives her a tea, and just he's there to kind of comfort, but it's not. He's not imposing on that. He's just kind of there to like look after her. But he doesn't kind of do it in a ham.
Yeah, he's like, are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. And like she doesn't want to talk about it. He's like, cool, okay.
But it's the fact that like he as a character is also kind of dealing with his own kind of, I guess, PTSD as well. And it's kind of like how he recognizes in her something that he just knows that
the handshake.
Yeah, exactly. He sees the handshake, but it's not just that. Obviously, it's the handshake physically he sees, but he notices that what she's going through is a very, very particular thing. So he approaches it in a way that is very, very sensitive and very, very clean. And I think it's just
characters
nice.
never over each other, right?
Yeah.
Every character is allowed their moment to shine, and it's really beautiful.
And it's also a great moment for Tyon, because like Tyon is a kind of really shy guy, but also
like,
really smart. And
you think Tyon's like not a fantastic person for a lot of the start of this run. He's very skeptical and very like.
Тут немножко аккуратных прыжков.
Like, this is a waste of time. I'm such an intellectual.
Yeah, he's very sharp. Yeah, he's very sharp.
Such a humanizing moment for him.
Yeah.
So cool.
Alright, so back to the run here. We are making our way through the Orion
Так,
tunnel.
что-то это,
And we
конечно,
actually
файт
got a new hero quest
получился
here, and you might have seen from
ненужным.
the little picture when we got the hero quest. It's going to be Riku and Manana's hero quest. So yes, we are going to get them as heroes. And we're going to get some of the nicest costumes from this class. So yeah,
We should mention that Riku and Manana are just the best Nopon. Like they're amazing.
oh, they're incredibly written.
Relax, okay? I know. Relax. It's okay.
One thing I would really like to mention about Riku is that I feel like Riku is like up to this point with all the games in Xenoblade 1.
И это уже второй час рано, кстати. Осталось еще 6. Подумать только. Оба прыгаем. О, еще прыжок. Воу. Аккуратно, аккуратно. ХП нам хватило, да. Вот это паркур.
They're cute, they're funny, they like food.
They talk funny.
Weird, yeah.
And then suddenly in this game you had Riku. And again, that whole thing about subverting like
Это все еще Xenoblade 3.
And then we have Riku, who is just the ultimate
Такая
Giga Chad.
РПГшка с довольно экшоновой активной боевкой.
Super brilliant advice
Но на самом
for
деле
this
она
guy.
более
He's just
РПГшная,
an
чем
absolute
экшонова, она,
She's just absolute, like,
я не знаю, более РПГшная,
And
чем
he's got a great voice.
пошаговый
He's got a
RPG,
great
потому что
voice,
очень много
Friend, you
элементов
must definitely press ahead and press on.
в ней
It's very
происходит.
Yeah, that's why I love Riku so much. I mean, he's my favorite Nopon. Not to say
Минус
the other
колени,
Nopons are
что ли?
bad. I
Ну,
do like the
надеемся,
other
что...
Nopons. Maybe
Не,
not Tetsu,
Плекса
but-
красавец, он
But yeah,
сможет
Riku definitely stands
нормальный
like
ран
above,
сделать.
like, he's definitely
Тут сомнений
stands
как
like
бы
above
минимально.
Nopon, you know, he's you one look at
Не
him, you know,
высек.
like, oh, this guy's different. Like, he talks with that same kind of broken English that all the Nopons speak in, but you like this is if you don't like Nopon speech, like Riku is the one Nopon that's gonna change your mind. You're gonna be like, oh wow, this guy talks like this, but like despite that, he's so wise.
He's also
And
got a really manly, deep voice.
Yeah.
I think that's a big.
You guys are also forgetting a very, very important detail about Riku.
The afro?
Yeah, the afro.
Yeah.
He's got an afro. I mean, like.
А реально, кстати, 5 даже, а не 6. А, я уже
Oh,
yeah.
That's the main
немножко
reason why
одной
we just
ногой в
can't play this
кроватке,
game
даже
Japanese.
двумя.
I mean, how do you say no to yippee?
I guess,
you have
I guess when we're talking
yatta
about
in
language,
Japanese.
like Chinese is technically
Действительно, еще, так сказать, 5 часов, и можно остальное тело в кровать
so it's those
переместить.
conversation things. You might have seen those in Colony 30. Those are like automatically scrolling, and Chinese characters are going to print a lot faster than English.
Смешные
So technically,
спы.
Chinese is the fastest language for this run. It's
Прыгаем
gonna be
с
faster by 11
обрывов
seconds.
под овердрайв.
It's small enough that it's
Yeah, small enough
that's right.
doesn't matter. But if you're into hyper optimization, you can always just.
And
play
you can
Chinese.
read Chinese.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, you don't need to read Chinese too much. Like that's what
It
we were
helps a
talking
lot.
about earlier. Like, yeah, obviously it
Хорош.
helps a lot, but basically most of our menus are going to be fixed throughout the run, so you can.
В принципе,
There's a lot
Плекса молодец,
like,
нигде особо не
you don't
задерживается.
wanna clear out. You don't want to clear out the wrong thing.
Yeah, but most of it is going to be fine,
Arts
and
and
if
stuff
you
are gonna be easy to
start
fix.
learning the symbols, you can kind of get it. But at this point, if you can only decipher the symbols, is it going to be faster? Probably not.
So one thing that we forgot to mention, I think we kind of glossed over it. Plexa actually picked up an accessory before we came
crack-
to the Orion tunnels. Yeah, it's the crack crystal.
Remind me
as-
not to sell it, by the way.
Yeah,
As the name
it's
suggests-
for you, mate. It's for you.
as the name suggests, it's actually cracked. So
It's really good.
what it does
На
is it
ПК
provides extra damage
такая игра не
whenever,
выходила, к сожалению.
whenever an enemy dies. So every time an enemy dies, it's gonna get
Да,
more
ну
more
можно,
damage.
конечно,
Against
наверное,
fights where
наэмулировать
there are
ее,
gonna be a whole bunch of targets, a whole bunch of enemies. This
Там,
is gonna really increase
посидеть,
against
подождать,
the
пока шейдеры не прогрузятся, вот это все.
I want to agree with you, but I'm not going to equip it.
Oh, you're not gonna equip it? All right, sure. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Like, yeah, like Spider, like I ran trials against it, and it's like, the black mask does enough.
Do you still get it for Juniper though?
Yeah, I use it for June, that's basically
Okay.
it.
Yeah. So, like we did mention, like this next fight against the spider, it's gonna have like a lot of little dudes.
Не спрашивайте, чат, как вообще персонажи прыгают в этих
Yeah, we're gonna
костюмах.
set up our party a little bit.
Они
Lance is
так-то
gonna
за
get
весь ран,
a-
наверное, несколько
gonna
десятков километров
be another
пешком
anchor for our
наворачивают.
aggro and make sure we protect our only healer here because Valdi's gonna leave the party when we start the fight. We're gonna upgrade our.
И это
Ouroboros
как бы не
form.
единственное, что должно
We're gonna
смущать.
start to use our Ouroboros forms a lot more now. So we
Вот
haven't
в
really explained
Дистрендинге
the
бы
way
там
you
все
build is by using
сточили.
fusion arts. So now we have
Будь
two
это
access to two
Дистрендинг,
master arts,
там
that's
бы
gonna
все
mean we
ноги в
have,
кровь
we can
были
build
бы.
it twice as quickly compared to if we only had like one fusion art. So yeah, we're gonna start to be incorporating more of these free interlink 2 strats into the battles here, and that's why we're gonna want to upgrade some of the trees here. By the way, checking of sick new skills underway. Yeah, some really cool thing that we put on Lance here is Titan.
Нужно
Fist.
прокачать
This is a
нашего
skill that
Ouroboros,
this is an art that inflicts shackle block.
накидать
Basically means that your enemies
артсов
cannot
тут.
block, and it's gonna be pretty nice
Большое
with this
дерево
mix right here.
прокачки. Вот на
The Princess
персонажах
Arachne has a very
довольно
annoying move called Cocoon, where
скромное
it just
количество
literally
обилок,
sits there and does
но
nothing.
при этом
It
они
grants it, like,
типа,
a
ну на самом
guaranteed
деле
block.
нифига
So
не
if we have
скромные,
Titan Fist,
потому
we
что
can
тут
actually,
разные системы классов,
destroy that completely
с них
and
там
make sure it
разные
does not
штуки,
block our attacks. And it's gonna be
и
nice for
они
some of the
очень,
later
очень
fights
сильно
as well for
влияют на
consistency.
геймплей.
So the first cocoon is like whatever, we're just gonna eat it. The second one is the one we want to try and get.
Exactly.
on.
Yep, this fight's gonna go more or less I would say like
То есть очень много
we're basically gonna
всяких
plan
факторов,
for Noah to hit level
очень
truly
много
level
разной
2 and
математики.
hopefully set it as well.
Босс-паук, куда же без него?
And we're also going to try to take out the little dudes as well.
Then I got trapped behind. That's okay.
So I don't think we ever explained the possible routes for driver combos, or well,
Driver combos.
Well, yeah,
Xenoblade 2.
there are driver combos and then regular combos. Yeah, so break and topple is always the same. You break and then topple. Then you can go to two variants. You can go to a Xenoblade
Есть еще,
1
кстати,
variant or a Xenoblade 2 variant. You can either go
есть,
for
так
launch
сказать,
smash, which is a Xenoblade 2 variant, or you
камбухи
can go
всякие.
for Days burst. And these have different effects. You don't actually learn about the burst combo finisher until
Там
like
драйвер
chapter 6,
комбо.
but you can do it earlier. Smash is for big damage and that kind of stuff. But then what burst does is it removes
Там
main
всякие
range from
лаунчеры,
enemies for a little bit of
атаки.
time. Some bosses, you'll see them, will have like a little flame in the middle of their HP bar.
Игра очень экшоновая, но при этом механически она очень сильная.
Whether or not that's relevant, but that's how it works. But yeah, it's now flame engage, so you know that they're in rage.
То есть тут реально надо как будто домашнее задание по матану делать,
He's back up. He's all good.
чтобы получать удовлетворяющие цифры по урону и прочему.
Alright, so we're going to Oral Lance here. He's going to hopefully draw some of that aggro. Oh, it's Tyrant died, but I think it should be fine.
It's fine from here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's early.
There's that cocoon. Hopefully you can inflict Shackle Block here.
Punch.
Resist.
You try, Lance. You try your best.
You tried your best. Yeah, we'll give it one more try. I've killed a lot of spiders actually, more than I
Да, надеюсь,
punch.
There we go.
получится
Shackle
комбо
Block.
нормально
It's not
сделать.
using cocoon anymore, but whatever.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't help anymore, but yeah, there it is.
Good job, Lance. You tried.
And we unfortunately do not get a talent.
Отлично, отлично пошло.
So
I'm gonna
obviously,
try to burst it down now.
И, походу, не получилось его нормально уронить.
Once you're in your Ouroboros form, you don't take damage, so you can't die. And when you take damage, it's actually going to make the Ouroboros Gouge finish faster. So you're going to have less time in your Ouroboros form. And actually getting more levels is going to make you have more Ouroboros time. So it's kind of nice on that regard as well.
So yeah, we got Riku and Manana, despite the fact that they're both Kevesi and Agnian, because there's one Kevesi and one Agnian, not one a piece, I believe it is a Kevesi class.
it is.
So it does mean that we get,
Ну, отличный файт, в принципе. Немного не повезло, но, в общем-то, главная фишка спидрана — это не сколько накидывать огромный урон, а сколько реагировать на то, как урон в этой игре работает. И делать разные выводы из этого.
But its relevance is a lot less now.
We used to rely on it quite a lot.
Yeah,
and
mainly because of the break art.
We would even like skill up Ogre so that you'd skill up.
Соответственно, так сказать, готовиться к вот разным ситуациям, которые нам игра готовит.
And they would put it on Ogre, which has increased chance for reaction. But
so
that was really bad.
Yeah. It's interesting to see
that was interesting time though, because like obviously the Ogre has like the early access to launch as well, and then there was like launch damage increase accessories, and there was like a whole bunch of things going on there.
It's interesting to see how the strats have developed. Basically, like break being such a pivotal mechanic, and break being so important in a lot of fights.
I like that I didn't take damage there.
That's good. That's good work. Real quickly though, as we are currently running towards our next like big boss fight in our next segment, I think we've got a little bit of time for any messages to be read, Mr. R.
I thought you were gonna pimp my album of like millions of Xenoblade clips.
Oh no! I mean, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that in a bit.
Yeah, let's go over to Argik.
Oh, thank you very much. We have a very nice $100 donation from Callie Roney. Saying first time donating, good luck to all the runners. Dementia and Alzheimer's has taken its toll on my family and
Просто мимо пробежим.
So, with that research, let's get on with that research with our donations. My donation goes to the Sonic Triple Trouble 2 players, 1 controller. Love you all. As the potential
Попутно припрыгиваем.
But I will say, donation incentive update here. We are at
Особо врагам не агрятся на нас.
1,000 for Fighting Console X. Now, I want to see that. I want to see that fight. I want to see more Xenoblade. I love this game. I want to hear more yippies, because, you know, why not? Please do keep your donations coming and put them towards our incentives here. And, you know, for all the Xenoblade fans out there, You heard the runners and the commentators there. Who's the best Nopon? And why is it Riku? And just let us know all your stats, all your fancy things that you like, you know, your jokes, your memes. What do you like about the Xenoblade games? Put them in the donations, we'll read them out, and we'll have some fun. Just have a bit of banter, you know?
In that Noah, Lands wants something
Такая вот игра.
Everyone loves that line. The
Ну, бежим
Japanese version
дальше.
of that line is insanely good as well.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it's so melodic, really weirdly. I love it.
This is technically
И,
slow.
конечно же, мой любимый
The one I like is who you calling a spoon?
quadraaceps, это огромный.
Huh? It's very
Просто
British.
валимся,
Voice acting
короче,
is
со скалы.
on
It's
point.
the best thing that happened to
Да.
Xenoblade.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so that what I just did there is I just did a big floor. I did another one earlier, so we didn't get a chance to talk about it. So I thought
Говорят,
I'd talk about
кстати,
it
у
now.
игры хорошая озвучка. Я, в принципе, с этим согласен. На удивление, она... Вот бывает у японских игр какие-то
You also get to, like,
странные
see
такие
if
кринжовые
actually take the
голоса,
elevator, which is in
писклявые
there.
немного,
Yeah,
что ли,
it's
наваливают.
I'll give
Тут
you
все
experience.
замечательно.
We run away from the bad guys, so obviously there is not going to be any problem when we leave this weather array,
Ни
right?
к чему
not
не
like we're being
придраться,
pushed in
так
a certain
сказать.
direction at
Yeah.
all, no.
Yeah.
Nice dive there, Mia.
Thank you very much.
But yeah,
10 out
so
of 10.
we're coming up to the end of this chapter. We've got a few more bosses to go. One of them's going to be a nice big tutorial fight with a massive boss, and then we've got an annoying little guy.
Also a tutorial fight, technically.
Yeah, technically, yeah.
Говорят, тут
This
еще
was one of
раздражающие
those fights
боссы
that for a
будут.
while was like a big
Да,
pain in the
раздражающие
ass.
боссы не скоро
We were
тут
talking about like a
кончатся.
new strat earlier as well, which I think
Yeah.
it's kind of cool.
Так сказать,
Yeah, so obviously I'll let
еще-то
those who
всего
know a
чуть
lot more
меньше
about the
5 часов
intricate
и
detail of this, talk about it. But,
пробежек
we're gonna be meeting up
раздражающих
with,
боссов.
another colony. This time it's an Agnian colony. The
Рандомных
leader, Iserd, is very
лаут
important
атак.
in Tyon's
Вот
backstory.
это вот
There's gonna be
всего.
a lot of stuff between and Tyon's kind of stuff here, which is actually pretty cool. This whole segment kind of unlocks like our next part of the. I think is it now that Ouroboros switching happens? I think it is.
No, it's the next fight.
So this
But
is
yeah,
behold,
and then, like, next
we
fight,
learned
but yeah, it's
about
here.
enemy area effects. This
Yeah.
is the only fight in the run where it's actually like
No,
it's-
yeah.
no, there's
DJ,
DJ, but basically it's not relevant.
This is the only time you'll see it.
Basically, it's not
If you
relevant.
see it anywhere else, something has gone wrong.
There's not much to it, but again, it is a robot, so you can see Valdez come back in because it is a giant Levnis or a Phoronis.
Говорят, у врагов тут
So, yeah, Valdez
на этом файте очень
useful
смешные
fighting machine is
ауешки.
gonna come in handy here as well. But yeah, because it's so
Реально
big, you just can stand
массивные.
away from it, away from the AOE. That I don't know why it's not a bigger AOE to make it relevant, I guess. But it'll summon ads.
Надо
at some
просто
point, it's not
держаться
too much of an
подальше.
issue, but this one's pretty straightforward for the most part.
Yeah, so an interesting thing is that this fight we actually used to chain this fight, but now we again with that whole push for reducing like the number of hero chains that you have to do, we actually do a late chain on this now. So the strat here, Plexa is going to be building up to Interlink free with Noah and Mio. This is going to give them a huge boost to their damage, and at the same time, at the start of the fight, you saw him putting like power rings and stuff.
Что ж мы делаем? Мы тут накидываем уроборосов, так как мы прокачали всякие пассивки, мы просто настакиваем бустов, настакиваем бафов, хилимся и билдим просто развал башни.
And also when they're at low HP. So once they hit Interlink 2, that's no more swapping for us.
Just swapping between those.
Swapping
Nothing else.
between Noah and Mio. Yep, nobody else. So yeah, so we have to pay attention here. We don't want them to die because when they die, their Interlink buildup gets reset to the start of that Interlink level.
И нам надо, чтобы никто еще не помер, блин.
Great. We got Interlink free right now. It's about
Тоже
half
важная
HP, which is
штука.
where this fight usually, like, we're usually at this point of the fight when we get Interlink free.
Yeah, so like damage obviously increases. I mean, in Interlink 3 and certain skills have certain abilities at Interlink level 3. As you can see, break for the entire like enemy player, break all. So everyone gets broken by that skill. So everyone gets broken, which is really, really handy.
Yep, so nice glorious wing here into our Mega Spinning Edge. That's our big Talon art. It's gonna take a huge chunk out of this Lambda Phoronis here, and then we're gonna try to burst it down with the rest of our party here.
Yeah, so the reason that works, there is a timer, as you can see, on each of the Ouroboros gates, and you can slow that down, but you'll always finish the action you're on pretty much. Well, your talent art will always finish off. So doing the glorious wing talent art,
Массивный,
like
конечно,
doing
враг.
the mega spinning edge, and then as soon as you finish it, you come out of that. So it's nice to get that one off.
So one last thing to mention while Plexa is finishing up with this fight and getting
Похож на финального босса из Persona 5.
Characters, they actually have a bonus effect based on the type or the role that they have. So when you are a DPS character and you interlink, you have a chance to inflict like a burst amount of burst damage to the opponent. So when Uni actually interlinked just now, it actually took a little chunk out of the Lambda Ferronis' health. So that's for attackers. For defenders, you increase your aggro. So when you interlink with a defender, it will draw aggro towards you. And then for healers, it's going to heal your entire party by a percentage of like your healer's HP. And
грамотно распределяем нашу пати, жмем плюсик. Спойлер персоны, да, Атлус кидает уже страйкер мне. Команда, так сказать, штурмовая команда Атлуса прибегает.
Just in time, we finish with this fight. Nice overkill there from Plexa, and we're going to go into the J.
И здоровый оверкилл тут накидывают через эту цепную атаку. Тоже как в этих ваших персонах. Чейн атак.
So whenever you go into your Ouroboros, I think it's when you like bring it out. That's when it happens. So I mean, Plexa was showing a video earlier where he was swapping between both of them. Yeah. So you'll see it whenever the Ouroboros comes out, basically, is when it kind of has a chance to proc it. So yeah, Plexa will basically be utilizing the switch mechanic. The switch mechanic is something that like Plexa was talking about like really fairly early on in the routing now.
Literally day one. Literally day one.
Where there are certain skills that have like instant activation.
Well, there's one skill and it's called atomize.
Yeah, and because it's instant activation, you can basically like cancel out of it really quickly. So you can use Ouroboros switching as its own kind of art cancelling, because you can't until you learn like chain combo. Are you alright?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, until you learn arts cancelling from this skill tree, you can't actually cancel arts for the Ouroboros particularly. But Ouroboros switching does do it as well. So Atomize has like an instant frame cast, so you can just use it, swap, and then use another skill and swap. And you can do much faster arts cancelling.
Рассказывают нам про всякие анимации, что мы можем там канцелить. Переходы там из этих Ouroborosов, вот это все. Пока, кстати, важно их прокачать. У нас, так сказать, удачный момент для этого.
There really should have been a second voice line for these.
There should have been, especially since even casually you kind of batch these.
Yeah.
You notice we're actually upgrading sentence chart here. This is actually a relatively new strat. It's a very cool strat, by the way. And this is the only fight where upgrading sentence chart is going to be relevant. But it's a really good strat because before that we used to be needing a hero on the chain in this fight as well. But with this new strat, we can not have to rely on getting the hero chain, which is obviously really nice for consistency. So this is the only fight in this one where we are intentionally going to use interlink-free Senna and Lance. And that's really cool.
So something really interesting
Нам тут нужно, так сказать, перестановки. Берем седные ланцы наших, Сена, которые нужны нам в этом файте неожиданно.
And you chain attack. You're not going to chain attack in the same way as you used to with the human round, and that's it. Now you've got access to Ouroboros order. So in order to get Ouroboros order, if you press Tie on the round 1 and say Uni on round 2 or round 3, then you're going to get a bonus round, which is the Ouroboros order, and you're going to be able to do massive damage with the Ouroboros.
У них вот хорошо работают комбы, бафы.
If you've got
Но я вот с удовольствием прошлый 7-часовой ранг посмотрел, и вот на этом с вами посижу.
Only 2 rounds of attack, but this time it's going to be 2 rounds with Ouroboros order. So first,
what's happening right now is I'm rushing this guy down to a 70% HP threshold to trigger the next phase of this fight. As soon as we hit that threshold, we should have interlink 3 on.
Надо зарашить, чтобы хпшку ему сбить.
Lance's talent art as Ouroboros to kind of
Такая вот страта на этого врага.
He takes 25% extra damage, which kind of makes this strat work.
And you can see all of that switching, all that healing coming out, like 300, 400 HP consistently. Yoren's got a lot of AoE damage, and it's really, really scary. So like having that healing coming out consistently completely makes it like his damage output much like more manageable for that period.
Yep, and there's that Maroon Marionette that we were talking about. He uses that at 70% HP and makes him like immune to all reactions. So we want to wait for that. Oh, that's the annoying phase there. So we have to try to launch him again.
Yeah, we do.
That's fine. A really nice thing about Lance's talent.
Да там комментаторы не шарят, там раннер просто по-своему бегает. Вот в чем прикол спидранов? Можно бегать, все, конечно, идеально, но есть куча для этого страт, но можно что-то и по-своему делать. И это здорово. И вот этим как бы отличается, как вот те или иные раннеры реагируют на разные ситуации. И вот эта игра, она офигенно показывает вот эту так называемую адаптивность раннера, адаптивный скилл, потому что, ну, ведь реально прикольно, что раннер не просто бежит по какому-то рауту, а он импровизирует, он понимает, что игра может что-то ему дать, что-то не дать. И надо в зависимости от этого какую-то реакцию выдать. Это самые такие лучшие спидраны, они вот на этом и работают. That she has and reduce the likelihood of her dying and resetting that Interlink. And yep, so once we get Interlink 1, we're just going to burst Urine down to that 70% threshold again. Это круто.
Get some nice topples and dazes that can help us with reducing the overall damage done to our party here. And yeah, this fight's pretty much going to end in a bit. Like once he uses Ruined Marionette.
The nice thing about daze as well that we never mentioned is the if an enemy is dazed, you can use it's not going to generate aggro if you do anything. So that's a nice way to mitigate the aggro that Noah is going to have, is that if there is a daze.
Okay, so there's the Marionette, and so they should have Interlink 3 now. That's great. Okay. Yep, and this technique that you see here, it's called switch.
Так, мы используем уроборосы, бафаемся чем можем, атакуем как можем, как не можем, тоже атакуем.
And we can also use that as well to kind of cheat and build our talent gauge as quickly as possible. And yeah, there we go. There's a good setup for the fight. You notice that we moved backwards. This is to group everyone together so that we can get our big power rings onto our entire party here. Yep.
Nice
so,
one there,
yep. Chain attacks have like a maximum distance which you can be at. So if you're really far away from the boss, everybody's gonna get warped. Like everybody's gonna get pushed like to the boss. And this is really nice for basically grouping our entire party up together and making sure that we can get power rings onto our entire party.
Yeah.
So we set 2 power rings, and then we use Noah to power charge himself, or to preserve his power charge, and also to get a Bravo. And then this is. Yep, this is the first
хорошая
round.
атака.
Are 2 rounds with both forms of the Ouroboros. You start with the Ouroboros form that you entered the chain with. So we start with Lance. And now we're going to do Senna's order. It's actually intentional that we do the Interlink chain in this
У
order
нас чейн атака с уроборосами. Это очень больно.
Ouroboros finisher has Senna doing the last big hit of damage, and it's only 1 hit, which means that if you kill your if you don't manage to kill Yorin before that hit, you're not going to get any overkill other than you're only going to get 200%. But by ending with Senna's Interlink, you can actually guarantee they can get at least 300% overkill here.
Тут грамотный расчет порядка того, как мы расставляем врагу своих пацанов, отправляем их в атаку. Да, и просто замечательная анимация происходит.
Little bit of routing, we can get around these problems. Like, it's really bad to judge a speedrun on like week 1 routing.
Очень смешно закрутили врага.
This is a fantastic overkill here. Yeah. Normally we would get like 300%, but because Senna's first hit actually killed there,
Фантастический оверкилл у нас пошел.
A lot more overkill here. Very nice fight from Plexa. And yeah, that is the J. He is kind of
Отлично
annoying, but he's
справился
definitely
Plexa.
way better than he was back in the day.
I do find it funny that he's console J with a hard J and his name
Yeah.
is
Yoren, yeah.
with a very soft J.
In Japanese as well, he's console J, but he's also just Yoren in Japanese.
Indeed. Well, we're finishing up this chapter. There's like obviously again we've managed to liberate another colony from the clutches of the consoles and Mobius and the war. And Iserd, who did go a bit berserk in the previous one, we're going to be trying to just repair that relationship a little bit. And I think we're going to be grabbing him too because he's had a pretty interesting hero thing.
That's going to be in the next chapter.
Yeah, he's a cool guy. I like Iserd a lot. I think he has a really nice voice.
И мы уже доходим до следующей главы, неужели?
Just a bro.
He is.
He's just a bro.
Kind of that bro mental.
Ну, тут по лагерям побродить, квесты посдавать, пособирать. В общем-то, пока передышка для раннера.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
You'd go have a drink with him at a pub or something at good times.
He also looks like a certain person. Are you allowed to mention that? Sure.
What? You talking about? I have no clue. Sorry, you guys have just been doing something for a bit. I've been zoning.
Water, Bowie. Water.
Oh right, I see. Sorry. Yes. Sorry. But I believe just whilst we're kind of finishing up this chapter, probably have some time for a couple of reads as well. Whilst we just get ready for fighting Dragon.
Cheers, we got a couple here. We got another $50 from username Niels.
Wow.
Coming up saying, Riku's got an afro? It's like, I always thought it was one of those like fluffy Russian hats.
It's both.
It's,
It is for
it's
Noah.
both. Oh, well. And we also have a $25 donation from Boogie Poppy saying something a lot of us are thinking of. Xenosaga remake when?
Not up to me.
Not up to me either. You're asking the wrong
I'd like
people.
to see Xenogears first. Xenogears is a better game. Sorry.
Ooh, do you agree? Is Xenogears the better game? Or is it Xenosaga? Let us know.
It's a fact.
I mean, we're 582 out of the
Там
1,000
как раз
that we need
спорят,
for
что лучше,
console X.
Xenogears
You wanna
или
see more
Xenosaga.
of those fights, keep those donations coming in. Argue with Legrand.
И когда же у них будут ремейки? Жесткие донаты с жесткими вопросами.
All the time, apparently.
You can have fun.
Gears or Saga, Afro or Hat, you decide. Let us know your donations, folks.
Yeah, we want to make sure we get that console X incentive met, and also make sure you put your money towards long hair Mio because it's the right.
Whoa.
It's a better choice.
Right. Okay. No, I do.
No. We're playing the game here, man.
No. Did anybody else legitimately struggle with that choice, or was that just
it
me?
was hard.
Thank you,
No,
Plexa.
no.
It took me about 10 minutes on stream. I was like, I was debating with Chad a bit.
Yeah.
And then I decided.
I personally inflated the time I thought about it. From the minute I saw the selection, I was going long hair, but I had to kind of I had to let chat think I was going to do that.
I don't know we can be friends anymore.
Why?
Oh no, I spent a good 20 minutes going. I like her short hair, but long hair looks good. It's like having an existential crisis over a hairstyle in the game, and you're like,
the thing is, they're both completely.
But it's such a pain to keep it up.
It is. It's a ball ache. It's an absolute arse. I'm not going to lie.
Mio complains about the fact, and come on.
I literally cut my hair the week before the game.
I mean, listen, I know, I have it myself. I have the locks, so.
No, but she looks better with long hair.
Ну и двигаем дальше. Так, нам
If I had that button, I would.
это вроде не нужно.
That image
А,
is
ну тут, в
absolutely
принципе,
beautiful, by the way.
большой
I love it.
хитбокс у этого замеса. Мы в него не влетаем.
Lore-wise and also, silly logic like, oh, it's really annoying because, it gets stuck in the plug. Also, because this is the JRPG, we're going to get our obligatory dragon. So, don't know why it's there. There is a dragon in the game, we fight it, and yeah.
It's also the first fight
И
in which
пока
we use,
менеджмент
Yumsmith. This is Riku and
наших
Banana's class.
классов,
We're using on Senna,
их
he's the inheritor.
скиллов,
Yumsmith is more of a utility class. It's gonna play a
уроборосов,
support class together with
все
the DPS.
perекидываем для
And we want to
определенных
we want to
файтов.
get that on Noah because it's going to be very useful for chapter 5. So we've used Riku and Banana in the J fight. That also goes towards unlocking Yumsmith for Noah. And this is also one of the fights which we routed in just to get that XP. One really nice thing about the Yumsmith is that it also speeds up your chain build. It has a skill called Preppy Link, and every time your Yumsmith uses an art, that's going to give extra chain build. So yeah, we have the Yumsmith here for like a bunch of different reasons.
Also, the outfit is cute.
Yep. It's really nice. I think it's the only class with like different outfits for different characters.
Ну,
So,
модная
that's the side
пальтишка,
we'll get
потому что
Riku's outfit with the really nice
экипировка,
backfill,
одежда, она
and then
меняется в зависимости
the
от
Agro
класса
side is gonna get
персонажа.
really cute chef hats. Yeah.
Вообще вот эта тема с классами, они в старых финалках вот появились еще. Что вот есть профессии, вы их можете менять.
At this point, we've
Ну,
got
в
all 6
четвертых
artworks, right?
или
So it might
типа
be the time
того.
to wonder, hey, which one is better? Because we've been using the
Честно говоря, уже
There
плохо
was one.
помню.
Special and very good, and they're all great, but Union.
Ну, это прикольная механика, что
yeah, so like
вы
guys,
не
you'll
играете
see
всю
why.
игру
You'll see why.
кем-то
no, it's nice
определенным,
because
вы
of the power
постоянно
charge,
туда-сюда меняетесь,
Senna
адаптируетесь под
and
ситуацию.
Lance is good
И
because of the,
в этом плане игра очень много
direction,
крутых
etc.
механик в
You
себя
get
засунула.
dodge.
Yeah, they're trying. They're very situational, but they have
I mean,
usage.
we did get to use it just now, so that means it's relevant for some stuff, right?
Yeah.
The reason why Uni and Tion's one is busted is because there is a skill that means that every time there is a buff in the party, it's going to buff the damage.
Ну,
out of
конечно,
your
куда же
buff.
JRPG без большого голубого дракона.
Like they're not like they've got like a hard border around them.
Жалко, он еще не голубоглазый.
And so, like, it's one buff.
И
So
не
that means
белый.
if you've got 7 characters, there's going to be 7 buffs all
Неважно.
that you're going to apply with any class. Because when you apply a buff, you don't apply a buff to one person, you apply it to pretty much everyone in the party. So, all of a sudden, you've got like a massive amount of extra DPS just because you've got one buff. And the nice thing about Wargunner that we explained earlier is that it has 2 buffs.
И у нас очень много урона получается дополнительно, потому что, ну, просто мы хорошо забафались.
And then you get Izzard, who also has a buff.
У нас что тут 14 бафов. Посмотрите, вот тут просто
Mirror trap, yep.
огромная
Only, I
куча
mean, it's nice, it
кругов
does
с
provide a bit of extra
бафами.
healing as well, but the main reason why we have mirror
Да,
trap
вот
is
2
to
круга
give
с
that
бафами и
extra
куча
set of buffs
бафов
for
помимо их.
healing chains.
Это вот
I don't
АОЕ
remember the
бафы.
values, but I think you can get up to 300% and you basically reach that 500. 500, yeah.
Короче, нормально нам вообще по кайфу.
30% additive per buff up to a cap of 500.
У нас
So yeah, and so you notice that Plexa was controlling basically kind of the entire
процентов,
fight.
короче.
And that's to make sure that we
Это
can
17
get healing
бафов,
free,
и
that he's using his fusion arts.
у нас просто до хрена процентов с каждого бафа. Вот тут, конечно, намудрили разработчики. Игра супер смешная, блин, получается.
Yeah, so this is why, again, earlier we were talking about, like, you know, the medic gunner having both delayed healing and debuff barrier are both also forms of buffing as well. So
Throws again.
Whoa, that's big damage.
He just throws the gun at them like that.
yeah, that's great.
Very uni movement.
So that's the first round. But wait, there's more.
Bosh.
Now we got Tion's round. We're basically gonna do the same thing. Just do 2 sets of buffs.
И
Make sure to refresh
добиваем
them, because they run out
здоровяка
really fast
цепными
with
атаками. Это,
With max duration.
в общем-то, да, можно посмотреть вот эти мультики с сильными атаками.
Also, his third ability is to kind of like
Они очень хороши на добивочку, потому что враг в эти моменты вообще ничего не может нам сделать.
Izzard's incredible for chains because he basically lets you build an entire chain with just 2 people. Yeah.
Что с нашим восточным другом, он нам пишет репортажи, присылает фоточки. Вот говорит, пинбол у них веселая. Залипал много.
And on top of that, he's a healer, and healers are really nice because they can revive people, obviously, and provide extra support to the party. Healers are definitely, I would say, the best hero type.
Like archetype.
Такие
Yeah,
пироги.
archetype. Like DPS is probably the least useful one because they don't really do DPS. Tanks are okay, but yeah, healer is really the most the useful one.
Don't ask me about the ones that we don't get, like thermatage and whatnot, but like when tactician is
Смешно,
good
дэшем в воде.
archetype, like you're doing pretty well.
And on top of that, healers can revive you, which is like pretty good. So
Yep, exactly. So we can afford to run fewer healers in our main party because we have our hero as a healer, which means that we can run other jobs on our party for more DPS, or maybe we need those classes for job unlocks. Really provides a lot of flexibility when it comes to like planning out the job route. We're gonna take a level here. It's gonna get us to 30 again. That next rush to the next kind of a power spike at level 30. We're gonna get the second accessory slot. And accessories are incredibly important. Just to like just do more damage, provide more utility to your party.
So you may have noticed that like every time we hit a threshold, there is going to be this little animation where you have all the unlocks that happened on Noah. That also
Снова
happens on every other
перекидываемся
characters.
всеми
And
обилками,
since that
всеми
animation is
бафами.
kind of long, that's why we are
Нужно
always
все
going
это
back to Noah's
качать,
menu every time we're exiting a game menu, etc.
все это
Just to avoid
сетапать.
all those extra animations that takes time, and it's very frustrating when it happens because you're like, I messed up my menu. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's really slow. It's definitely a lot faster to just take the extra inputs and go back to Noah every time you want to go to a next part of the menu. Hopefully we don't see the really slow unlock.
Говорят, тут лучше не мешать. В принципе, у Плекса вообще машина. Ну, типа, ранее эти JRPG-шки постоянно на каждом ивенте, я бы, не знаю, как сказать, попал бы когда-нибудь на Есу, я бы ему руку пожал, постоянно комментирую его игры. Постоянно что-то новое, там Golden Axe, еще что-то. И, кстати, тут тоже Golden Axe на это, если будет, надеюсь. Интересно, кто же там будет. Ну и вот. Очень хорошо он менюет. Что я хотел сказать. То есть, представьте, у вас... да вы сами видите, в общем-то. Куча меню. Разные скилл-3 для вот, дерева скиллов. Разные штуки с бафами. Все это надо пересчитать, перебрать. У каждого персонажа просто. И он очень быстро все это раскидывает. Я бы так не смог, конечно. Он красавчик.
They're the cutest enemies.
That was worth it.
Yeah.
It's them or the capybaras.
There's also a unique enemy which is just like a giant otter.
Oh yeah,
Isn't there two of them?
Yeah. There's two of them.
Oh, and then there are like two more big otters at the top. Yeah.
They're like in love or something. Cute.
Говорят, тут враги похожи на огромных капибар. Очень милые.
Oh yeah.
Так что не будем с ними сражаться. Что-то народу в зале немного, так у них сейчас типа 4 утра. Это нормально. Они просто, понимаете, на Есе там, по-моему, в отель входит только завтрак, и поэтому никто не хочет пропустить завтрак. Там вот этот номер покупаешь обычный, проплачен, по-моему, только завтрак. Как бы вот 4 утра все спят, все обязательно хотят выспаться, встать к завтраку, не так сказать, не опоздать. Такой небольшой инсайт, да? Зачем завтрак, когда есть Xenoblade Chronicles 3? Ну, Xenoblade Chronicles 3 на хлеб не намажешь. К сожалению.
Basically what it does is it allows you to inflict a lot of AoE damage very quickly by buffing your characters. Now that we have access to the War Medic, we can buff our characters at the start of battle, and then Uni and Tyrant are going to get a huge damage bonus to that what we like to call Unon spam, basically spamming Uni's Raptor rate, then switch going to Tyon to use his Atomize. Atomize is the main skill we want to use here. It's really it's unique because it does damage basically just when you use it, but it has a really long cooldown animation, which we can skip by swapping to Uni, and then we can just, swap between both of them, keep spamming their AoE, and take out like a whole bunch of enemies at once. And so that's what we're gonna do right here.
I'm gonna try for the power charge on Uni's Aurora.
Yep.
We'll see if it works.
And also while we're here, we we run into Juniper.
Xenoblade на
Anything
бату.
we'd like to say about
У нас,
Juniper? I think
кстати,
Juniper is a pretty
так,
cool
квест
character.
взяли.
Juniper is a kitty archer.
Yeah.
Not voiced by Kitty Archer. They are a stalker class, which is a really cool.
Canonically non-binary. We
Yeah.
love them.
Yeah, they are awesome. They're a very cool.
Сразу же с
character,
Уроборосов
and,
заходим. Да, тут
their
уже
interactions
Уроборосы
in
не
the
так
game are
мешаются
amazing,
на
but,
файтах.
yeah,
До этого
this whole
мы,
section is
так
about
сказать, в ранних частях раны мы их почти не юзали, но теперь мы их нормально раскачали, мы можем канцелить их атаки между собой, быстро менять на других, прижимать все, что нам нужно. Короче, по кайфу.
And unlike these things, so it's going to unlock a new movement option for us. So first off, we've got to defeat them and kind of like do a few bits of quests to kind of, to free their colony from the war. People can die.
The dying is not good, but it's fine.
This is a very slow move that they can use as well. Cheers.
Liberation arrow, peak art design right here.
Yeah, the Stalker class is one of the ones. This is another one of those underappreciated DPS classes.
Красивые атаки.
It's one of those, it's all setup based. If you can get it in the right scenario, it can just do so much damage. But it's just you need to know how to utilize it. I believe it's kind of for you guys. It seems.
Нам тут нужно, конечно, хороший сетап, чтобы много депоса накидать. Надеемся, все получится.
But Juniper does give us a very helpful class, and you will see it a lot more than you probably thought you would.
Yeah.
If you're coming into this run blind, or you're probably thinking, oh, don't worry about Stalker, but no, you're going to see it a bunch.
It's one of the. It's like it does a lot of work, but you don't really see the work it does. It's actually very important for the final boss fight, and yeah, just like these in chapter 4 in general, just that extra damage does help out quite a bit in the chains, getting your overkills and stuff.
So nice little skip there.
That was nice. That was a very like reminiscent of Xenoblade 2 skip, that one, falling off and getting like the grab. And obviously when you're grabbing in that area, it auto does the cutscenes. It just takes you straight to the top as you saw. So
what's funny is they like actually put like blocks around most of the ladders in most places, but just not that one. Very convenient.
Yep. So like like the reason why Stalker is underappreciated is because playing as it outside of chains really doesn't feel great because of the long animations and it just doesn't feel like it's so good. But since you've got other characters, you can just swap out and just play the better classes.
Yeah, so you can see this running through Colony Tower here, which is a very dilapidated colony.
Нам тут нужно квесты выполнять, потому что они нам всякие хорошие классы позволяют брать. Это дело доброе.
Alright, so this is the fight against Rhinons. We don't get Izzard here. Izzard's going to be swapped out for Juniper because this is part of their hero quest. So we're going to basically do the same strat of non spam. And Plexa is going to try to swap around targets to try to optimize his AoE as well. The one annoying thing about Atomize is that it does inflict blowdown, which sends the enemies away from you, and sometimes it will send it away from your range.
Так, а вот Plex у нас пытается оптимизировать этот файт, аккуратно встать и распределить, рассосать урон максимально. Ну, тут нет такого, вот знаете, бывает в спидранах, что чуваки хотят по одному там щелкают быстренько врагов, но тут все враги как бы довольно жирные, а АОЕ атак всяких довольно много, поэтому стараются, так сказать, рассасывать урон максимально.
Every time you level up your interling level. For these fights, because Yunon spam, we're just going to use interling 0 because it's not worth it to level the interling. And we get such a huge additive that it doesn't really matter anyway. But one annoying thing about interling 0 is that it comes with a 15% accuracy penalty. So sometimes you can get unlucky and just like a lot of your big hits like kind of just whiff. So later
especially Tyon.
Yeah, especially Tyon, because he's the one which he is going to be doing like carrying the damage here. So it's going to be relevant later. There's some time, a lot later on. We're going to be using interlink. There are going to be some fights where we're going to intentionally build up to interlink 1 just to avoid that accuracy penalty if we can. Just something to keep at the back of our minds. And yeah, this is well, we mentioned
how are you guys doing?
we were talking about the long loads here, and we're kind of unlucky.
Капец, уже скоро почти полрана пройдет. Не успеем, так сказать, мы с вами насладиться, походу. Скоро уж конец.
Yeah, it's like 30. It'll take 30 seconds to load in.
Don't worry, Tags. The game is working fine.
There we go.
Hey, we loaded.
Well done for Xenoblade 3. Good job.
Good. Xenoblade 3 is a very
Тут загрузка очень-очень долгая.
There are no bugs or glitches. There are
Yeah,
definitely
no,
no
definitely. Actually,
Как говорят,
actually
тут
no glitches.
очень хорошо запрограммированная
I
игра.
think it's incredible.
Но, в принципе, гличей тут
Now we
реально
can
не
slide
особо.
down, there's a zip line.
Very cool.
We're gonna have a nice, just like.
И можно покататься по тросу. Круть. Разработчики этой игры придумали разнообразие, так сказать, изобрели.
We're pretty sure it is.
Yeah, we're pretty sure it is.
Security is the reason I went on a Onigiri
Это
immediately after this game.
интересно.
I love Siguri. She's one of my favorite
If my wife is
characters.
listening, and I don't know if she is, that is why we had Onigiri for like a week straight.
That was why. This game did a lot of things. You got a bunch of onigiri. I bought a Shinabue flute.
Yeah,
I mean,
you did.
like that's going okay, by the way. It wasn't good enough to bring here, so
Next time,
yeah,
next
next time. But yeah, again, similar thing. Again, this is not you don't have to win this fight. You just have to get like certain HP down. I'm not sure how much it is anymore.
It's like 75%,
70%?
something. Yeah,
Yeah.
75%.
Get them down to that much. Not take off that much, but get them down to that much.
And so why is this fight happening? No reason.
Ну, заметьте, тут как бы разница в уровнях нифиговая такая, но очень хорошо раннер эксплуатирует механики игры. Ну, блин, а что разработчики игры хотели? Просто накидали 50% бонуса за бафы. Это слишком много. Типа, как такое чувство, как будто игру вообще не японцы делали. Они все-таки в Азии больше в почете такие микро какие-то проценты, типа 0,05 там, прочая фигня. А вот сложно поверить такое дело.
Eventually, I figured it out. Well, someone told me, and then I just closed it open and did it immediately.
Close your games, guys.
We're going through Mac the Forest right now, by the way, which is
This
like.
fight coming up is the Anludes. They are my least favorite fight in the entire run. I have died to the Anludes.
These Anludes are really smart.
They,
Говорят,
play
тут
dirty. They
неприятное
took us
место
out
для
of
раннеров,
the
где
first
можно
one and
помереть.
died.
Excellent.
It was brilliant.
Yeah, so our food and our resources get
Gasp!
they get nicked. Yeah, gasp. So we have to try and go and get them back. And there's like a whole bunch of nice stuff happening here between some certain character interactions. But again, we're not going to see that, and so it's not really relevant to the speedrun itself. So
Play the game. The game is great.
Yeah,
Like it has
honestly,
so
it's
many
like-
good interactions and story cutscenes and stuff.
The really nice thing you saw Plexa do there is actually engage before he got spotted by the Anlutes. Izzard has a skill that gives him an 80% chance to proc party-wide attack buff when you have the initiative in a battle. So if you get spotted by an enemy, you won't get that chance. But if you draw your weapon before actually getting spotted by the enemy, you can get that 80% chance. And you know, it's just extra damage at the start of the battle. Izzard's really nice for that reason as well in these AoE fights.
Нам тут ранее рассказывают про всякие экстра вероятности получения экстра урона. Я...
The one annoying thing about
Да, там вот 3
Plexa
чела,
this
так
fight,
сказать,
or this game
комментят.
is that if enemies fall off the cliff,
Ну,
they
так
respawn.
я
don't
считаю,
die,
что
they respawn,
комментят
which is
2
like
чела, а
really
вот
annoying.
второй в шарфике, это, так сказать, запасной мужик. На случай, если первого очень сильно задушит игра, он его заменит. Он почему-то прописывает его тоже как раннера. Ну, это, кстати, нормальная тема, что бэкапный мужик. Ну, потому что рано на 7 часов.
just had a feeling.
Well, we've got time.
Oh, right, okay, you gotta. We do
Вот.
indeed.
Я,
I'm
кстати,
very
тоже
pleased with
своего
this.
рода
$20
бэкапный
from
мужик. У
Xenoblade
нас
again comes in. They really
должен был
rallying for
другой
this incentive,
человек
by the way.
откомментить.
Let's rally behind them and like get back and get that donation incentive met. But $20, username Neo says, no matter how you look at it, 15 is a dumb name.
15.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, Plexa knows that's fine. As long as Plexa knows, because I'm sitting there
Oh, yes.
confused.
Yeah, 15, Yeah, that's the whole...
Senna is not very good at naming.
No, she's not.
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
I remember.
Yeah,
I remember.
She got it right with Sagiri, and then it was all downhill from there.
Yeah, it was a one-hit wonder there.
Your name's Six. We'll call you X. All right.
I mean, it's Senna. You can't ask her for much, but that's fine. That's why she's cute.
Но он
I mean,
нормально
Senna's
держится,
just saying.
я думаю.
Very good.
Главное, чтобы вы, парни, в
The word I was
чате
gonna say to
не
follow that
забывали
up
в туалет
is,
там
I'm not
ходить
sure
или
if it's,
типа того,
allowed on the stream.
водичку
It's
пить.
not that like
That-
TOC, but just
That sounds like a unique.
Should I just
Тут у
say
нас
it anyway?
специально
What are
подготовленные
you
бойцы.
thinking? Like, other than I'm right or wrong.
bollocks.
Oh, right, yeah, that's fine, that's fine.
I'm not sure.
That's totally-
Some people would consider that swearing. I don't.
I mean,
I think that's just banter.
That's banter between me and you, we're fine. Yeah, that's UK bants coming out. That's what that is.
She says it in the first 30 minutes of the game. I knew she was the best girl immediately.
I mean, yeah.
Like, sorry, you don't.
Yeah,
you
no,
don't just drop bollocks and just think that that she's not the best.
Oh yeah, no, Uni's great in that, but just like you were talking about it earlier, like the character development between all the stories in that, it was a case of just throughout the end, like towards as the game went in, it's like Tyon's a douche. Sorry, like first half of the entire, okay, no, he's not, and then Senna's like, no, she's actually best girl. Like the things she
The
goes
best
through is like,
role ever.
I mean,
Like-
at the Senna gets like.
Ну и, наверное, у них просто комфортные стулья.
and then gets
And then
all
it's
of it. Exactly. But yeah, username Neos there is donating a massive amount towards this donation. We
Yeah,
are
cheers, thank you.
$400 away. We are coming up towards the air. Like it is at the end of the run, but don't let that 4 hours fool you.
We do have a
want
bit
that.
more time, right? So I've got a bit more running to do. Quad, why should we fight Console X?
Because she's cool and she has a sick design and really nice hair.
And
That's,
there you
that's
go.
a really creepy addition to the whole thing. She's got really nice hair.
So you see, while you think that Senna is best, while you think Uni is best, I'm pretty sure Quad here thinks X is best.
Janaya.
Actually, I do. I mean,
I do.
there are a lot of great characters. There's a lot of great characters in this game, honestly.
Speaking of great moments, this is a really, really important.
Yeah, this is one of the
here,
best
actually.
cutscenes in the game.
In terms of like the specific thing that happens here is that
Говорят, вот в игре красивая катсцена, но
they're taking a long time to get to the sword.
мы ее скипаем очень быстро.
Talks to her and like tries to comfort her, but just gets it a little bit wrong, and you try and.
Мия, короче, что-то милое делает. В общем-то, лучшая вайфу этой игры. Качаемся.
I think Plexa was mentioning earlier that the flute that Mio is using is not hers. It's Miyabi's, her friend, who sacrificed her life to save Mio. And so she's holding onto her flute as like a reminder that she was there.
Тут спойлер,
Learning
жесть.
about this says, well, how about we do this? You give me your flute.
Конечно, сюжет довольно такой драматический, но... Ну, вдруг вы сами поиграете в эту игру. Хотя, кого я обманываю, я, наверное, единственный здесь в нее не играл, все поиграли. Дайте Карик поиграть. Так, Плекса опять менюинг делает, качает своих уроборосов. Да, без перевода тяжело такие штуки читать.
Really works so well. I was really impressed with how this worked out and how it plays out.
I'm super glad as well that actually kept
диалогов много.
in the game, because like when you're doing some off-seeing and like you find a husk in Noah place, he normally has got his black flute, which is I think it's a 3 honchoshi, which is a deeper pitch, and then the 8 honchoshi, which is the size of Mio's flute, like the white one, is a much higher pitch. So because of the different pitches and the different kind of scalings that they have.
Да языки сложно учить. Не знаю, все никак не выучу японский. Так бы вообще играл во всю годноту в оригинале. А так приходится ждать переводов. Там тяжело идет. Уже всю азбуку, так сказать, уже забыл.
Worst fight in the game. No,
Yeah, so this fight has kind of like an interesting history. When we first started routing, this was like a 6-7 minute fight, and it was a horrible fight.
Still a horrible fight.
So we used to do 2 chains, like 1 chain on each of the piranhas here. And then eventually we
И тут у нас очень смешной
cut it
файт.
down to like a 4-minute fight where we
С
chain
огромными,
Apple,
просто
and then we bursted
до
Kamaravi down.
смеха
And now we optimize it even
огромными
further, down to like
врагами.
a 3-minute fight where you would burst Kamaravi down first, then chain Apple. And yeah, it's just really interesting to see how the stress have developed. So the way we do it now is we're going to rush to Interlink 3 on both Tyon and Noah. And we're going to use Noah's Interlink 3 to take Kamaravi down. He has a weaker defense, physical defense side, so we're going to take that to our advantage. He's also beefier than Ethel, so we want to... so once we get Tyon's Interlink 3 and we take Kamaravi down, we use Tyon's chain to hit Ethel on her weaker...
Как видите, у нас тут смешные круги. Это значит, что мы в бафах сидим. Баф у нас все на дефенс, потому что бьют враги очень больно.
So it is pretty dangerous because you have 2 really strong enemies here that can do a lot of really annoying things to your characters, like launch and smash them. So you really want to pay
Так,
attention
мы
to
его
your aggro
уронили,
here and try to
ничего
keep
себе.
your tanks alive.
И у нас тоже, кстати, роняют.
That's a problem again. Whenever you revive a character,
Что-то тяжело, жиденько
whoever
идет
revived
файт.
is going to get a lot more aggro, just to punish you
Ooh,
from
okay, no,
both
we
healers down,
got to
yeah.
restore this. Yeah, that was unfortunate.
Нужно агрить врагов на себя,
We
побольше
had
на
1 job,
танков.
Lance.
Это
This is why this
пипец.
fight's not super fun. That's okay.
Ну, нормально. Не так жидко, как в начале рана, и все шло.
And also the weapons that they have in their leftness is mirroring what they
Где был этот великий файт, который просто раза 4
So we're controlling Tyler
перезагружали.
here because we want to get him up to at least, like, Interlink 2,
Тут не
so that we can,
зафартилось
like,
тем, что у
try
нас
to get,
Ланс
like,
не
last
справился
level
со своей
Interlink himself.
задачей.
And also because we really want to make sure we're on top of our healing. The healer AI is kind of bad, not gonna lie.
Не сделал свою
Especially
единственную
if we're doing
работу.
Interlink, so we want to do it for them, and at the same time make sure that we use
Да,
our
вот
healing
здорово, у
also
нас
down,
в пати
so
один
we can
персонаж
keep
не
tanks healthy
справляется,
there.
и все.
Izzer doesn't actually provide that much healing. I mean, he
Ну,
does
как
provide
бы,
some, but it's not gonna be like a
надо еще
tremendous
понимать,
amount.
что это все-таки
So we want to make
спидран,
sure
мы
Tyon's,
по уровню
doing a good
немного
job
не
here.
докачаны.
And then
Мы можем
afterwards
себе
we
это
can sort of,
позволить.
like, try to help Neo and Noah out, if they need
Но
a
тут
little
надо
bit more
играть уже на
boost.
тоненького.
But once we get Neo to Interlink 3, we're gonna use that Mega Spinning Edge again to chunk Kamaravi here. Really dangerous part about this fight is Kamaravi because he has so much AoE with that Heaven's Flyer Bloom and also that Conflagration Blade that can inflict blaze onto your entire party.
Самый большой враг в этом файте — это камера игры, потому что у нас тут просто атаки врагов, они перекрывают вообще все, что мы видим. И это очень неприятно. Не знаю, просто все это выглядит как какой-то...
it's going to help building aggro. So every time it's popped, you can make sure that like the aggro is going to be on
Легендарный
Lance. It's
замес.
very nice.
And Tyon does have Interlink 3 as well, so we can basically just
Ну, как бы это все, дизайнилось на то, что мы будем сражаться с этими врагами вот в форме этих уроборосов, которые повыше, и камера получше, но мы экономим наших уроборосов, мы стараемся максимально, так сказать, просадить их, чтобы добить нашими уроборосами. Ну, потому что это быстрее, мы можем долго и муторно их бить, а тут затанковали, закидали уроном, пофармили все шкалы. И мы, каждый файт, по сути, достаточно те файты, которые достаточно потные, враги достаточно жирные, мы в них стараемся поочередно комбить, потом использовать уроборосов, И уже после этого можно прожать цепную атаку.
150 just from one hit. Let's go.
Yeah, power charge to belt.
Yeah.
Sure.
Easy.
Вот.
Again,
Вот
obviously,
эта атака, она дает нам красивые мультики, это очень долго, но если мы добиваем врагов, то, в принципе, окей. Так, мы тут быстро перезагрузимся, чтобы переделать сетап, потому что все перебиндит, конечно же, Plexa очень быстро. Очень скилловый в этом плане. Ну, Plexa же RPG раннер. Он очень много разных игр ранит, но решает его скилл менюинга во всех. О, даже гемы пошли в ход. На удивление, гемы дают большие бафы. Предметы эквип, смотрите, меняют. Iron Temple Guard, да.
Is it really that scary considering that they got kitty punched really hard?
This is also the Falcon Punch cutscene, yeah.
The Falcon Punch cutscene is one of the best.
Oh yeah.
All right, so this is a very interesting strat. So this is a strat that's done purely for consistency. We call it early chapter 5. You can figure out for yourself why we call it after like we actually do it. But the idea here is you want to build to your chain with Mio, and then before we actually start our chain, we are going to do a very special setup.
Yeah, and the reason we're going to do that is remember.
Короче, мы при помощи Мио стараемся быстренько засетапить нашу цепную атаку.
It's going to be 89% because you've got 7 characters and only 3 rounds.
Так сказать.
But what happens if, well,
шутит, что это сетап называется ранняя пятая часть, 5-я глава. Говорят, мы поймем почему. Вы понимаете? Я надеюсь.
There's going to be a 75% chance that you can...
Oh no, Mio died.
Oh no, Mio died. What are you doing? What are you doing?
She's done. I'm sorry.
И Мио умерла.
So basically,
А что он сделал?
this strat, we can guarantee that we can see both Uni and Tyon in this chain, so we can always finish this chain with their Ouroboros.
А нам хватило на цепную атаку. Я не понимаю, это руина или, так сказать, превозмогание?
All the way up to 95%, which is a huge increase to your chances of winning this fight.
And then this fight, if you get particularly unlucky, which we are not getting particularly unlucky, like you can even sometimes get through with that with missing Izzet.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a really good strat for just ensuring that you get past these few fights, because these fights, like these enemies have a lot of HP and they're very, very tanky, and so you want to use your most powerful weapon, which is the Uni and Tyon Ouroboros finisher, because you also have like so many war medics in your party to give.
Нам тут нужно самый сильный, наверное, атака будет Ouroboros finisher.
So like again, Izzet is gonna allow us to build the entire chain with just 2 people. We're gonna use a few more characters in like last few rounds just to score like amazings. Just to build that chain a bit more.
Посмотрим, как это реализуют. Но, в принципе, уже огромный урон. И, как видите, тактические очки выше сотки. Это значит, что цепная атака продолжается, да? Врубается reactivation.
And she's a defender, which is not going to set a buff or deal damage, so she's not worth having in chain attack, so that's why she's the prime character.
Так, теперь аккуратненько накидываем бафы. И это огромный урон, кстати.
Tyon's Ouroboros finisher is actually slightly faster than Uni, so it's technically more optimal that we're getting his right now.
Buff time.
So we're gonna do a full stack of buffs here on our entire party. Triple.
Юни не самый, кстати, быстрый финишер, но в данном случае он хорошо сработает.
Yep. And so yeah, this strat is great not just for, you know, just dealing all that damage and actually finishing the chain. It's also gonna guarantee us pretty much a consistent, like, large overkill. So much damage.
Like 40% on that one move. And then obviously the multi-hit purpose thing
Вот
here
это
means
да,
you can
маг.
over and over
Конечно, вероятность такого исхода
Yeah,
процентов
fantastic
40
fight.
была.
40% overkill is great. Yeah.
So yeah, the healer hero approach is
Отлично,
actually
очень
the
хорошо.
strongest one, surprisingly enough.
Yeah.
So there's a
Жесткий
cutscene just quickly,
оверкил.
it's a very important moment where like what OMP do
Это
is
на
instead of losing
тоненького
their
было,
they're very salty about it, is
потому что мы
they
фармили
they
шкалу,
stay in interlink too long,
и
and they kind of
персонаж, который ее
focus on,
фармил,
like,
он, короче, умер
execute what's
прямо
called
перед
an
тем, как...
annihilation event, where they just kind of go, they just implode and just like
Прям
destroy,
вовремя,
like,
короче,
a
умер.
massive sphere of, like,
Продержался до
gold.
нужного
And just
момента.
saying that they're interlinking for too long, which is why you get like the whole blinking thing and you jump out of the
It's
interlink.
why the dragon exists.
Yeah, yeah. There's this whole thing where they keep hearing a noise, so they cancel the interlink. But that's kind of
Yeah.
what happens if you
So, like,
interlink too long.
Unironically, during the random dragon that gets in our way, like the post cutscene of that is like, what's that blinking?
Yeah, let's jump
like,
out. Yeah.
Like, what is it? Why? Well, I feel like we just have to cancel it, but like, why? What if we kept going? And like, I don't know. What would happen if we keep going? And then there's answer.
Oh.
Oh, you know when we were having that whole conversation about who's your favorite, character.
Do you know that there's a certain character that appears in the cutscene after the dragon?
After?
That's the first cutscene where we see Console X.
That's not who I'm talking about.
Who
I'm
you
talking
should be
about-
donating for, so we
Yeah,
can see
we
more
should
of
be
them.
donating for her so we can find her.
However, we have got there's a thing we can do. I was saying earlier that when you do side quest things, like with Issa, you don't actually need to unlock his hero class to get him. Issa's in our party. Well, we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to run it over to this particular colony, and we're going to cancel out our fight with the Wrath of Ashira. Ashira is a very aggressive tank class, but she's kind of similar to a degree to Issa, where
О,
she guarantees.
так, у нас
So
тут,
Issa
кстати,
guarantees Bravo.
оказывается, гнев Шира,
Ashira can guarantee
Yeah.
amazing on the first turn.
Танковый
On any turn
класс.
that you get her, but she also does. You can't use her again when you use her, but you also get power charge as well through the entire party.
Не, она
when
типа
it's
хорошо
Ashira.
работает
So
на...
if you use characters who have power charge with Glorious Wing,
в начале
you get
файта,
Ashira
грубо
as well.
говоря.
So it's kind of nice to be able to get the amazing and also get power charging. But yeah, the amazing having like a big boost of like percentage is super nice.
Шо
She's an
опять?
incredible hero. Like,
Yeah.
she is so
This is-
good, and she just, she
Robot.
provides so much
Yeah,
extra damage
robot.
in your chains when you use
Я
her order.
робот.
It is extremely worth it to pick Ashira up here. And another very important thing that she does is she has the
Я не
ability
робот.
to launch using an art, so not a talent. So up to now, the only source of launch that we have had is Ogre, but that's a talent art which you cannot
И
use in your chains. So
покатушки
having
на
Ashira basically
тросе.
means that you can launch as
На
long as you
самом
have a
деле
break
это
on your
выглядит
part. As long as you have a
страшно.
break on the enemy, you can chain, topple, and then launch with Ashira. And yeah, so that's on top of all the extra utility that Bowie already mentioned, like getting the guaranteed amazing, being able to cycle free characters, get free characters back guaranteed, and just
Which
build-
isn't her as
yeah.
well. Like you
Yeah.
can use 3 and then finish with her and
Yeah.
get the other 3 back. Because
Exactly.
She can't come back.
And that's actually a good thing because you don't need her to come back. You just need that one round where you get like those free characters back, so you can guarantee a very consistent and a very just routing like Ashira changes is extremely consistent because she's able to provide you with such a reliable outcome of getting those free characters back. And yeah, again,
В
like, those
принципе,
extra damage,
я думаю,
damage ratio when you
текущая
use her
часть
order
стран
plus the
достаточно
power charge,
стабильная.
it's going to be very relevant for a lot of the fights where we use her. Nice.
So yeah, up until now, the only way
Мы
to get
еще новый
larger
класс
than
тут
one
применил в
was
бою.
Glorious
Ой,
Wings, which is kinda
промахнулся
slow to set
по
up, but
тросу.
if you suddenly have
Вы
a,
представляете, как
a
стрёмно,
number that you
наверное,
can use that
кататься
doesn't-
над обрывом
basically doesn't cost time because you want to
на
use
такой
it,
штуке?
anyway to
Как
maximize
Гранд
your
Каньон
damage.
по
So
тросу
it's just
пересечь
better.
на
You spend
ботинках.
more time, like the same amount of time on the chain as you had with Silver.
Прикиньте, если бы не было всех
but
этих
just keep
игровых
the Glorious
условностей,
Wing
какие бы у
usage.
героев были
Yeah,
мозоли.
that 50% damage
Сколько они
is
километров
multiplied by
прошли
the
за этот
huge
спидран.
amount of, chain
Не один
bonus
десят.
damage that you get as well, so it's so crazy.
Like
Yeah,
the only
But Ashira was one of those things like
I
early
want
on.
to caveat this conversation by saying that like the way that we use Ashira in chains is probably not the way that our viewers at home use Ashira in chains.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But we won't spoil that.
Fair enough.
But to your point that you were going to
Yeah.
get to is that like day one, everybody knew that Ashira was going to be used.
Yeah,
It's,
I
it,
was.
yeah.
It was one of those things. I was like, I'm getting her. I don't care. I don't care. I'm getting her.
It's actually really interesting because, I mean, Ashira is still really good, but the way the route is developed, we've begun to rely less and less on Ashira.
Yeah.
The main problem with Ashira is just that in order to get the benefits of Ashira, you actually have to get her hero order, which is far from guaranteed.
Пропрыгиваем.
As we might know, like from
Это
bounty
позволяет
trades and stuff.
врагам на нас не
Fortunately, we
агриться
have strats
особо.
now
Вот,
that
кстати,
don't
агрятся, но
exactly
не
rely on getting
особо.
the hero order.
Потому что мы
It's
прыгаем.
really nice if we can get them
Oh.
still. It's just gonna speed up the chains. Yeah, but right now we have
И
strats that if we
все,
don't get the hero
добежали
order,
дальше.
fine, just have to spend a little more time in the chain. That's fine. We still win.
На вот это вот, так сказать,
Like if we're gonna retry the fight.
натуральной лестнице нас
The other thing about
враги
Asher,
уже
like
не
the
тронут.
problem with the character is that she's tanking, but she doesn't have any good way to tank. So she's getting the aggro, but then she dies.
Yeah, like
That's
her like the whole shtick of like her particular class is that it's the aggressive tank. It's the powerful one. It kind of it does lean towards the agility side in terms of its stats. But yeah, it's just
Not as well as Zephyr.
yeah, it's not as good as Zephyr. But yeah, the whole like it's got good damage for a tank, but it's still a tank. Like so, it's a bit of a weird class to fight with.
It's probably the most reliable class to draw aggro though, so it doesn't have that going for it.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like I was mentioning at the start of this run, like how this game does a really good job of like segregating jobs, like DPS do DPS, healers do healing, and then tanks like draw aggro and don't die. I guess the downside of that is that when it comes to like these kind of hybrid jobs, like you have a DPS-ish tank, or you have like what else is a good example of a hybrid kind of like Thaumaturge?
Говорят, очень хорошо над классами поработали над игрой, прям восхваляют тренеры. В том плане, что реально классы реально делают свою работу. То есть ДПС делают ДПС, танки реально танки. На удивление это работает все как надо.
They tend to underperform, or they don't like really do. They kind of like they're kind of like a jack of all trades. They don't really excel at one particular thing.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of like their what they do individually in terms of battle, but they usually have either like a skill or some kind of thing that you can inherit into something else to make them better. Like the Thaumaturge's skills, for example, it's got some defense penetrating stuff that makes it really, really good. So
yeah, exactly.
That kind of stuff helps for other jobs.
And then you have like the Lone Exile class, which is Ashira's class.
So we
Переназначаем покупаем новые айтемы, кстати. Нам тут нужно что, дамаг, хилинг.
Devotional necklace.
Короче, жесткие бусты.
Honestly, we feel like should be an endgame accessory, but for some reason, you can get it in Chapter 4.
Get it even earlier than this as well.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
So basically what it does is every time you revive a character, you get 90% recharge to all of your arts. That doesn't sound really amazing, but the way which we use Devotional Necklace and we exploit it to do some of the strats is really insane. And I think I feel like it's the best healer item. Because we basically came to the conclusion that healing stat.
Говорят, лучший айтем тут Devotion Necklace.
The first best healing item is Devotional Necklace. Next one is Titanium Guard, and then it's Shield. No, Shield Belt, then Titanium.
Который очень хорошо нам помогает хилить.
Not gonna have any healing boosting items on our healers whatsoever, because the best way to heal is just.
Тут не только что много хилящих, бустящих предметов в игре, но вот тот, который есть, он очень хороший.
Those are insanely important, yeah.
So quickly. So we said that we.
Говорят, что вот с такими хилами нам даже не нужно никакие хилки подбирать в этой игре. Ничего покупать не нужно.
Eventually, so we were told that there was a giant cannon that was firing like nuclear bombs.
The Annihilation event. The Annihilation.
Yeah. And it's being built. It was built as a castle, and it's being aimed at our friends in Colony 4. So Noah, being the good guy hero that he is like, okay, no, we have to stop our quest. It's fine. We're going to take time and go to Keves Castle, destroy that thing, and then go back toward the sword. which is kind of a problem in the party because, you know, Mio has a timer on her head that is ticking really, and it's getting really close. At this point, it's like only a month and a half or so before he's gone. So like, we don't have that much time to finish our quest and actually save her.
I think that kind of like sidetracking is also what kind of caused Mio to have a moment in Mactha.
Exactly.
As a thing as well, just a really small, like, innocuous change that you may not have noticed is that we actually have a faster run speed now. When we liberated Colony Tau, specifically in Mactha, the first like affinity level of that is a movement speed buff. There are 2 movement speed buffs and 2 swim speed buffs that you can get by when it comes to like your.
Говорят, тут еще хорошая agility, вот предметы на агилу, они хорошо бафают movement, как можете видеть. Анимация, кстати, бегают персонажи, она такая довольно смешная уже. Вот. Это у нас agility у нас хорошо так бафается.
The movement speed buff you just get as part of the story, or half of it. So it's like 25% extra speed, which is really good. And yeah, it's just part of it, which is really nice. We don't have to go out of the way to get that. I mean, it means that, you know, it's not really like a time save as such, but it's just nice.
Скажи, вот этот враг, он на 5 уровней нас выше, это
Hey, what about the second one?
очень страшно.
We're not picking that in this video.
City level 5.
It's like city level 5.
Yeah,
we're not gonna get that.
Basically, finishing all the quests about the city. You're not.
Вот. Такая разница в уровнях, она слишком большая. Аккуратно. Враги довольно слеповаты в этой игре, в принципе. Так что можно так смешно проскользнуть, и хорошо, что Райнер это сделал, иначе ему дали бы по попе.
But again, as you saw, the early buffs being thrown out just to kind of increase the damage that comes out of this. And obviously, doing atomized things.
Also worth noting that Tyon's Ouroboros has a skill that boosts his damage when there is debuffs on the enemy.
Переключаешься между Ouroboros формой и там канцелем атаки.
The whole party, and so that's going to be a lot more buffs than debuffs, and also debuffs have the chance to not hit. And actually, what we did at some point is that we can trade skills to the Ouroboros. So like, and so Uni's skill that is, I don't know his name, I don't remember.
Share Blessing.
Yeah.
The one that increases damage for every buff you have in your party.
And we shared that to Tyon so that he has his buff as well, obviously.
And then for Uni, we gave her the shared curse at the start, the one that increases damage for debuff. But because it's not very reliable and it's probably not going to matter in chains, we actually give Uni
пробегаем мимо врагов. Вообще, как бы, на JRPG такие игры можно проходить максимально прямолинейно, не отвлекаясь на всякую мелочь. Особенно вот поздние такие игры, они сейчас такие механики в них добавляют с левел-скейлингом, что вы как ни крутитесь, все равно очень хорошо опыт распределяется. Если вы сильно убежали далеко, то вам просто больше опыта будут давать. Так сказать, очень механика работает в вашу сторону, короче.
Very much. We got a $5 donation from Argic that says...
That Argic name.
Есть, конечно, игры с кучей гринда, но...
Who could have done that, I wonder? But yeah, $5 donation trade for the Console X incentive. Come on, let's get that going. I put my money where my mouth is. Let's see everybody do it as well. Let's rally behind username Nails here. Let's get this incentive. We are less than $400 away for it. We can get that incentive, and it would put us up to $27,000 raised for Alzheimer's Fondant as well. Your donations are going to an absolutely fantastic cause with the charity here. So do please keep them coming in with us. And like just to say here, like it does say one of the little things that we have is like as we speak right now, hopeful antibody treatments, vaccines, and molecules are currently underway. It helps the scientists complete their quest for the cure, and to do that, they need more funding for it. So you are helping in a massive way here to find a cure for Alzheimer's. So again, do please keep them coming. Let's get this $5 donation train coming in. Give us whatever messages. I'm saying let me know your favorite character from Xeno 3. but
Тут враги, мы их избегаем.
So this bit of movement here is quite finicky. There is like a bunch of UMs here, and there's enemies all around these corridors. But it's quite simple just to kind of run at the UMs and then kind of like grab their aggro, pull them all the way back, and then just run straight again. So the enemy we aggroed first is going to de-aggro when we get to this little ramp here. And then we can just do some nice little
тут хорошо развел врагов
behind
ранее.
these elites. So we can just jump onto this ramp here and then jump over
Потому
the
что
top
надо
and get through that without any
Nice.
encounters.
It's really
That's
nice.
really nice.
It's actually pretty
сделать
hard.
штуку,
Yeah,
так
that
сказать.
jump is very.
You don't want to go too far forward because then you're
Да,
risking
говорят,
aggroing
смешной скип.
the enemies in front of you. And yes,
Kevasis are
kind of just want to wedge yourself in between the railing there.
Yeah, so for a while that was one of those things like how do we get far past this room, and finding that jump particularly was like the thing that really made it so much more consistent and possible, really. So we're coming up to our next big boss fight, and I think at the end, coming close to the end of the chapter as well, which I.
И мы тем временем длимся к
so a couple more here
большому
to flex that on.
босс-файту.
So yeah, it's going to be quite a good one. I was mentioning earlier when we first got Valdi that he has a move called Cure Bullet, which is a debuff barrier buff, which is actually going to be very integral for the beginning of this fight. At this level, if you don't have debuff barrier, you lose. That's basically the end of the conversation. Like the boss has a very powerful AOE that hits basically the entire party, and also inflicts.
Ну, тут, короче, неприятный босс, но если у нас нет дебаф, то мы проигрываем.
The DOT is
Тут
based
нет
on the amount of
шансов.
initial damage that it does, and because you're such a low level, the boss is going to do a lot of extra damage because of that damage.
Потому что бафаться он будет
And
здоров.
then, yeah, at the same time, it's just a really dangerous fight. Mobius, D and J here has a lot of very strong arts.
Debuff barrier, Doom Rain, and then there we go. So all the damage is like over half, and then there's Blaze on Noah. He unfortunately has it, so he's probably gonna just die.
But that's fine. Actually, dying is actually fine in this fight. We don't want too many people to die too often, but the way we've set our party up here is
В принципе,
we're trying
нормальный
to get
файт
people
идет.
to die, and then we can revive
Мы
them,
можем
get
даже
our
себе
arts
смерть
back.
позволить.
And then buffing actually builds chain as well pretty significantly, so we can do what we call like war medic spam. This fight is very dangerous. It's one of the more dangerous fights in the run. But it is still under your control. As long as you're doing the correct things, you should not wipe here.
Yeah, basically because
No, right now I'm watching for a move called Chaos Arch.
Yeah.
That's the thing that will kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should note that you can tell what an enemy's doing because there it is, Chaos Arch. So the name of the enemy, Mobius D and J, becomes a skill name, and you can see like the cast bar as well.
I specifically held White Slash just so I can dodge that ability.
Yep. And that's a beautiful setup into the chain there. Yep, very nice.
Again, the Mio Death Strat. We're sorry about that one. Oh,
And there you go. There's a Shira.
There
Perfect.
it is.
Perfect. Yep, so we have Senna and Mio here. Either one of them can die. And you kind of just need the extra tank because of the way Shira chains work. It's not like Izzer where you can just solo build the entire chain, but it's very well worth it to have that extra tank in your party for the strat as well.
Don't pick Tyon.
Yeah, don't pick Tyon. Sheer chains are a little more. You have to pay attention to your TP building a little bit more. You don't want to. If you get a Sheer in the first round, you cannot pick Tyon in the second round. Okay, that's fine.
Didn't even offer
Uni
it.
is great actually.
Yeah.
We haven't mentioned this before, but there's actually a hidden mechanic called key pair, and basically every character has like a partner or multiple like different characters. Like if you use them
Ну
in a
и
certain
тут
chain, you're gonna get
очередной
a higher chance
файт,
of getting,
где
like, a
мы
maximum
цепные атаки почти сходу
increase to chain
прожимаем.
damage ratio here. So Uni has a key pair with Ashira because they're like Uni's
Стараемся выбить максимальное усиление
She also
урона.
has like a key pair with Tyon because like they're Ouroboros pairs. So if you use a Tyon order, for example, and then you use Uni, you have a higher chance of getting like the max bonus.
Но если вы
for that
видите
round.
чейн
You
атак в
get an
этом
amazing
ране,
death
то
max
значит, что
bonus,
враг
you
уже,
have
скорее всего,
a higher
мертв.
chance of getting the maximum, I believe
Но
it's like,
можно словить, есть
additional
вероятность
150%
получить фиговый
from
рандом,
that amazing.
и тогда он не умрет.
So yeah, it's not something that you like
Это еще чревато тем, что у некоторых врагов есть там дополнительные всякие фазы, там один босс вообще хилится, если ему хп меньше 25% бросаешь.
One thing to note as well is that when you go into your Ouroboros order, I'm not sure we mentioned this, you get every character available back, like everyone comes back, no matter how many, no matter if it's a good and amazing or a bravo, everyone comes back, everyone who could participate.
Except Ashura.
Apart from units that don't come back ever when they're used, of course, but like anyone who can return will return when you activate it here. So there you go. You can see that it comes back there, does a little flash.
So unlike OP, DJ has a ton of HP. Well, we want to get as much damage into this guy as possible. So even these little chip damage hits with Uni can end up being relevant. We want to get as much overkill as possible.
Yeah, so there's the debuff for obviously the Unon finisher.
Yep. So we don't get as many buffs as we do with Izzard, but because Ashura provides like extra chain damage ratio, it actually ends up being like about the same. And you, on top of that, you get just extra damage from Noah's arts. That Ashura changed. The Ashura setup here just ends up doing more damage than the Izzard setup.
Hopefully we get 2 hits of Uni's overkill here.
Be fine.
Gonna be
fine.
Oh, nice. Yeah, we get 2 hits on the overkill there. 350 is pretty good.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good
Good
fight.
stuff.
Nice fight. Yep.
Very, very, very fast too because of the necklaces.
Alright, we got a little bit of time between now and the final boss that I'll be doing. Is there any last minute things to bring up, Argent?
It's going to be the last time Quad is going to be able
Yeah,
to
Quad's
run
just
away.
pieced out, mate. I think you're doing it.
The whole thing. Alright.
See you, mate.
Anything from you, Argent?
I do indeed. We got a £5.
£5?
£5. Oh, aye, let's go, mate. I'm going back to my own currency. $5 donation from Jetka there with no message, pouring towards the incentive. And we also have another $50 from username Niels.
Cheers.
You speedrunners have so many time saves and optimizations. But what about babies? You guys got any babies?
That's a question for Plexa.
И
sir.
тут у нас самый экшон уже. Мы с огромными бафами на скорость просто проплываем сквозь эту речку с огромным течением.
Hey, you're the only one married here.
That's true. Showing my age. Thanks, Luke.
Okay, yeah. Tyon.
See ya, Tayo.
Yeah.
Да, уже на этом этапе игры много платформинга смешного, пазл-платформинга, так сказать.
You know what you did?
They're just going. I don't know why. It's like, way respawning. Right, yes, we're coming up to the end of chapter 4 here, and we are actually going to be fighting the Queen of Kevus. This is Kevus Castle, after all, and obviously, as we all know, it's 100% who we think it is.
Yeah.
It's not
Nia.
Like
It's Melia Antiqua.
Melia Antiqua, yeah. And it's definitely her.
Melia Xenoblade.
Yes. We also, I think this is the first time the party actually come face to face with Mobius N, who has an. Well, there's something I'll be talking about in a little bit that I always like to talk about, and I hope I'm allowed to talk about that, runners. I hope. There's Mobius N also has this kind of feature, which I think is more important to talk about a character coming up. But this fight is very, rather similar. Are you going to be doing your strat?
Yeah, I'm giving up on that, man.
Okay, cool.
I'm going back to this.
There's like a strat that Plexa was trying out, but I think it's one of those ones where it can sometimes feel like quite inconsistent just because like the.
Yeah, so
she's powerful. She's
there's
powerful.
2 strats here. One is the way we just did DJ, and the other way is to do it how we did the Dragu. Like this boss is not much. We just need to get to a chain of some description.
Yeah. You can't defeat the Queen of Kevus. You can get her down to like very minimal HP, and then she'll just kind of like enrage, if you will, and end the fight. But yeah, you need to kind of knock her all the way down to like, was it 5% or something? It's not much.
That's like
Something like
3
that.
or something.
So no overkill, so we don't need to get any juicy extra XP. We just need to get to this threshold. And
All right. So we have our chain here. So we just need one of our tanks to die here, which should be pretty easy because Mio already has that aggro there. I don't know if we've mentioned, but yeah, the knock-on dog here really helps to anchor that aggro on our tanks, because they're going to be dying a lot, and you want them to retain as much aggro as possible. Our arts on Mio also help to rebuild aggro. Crash Out and Butterfly Blade both are high aggro arts. And on top of that, we also have the Silver Feather on Mio just to help her even more with that aggro generation.
I don't have the Silver Feather on.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's fine.
You can. I didn't do it once, and I was like, you know what? Like, the Silver Feather is so, like, weak effect. It barely makes a difference. But, oh, this is the one thing I can't do.
You've done it anyway.
We'll figure it out. This is just slightly more TP.
So yeah, as I was saying, there's the 25% bonus to your TP that you get if you start with a DPS, and then because of you can kind of like guarantee an amazing hair. Punto?
It's Kevin. You're gonna be fine.
Oh!
Yes! That's why you don't pick Tyon.
Yeah. It's really tight if you pick Ashirin and Tyon. So generally, just try to avoid that. But yeah, if we have the option here, we'll go for a 4-round. Oh, there we go. There's. Oh. I mean, that's fine. We can still finish it.
You're correct. Yeah, you're correct.
For going for a 4-round here,
Что же очень хорошо
just
все
like slightly
получается.
faster than going for a 5-round. But either way, it's still a really
И
good fight.
раннер попробует добить босса при помощи чейн-атаки.
We're not gonna bother building like too much damage in the chain. Just gonna complete the rounds as quickly as possible and end the fight. So yeah. So Plexa is probably just gonna
Тут,
drop
конечно,
an arrow
невозможные
here,
вещи.
clear the round,
Урон
and then next
чуть ли не в
round,
2 раза больше
stack 2 buffs
получился.
and go.
Yeah.
We gotta jam to this really nice chain music.
I mean, we've been jamming it ever since.
Yeah.
Like, you're not watching, but at least I am.
Too
want
right, you
to
pick mine.
Right, pick mine. All right, there is last fight of chapter 4.
Хорошо, в нужном порядке раннер раскидал своих бойцов. Они позволяют это лутать больше тактических поинтов, которые позволяют продолжать эту атаку.
Roll the gun. And see, we don't even need Tyon's part here to finish.
That's some nice bleed right there. 4,000 per dot.
His Omega overkill. I mean, it just sucks that we don't get overkill from this fight.
Yeah.
This is the one thing I really, really wanted to do. Run away.
Yeah, so you have like a little window here where you can do anything you want, because like he's gonna use an art called Ether Barrier and it's gonna end the fight. And yeah, there's chapter 4. Woo!
И это 4-я часть. Мы до нее дошли.
Over to you, good sir.
Тем временем, ну, ровно половина, так сказать, рана от эстимейта.
Possible answer to those questions. Right, buddy.
Use the Wi-Fi. Bluetooth.
But we cannot accept it. Not even as a last resort. After all,
Right, see ya, Plexa.
Have a good night.
Sleep well, buddy. Sleep well.
Yeah, it is a long run, so you know.
We do allow, just for anyone being like, dang, this is a long run, we wouldn't be able to do it. We have allowed, as part of, you know, kind of the accessibility for the run, is that we do allow up to 30 minutes for a break at any point during the run. We normally ask to put it, just put it on the pause menu or whatever, like somewhere where it's easy to discern that it's like legit. But yeah, we want to just, because it is a long run. Now, some people can do 7 hours fine, but not everyone can. So to have that ability just to kind of take a break, pause your timer, it's not going to matter, you know, just crack on, just to allow yourself just to take a rest. So yeah, this is the beginning of chapter 5, where it's going to get heavy quickly. The beginning of this scene is kind of leaving that whole thing, and then like there's this moment where Senna will start, you know, questioning certain things, and you know, and there's a bit when Lands like notices. Oh yeah, changing the outfit, of course, from Goth Mio to
Order has been restored.
Yeah, there we go. To Orange Troubadour rather than Mint Troubadour. But yeah, so yeah, Senna was doing like a little bit of like, oh, she's got, you know, got the whole like the. Sorry, mate, you need to stop stepping on my thing.
Sorry. It's right there though.
I know. It's kind of weird, but that's how it goes. Yeah, she's got some imposter syndrome going on, and Lands kind of notices this and kind of starts to try and like connect and, you know, figure that out. But yeah, we've made it to the area where the Great Sword is, and we're going to be meeting this third faction that we were talking about with the grey mechs at the very beginning. This third faction is called the City. We don't know what a city is, you know, really, but The city is a group of people who are already outside of the warring factions, and they're basically the closest to humanity that you have, where they're living a human life, let's say, where, you know, because there's a whole bit where the characters here don't realize what the idea of family is. They notice that like Arden and, you know, certain monsters will be together in groups, like, you know, big ones and small ones. They don't really get what a family and what it means is, all that kind of stuff is, and they're going to learn a lot about what it means to be human and what humanity goes through.
Yeah.
But one of the really fascinating things about this is that over the course of this all, we've been talking about how, like, when they kind of, at the beginning when they got into their new clothes, they suddenly started to kind of be a bit nervous and being a bit shy. They've always been making this natural growth throughout this journey, and then they're kind of, they've been really unaware of it happening, and then they just get thrown into like the reality of what's going on in their world. And I think it's a really, really big moment.
The fact is that all the characters are still human.
Yes.
But they don't realize it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like they don't, like, they're human in form and shape, but like
They didn't get the culture as a sort.
Yeah, they're brought up in this warfaring nation, continuous warfare world where they don't get to be human. But they are.
Yeah.
And you see that seeping through in all their characters.
Yeah.
There is an amazing moment between the characters as well here, and this is actually part of the reason why. I mean, they're always going to try and support us and protect us, because like Vandam at the beginning, who pressed the button to make us into Ouroboros, is one of the members of like the city. He's like one of the leading members. And Monica, who just joined us, is kind of the daughter of Vandam. But a big part of that is that the reason that Monica kind of noticed something about them is that when the city surrounded the party, there's this moment when Noah just takes a step in front of Mio, and I was like, oh my god, that was a thing. And then the game immediately after, like noticed that Monica did it, and it's like, oh, Monica noticed that he did that, and it kind of like immediately showed to Monica that they were. That they weren't the, you know, part of that faction anymore. That they were kind of like realizing, you know, and discovering like those kind of moments.
Yeah, like they come to the realizations of like who they are as actual people. Because like every single one of their stories is connected to some aspect of what it's like to be a human. Yeah. Like, be that PTSD, be that survivor's guilt, be that the time is running out, the all of that stuff.
Yeah.
So very human, but they don't recognize it at all, and they try to push it away because they're not raised that way.
I also want to bring up, this is my time to bring up Shania,
Shania.
if I may. So
I was going to mention her.
Shania is an awesome character, and she's got some overall growth that's really, really good. But I want to kind of talk about one particular part of this chapter, and that is like Senna's growth, and then Shania's part in that. So Senna hasn't really had too much of like the focus of her growth, but I was mentioning how she has this kind of imposter syndrome building, and she's a very like She had a very kind of like difficult early part of her, you know, growth within Agnes, but Mio was someone who kind of befriended her and kind of looked after her. And then there's this kind of like nice parallel between Shania and Senna, where they both have like similar origins to the issues they're going through. But then this is an exploration into how that can affect you based on the support system around you. Now, something about Shania's design, which is incredibly like detailed, that I really think of and really love talking about, is the fact that Senna and Shania are designed aesthetically as mirrors to each other. And what I mean by this is that if you look at Senna's like arms and legs, she's a blade, and she's basically Bridget's daughter or whatever, or she's a Bridget. She's got fiery hair. She has like these blue lines going down the front of her legs and on her arms. And if you look at Shania's clothing, specifically her shorts and her sleeves, she's got red threads, woven into her shorts in the exact same places where Senna's lines are. And then the same thing on her sleeves. She is a design mirror to Senna as well, and it's kind of like using like the dark colors, the blacks and the reds versus like, you know, the whites and the blues and that kind of stuff that you have on Senna's side, which I think is a very, very wonderful like aesthetic mirror to that whole thing, and it's seen elsewhere.
It's all through Senna and Shania as characters, really, because like they're also plot mirrors of each other.
Yes,
basically.
exactly, yeah.
And I think a lot of people really criticize Senna's side story because it was all about Shania. Yes, it was about Shania. I get that, but the cutscene at the very start of this chapter that is really, really good, by the way, is basically a retelling of Shania's origin story, emphasizing the fact that they had the same like growth and origin, except they had different influences at different key junctions of their life, and that ended in very, very different ways.
Yes.
There's a really interesting scene where like these Agnian soldiers are questioning Senna, like, why do you pick this hammer? Why do you use this hammer? Like, shouldn't you use something more like this gun or whatever? And Shania has the exact same thing, but she conjures up a weapon that's not really hers, and she's really more of an artist, and she should have gone down that route in life. But like, she didn't.
She couldn't. She wasn't allowed to.
Yeah, it's really sad.
It's those kinds of things. I like the aesthetic mirrors versus the narrative mirrors, like that kind of.
That's just good writing. That is good writing.
One thing is also a thing as well is like, you know, Mobius N has that kind of like big like chunked X on his chest, which mirrors the belt X that Noah has when he's in his sword fighter outfit, like the kind of like the X he has across his chest. It's those kind of things, those kind of moments that kind of like show that whole idea of like the different choices we make in life and where it can take us.
I mean, that's all ends about, right? The choices and regret.
There is quite a big cutscene about choices and past choices.
There's an entire chapter called choices.
Yes. Anyway, the point, all that to say, Xenoblade good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna join you in making a tea or a hot beverage.
It's a long run. It's a long run. But we're not doing too much here in the city. We're going around this compulsory quest with Shania. We're going around from location to location, beating Shania there because we're faster than her. There's not really much any movement tech either. We picked up that location at the warehouse, which isn't triggered by the cutscene, even though you enter it. We get that landmark for later on. We'll walk there to save some movement. We're going to go right now into the very famous "This is how babies are made" cutscene, which didn't know you needed that in your JRPG.
It's so good. Like the whole thing about we're not human and we're discovering what being human is built up from chapter 1 up until that scene. And
it's built on even after this, man. It's crazy.
And like people are realizing what it is to be human, and they're just like, oh my god, it's just so beautiful. And
there is one
even
little bit
as
of
a player,
like we're gonna get into this corner here. And that's gonna get the Memorial Hall location.
It's so cool.
It saves 8 seconds.
and so yeah, like this whole thing of what was I saying?
Babies.
Yeah, babies. Like it even gets the player because they got used to the fact that the characters just don't know what it's like to be human, and realizing that they are realizing what it's like to be human, what it's like to be a family, what it's like to live. Is really a big emotional moment. It's really great. I loved it.
Yeah, so now we've completed Shania's tour around the city. We know what a city is. It's really cool. I wish there were more cities in this game, but narratively it doesn't make any sense. But we're going to grab this last camp here, then walk over to the modular warehouse, which will take us into the war room, which will continue the questing.
Yeah, basically this is Cutscene City. You've got Lemuria in Golden Sun 2, and you've got the city in this game.
You have to have some plot exposition somewhere. Like this comes at the heels of the revelation that the Queen of Kiev is a robot. Full spoilers, I guess. But like that whole revelation of like the city existing as a third faction in this world, it all kind of like culminates in like we have to explain what's going on to you, and that's the unfortunate consequence of the city.
But at least there is skippable cutscenes.
Yeah, skippable cutscenes are a godsend. They're fantastic. There's one thing we're going to do here that's like not compulsory, and that is we're going to get a conversation here to trigger that will eventually become the trigger for Monica's hero quest, which you may not immediately think of as like a hero you'd go out of your way to obtain, but there's a very, very good reason for that will become abundantly apparent as we go deeper into this run.
Spoiler, it's not for the hero.
What? We're not getting it for Monica? No, it's just for the Lost Vanguard outfit for Uncle Scottle. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it. So now we're going to warp into Samon's little harbory thing. He's going to tell us all about the boat that he's built, which is, I don't know what you guys were thinking about this point in the game, but I was like, why are we getting a boat? That seems a little bit strange.
I was like, it's cool.
Like, it's not like boats are gonna allow us to sail anywhere.
Yeah, like
it's gonna travel in water. It's not like it's gonna happen.
It's gonna be like point A to point B, like a little like forced cutscene or something. Like, yeah.
I know. I was pretty sure that it was going to be like a place where you would have a boat. Well, probably maybe because I was talking about it with someone who finished the game before the release, and he talked about the boat a little bit. And so yeah, I kind of knew what was going to happen.
So we're warping into Machiba Canteen to kickstart the Monica quest and cook some food.
Order some food, actually. I'm gonna order some food. This food is very important. Basically gives us. Well, this is the first actual like good food that we come across. The one that we ordered here in the canteen, it's gonna give us 25% extra food. That's not gonna be super relevant. It's gonna expire before like we actually get to the fights where we want it. But it's gonna every time you order food, Manana actually learns like a different version of the food. And so yeah, that's gonna allow Manana to cook like a 20% bonus food. And that's gonna be very relevant later just to give us that boost of XP that we need for the rest of the XP routing.
Yeah, well, like, we used to cook a lot more. We've got it down to like what, 2 cooks now? 1 cook?
I cook like once. I think once is fine. Especially if we meet the incentive.
Yeah, if we meet the incentive,
we're gonna fight a boss.
fine.
It's gonna give us a bit of more extra experience as well.
So this kicks off Monica's side quest, which is most of the time staring at this screen, loading.
Yeah, Monica's side quest is some really long loads.
So the reason for that Rocco told me, Rocco is one of the scientists that works on this game. He is an absolute legend. Thank you, Rocco, for all your help. Basically the game will load in the Chapter 6 version of the city to play out all of Monica's cutscenes. So it's basically reloading in another entire city instead of the one that we're currently in. So it like loads it when we start the cutscene, then loads it when we come out of the cutscene. It's egregious.
So that's how they're doing.
So I mentioned a little bit a while ago about enemies being blind. Well, this is, well, a very obvious example of enemies being blind. We can literally run up behind these guards, and as long as we don't get in front of them, we will just be able to access things. And if we're quick with our movement, we should be able to get to this without any issues at all, and avoid the aggro. Never mind. Sometimes the Avis aggroes you, sometimes it doesn't.
It doesn't even matter.
It doesn't matter at all. We're gonna despawn it immediately and then pick up the third item. The fact that we can do all these things without getting any, by avoiding all the enemies, basically, makes Monica's hero quest very quick. Now we're gonna walk to Lucas Aot for, I don't know, we're gonna get Grey, right? We're gonna get the Full Metal Jaguar.
Full Metal Jaguar.
Yeah.
Best class outfit for sure.
I tell you what, you're an X fan.
Mm-hmm.
You know what it meant when you saw that there was one called the Full Metal Jaguar.
Oh, I was
Like-
so happy about it.
Oh man, it didn't play out the way I was expecting it to, but I still liked it. I was just hoping we had Sliding Slinger. That's all I wanted.
Yeah.
I just wanted Sliding Slinger. But no, it's a great job. Really, really cool job. Very, very fun. And I mean, for a long time, it was considered that was going to be definitely happening in the run. This is going to be. Sorry, I spoiled it a little bit. This is a bit of a fake out. We're not going to be. We're not getting FMJ. We're not getting FMJ.
Like, it's funny you mentioned that everyone thought it was going to be in, like, it was one of the first things me and Quad did was like, yeah, we're not getting that.
Yeah.
That seems silly. We used to come here, ironically, like 2 chapters ago, like right after we beat Doric, we used to come here and like grab some experience from Algara's Depths, which is, I don't know if it's a post-game dungeon or like a very, very ultra late game dungeon, but everything's like level 80. It's like, everything is insanely strong. And as a consequence, we get like a ton of experience. It's like 4,080 or something. Like, it's a lot.
Yeah. But that's not why we're going here.
Well,
it is, yeah.
It helps.
It is, but
we actually checked all of the late game dungeons because you can access a bunch of them very early. Like, there's another late game dungeon we walked by in Mac the Wildwood that we just ignored because there's nothing useful there. You can get like the legendary biter. And this one we looked at, there's a container at the end, and we're like, we can't get the container, and dang, I guess that sucks. But then a runner from the Chinese community, we called them the legendary Chinese runner for a while. But there was a pair of them, Zin and Yinsi. They had independently started routing this game inspired by what Quad had been doing. And they actually devised a bunch of really cool strategies that you'll see throughout this run. They're still relevant. And one of them is coming back to Algares. So we'd just finished taking it out of our routes, and they're like, put it back in! And the reason is they worked out a method to get the container at the end of this dungeon. The container contains an item called the Shackle Ring, which is probably the most casually misunderstood item, but is just absurdly powerful. The Shackle Ring basically works by every art you use consecutively, it gives you more and more bonus towards the next art. It starts out at like the second art use you get 10%, the third one is like 25, the fourth is like 55, and the fifth one is like 80% bonus towards the next one, that is. So the sixth art will have 80% bonus across all of it. Like everything, damage, time spent in reactions, like just reaction chances, everything. It's insanely powerful. And you'll see why. it is so powerful. It's actually worth this. What is it? 5
minutes.
5-minute detour. It's ridiculous.
It's not going to matter for quite a bit, but
It's not, but
when it will, you'll notice the difference.
Yeah, we'll very clearly point it out when it happens. Well, we won't need to do any pointing, actually. It'll be very obvious when it happens.
Yeah, it'll be on screen.
But we just have to make our way through Algaris. It's like a little bit more, more, I don't call it platforming, but it kind of is.
Oh, sorry, were you going to say something? Yeah, I was going to say the reason why we come at this like specific point in the run is because we're already in the Etir region to do Monica's quest. And every time you travel between regions, it incurs like a really long load. So by lumping it together with Monica's quest, you can actually save like about 23 seconds in terms of like loads. So that's the reason why we do it here. The bonus XP from just running through this place is also going to be relevant, allowing us to hit like a higher level threshold earlier. That's routed in for like our experience route.
Yeah, the other reason is we have the movement speed bonus, because you can come here earlier, like I said, just after dark. You can get the container, although it's less consistent for reasons that will become clear. But we've never really found a use for that extra experience. Like all the strats now, like they don't change all that much with the extra experience. It is faster, but not enough to offset the time lost by coming here early.
Yeah, you lose like a minute in the movement speed on top of
the
and then you have like loads. Yeah. That's another almost 30 seconds.
So we're here anyway for Monica's quest, so it just makes so much more sense to come now. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna tag this camp, target any enemy in here, and then immediately give up. That's going to reset all the enemies back to their default locations. That's a very important part of giving up, by the way. We're going to run around the side of this room that avoids all vision from everybody, and then we're going to wait for the big dragon to use a particular scripted animation, which is he's going to walk forward. There we go, we've got the fast pattern, which is a bit spooky, but it should be fine. That would fail if we tried earlier, by the way, if we tried it in Chapter 3. And during his walk forward animation, the dinosaur will not aggro us. So we have just enough time to get in there, open the container, grab the contents, and get out of there. It's also convenient that we can just press the plus button and warp them back to the Remembrance Stones, which places us right where we need to be for Monica's quest, and where we're heading for the side story, main story kind of thing, which is kind of get the ether cylinders. And once again, we can enjoy more load times because we're reloading the city again. Argik, do you have anything for us while we're looking at a blank screen?
I do indeed. We have a $5 donation from Nick Barger Hodkins, who says, "Great run, team. Keep up the great work on all sides," and puts that $5 to our remaining Console X incentive. $332 is remaining. We are almost there. When's the cutoff for that? What time are you?
Like Chapter 7.
Yeah, so we've still got a little bit, but not too long.
Don't
so come
sleep on it.
Yeah, exactly. Don't
more
sleep on it.
exciting the earlier
This
you
guy
do it.
is fast. He will be over before we know it.
So keep them coming in. $334 left.
Yeah, because I trust everybody, I'm actually going to do part of the stuff that to unlock that boss. There's actually a conversation here. This one right here. This one's required to start the entire thing that unlocks like Console X. So I trust everybody. Oh,
don't let Quad down.
Oh no, it's agreed.
Oh no,
Agreed.
Well, I'm so jelly.
Well, so jelly.
Fortune clovers, mate.
Oh, yeah. Fortune.
There's like the layers to this game are so good. Just like the Uni gets this thing with like fortune clovers. They're like, I don't know, this prized rare thing that we heard a little bit about in Colony 30. Like it keeps coming back with Uni as like a recurring theme. It's so good.
It's really what's so nice about Xenoblade games.
That voice line is really good, by the way. It's such a. Tyon just said, "Senna, maybe we can walk closer together," which I believe is a little bit of a nod to Xenoblade 2. When you're running through Tantal, it's really cold, and like Nia is like hugging Pyra because Pyra just gives off warmth because she's a fire blade, and because of like Senna's burning hair and it's freezing up here, he's like, "Can we walk closer together, please?" I don't know. Maybe it's got nothing to do with it, but
It probably does. Like, maybe not a reference per se, but
not a reference. But yeah, it's like it hitting the same notes at least.
So right now is like the only divergence between what me and Quad do. We used to like kind of diverge quite a lot. We used to have like differing in-game strategies. The DLC that dropped on Thursday has kind of eliminated all of that. So this is now the only difference. The Quad's done a setup there with his Ouroboros to kind of buff them up quite a little bit. in particular to get more AoE damage across things, because he's going to use interlink spam to kind of take out these trash mobs. The consequence of that is that he gets one less container than I do, plus he uses Uni as Lost Vanguard for a little bit, which pleases Scott a little bit, which is fun. I do a different strategy. I use a power charge smash setup, which is kind of cute, but yeah.
Well, excuse me. Whilst I was gone, did you guys? That was weird.
We're running out of differences.
When I was gone, did you talk about Lost Vanguard's like whole thing?
No, we just said we unlocked it.
Okay.
We didn't say why.
Yeah, I mean the word came up. The magic word that we're all really excited for. Smash.
Yeah, well, we can talk about that later. We're not going to see it until the end of this chapter.
I basically have Uni on Lost Vanguard just to farm ranks on her, and that saves coins.
The alternative is you have to pick up like a 5-coin chest back in the Centridge, which costs like 20 seconds. Yeah.
So like generally the last Vanguard class is just really bad.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty cool.
We
like,
found a use for it.
I mean, even casually, like spike tanking is
It's a good
like,
tank.
Yeah, I like it.
It's like Heavy Guard plus.
Yeah, but Heavy Guard isn't that great.
Look, I know that's like the bad part of like the description of that. But still.
So like yeah, like it's not good. It's not Zephyr.
Just quickly, Quad also picked up an item called the Gust Bracelet, which gives you all of your Master Arts immediately at the start of battle. When you're on Mio, you can basically buff with maximum duration, and then just spam everything down. So it's going to basically allow this Ouroboros strategy to be even more effective. It's really powerful.
So yeah, like Last Vanguard isn't really that great, but what's generally in this game, if a class isn't great to use, it has some really good master arts or master skills. So just like Flash Fencer, which has power charge that you can trade to other people, like it's really good for that. Last Vanguard has some really cool stuff that it can give to other classes.
All right, so now we're gonna go back to this is where we're gonna start incorporating like the extra DLC that we just got like a couple days ago, which we scrambled to do the rerun. Fortunately, we were able to finish the route in time. Firstly, we're gonna get praised by Samon here, so thank you, Samon. He's gonna tell us we did a good job. Job well done.
Job well done.
Thank you, Samon. You always get to hear that line because like it's like even if you skip the cutscene, you still hear that line. Okay, so yep. So now we're gonna work to the city camp. That's the closest to the next cutscene. Actually, gonna level everybody up here.
Yeah, so the DLC, like, we didn't think it was going to change too much, and then we were wrong.
That's the thing. I mean, even like I think the first one of Xenoblade 2 was quite impactful, but it just kept getting bigger and bigger. So to finally get something in DLC that actually does change it up more than just the coins and the accessories.
The way this run works is that it was very unlikely that a hero was going to change things substantially anyway.
Right.
Like, because you're only getting a hero. That's it. And there, unless like the unlocking quest is really short and the class is really powerful, it's really hard to justify going out of your way to do anything. So the hero itself had to be really strong, and it turns out Masha is very strong. Another class really carried by like one or two skills that are very impactful, but that'll become very relevant in a chapter or the end of this chapter, start of next chapter.
Yep. So right now we're gonna actually go and pick up Masha. She's our DLC hero. And yep, I kind of delay like this entire part here because right after this cutscene and we pick up Masha, then I'm gonna go to the shop.
And yeah, because of Masha appearing on Thursday, basically meant that those two guys have been rerouting the whole game, the whole rest of the game, really hard through all of this, changing all the strats, etc. So like very.
That's the thing, right? Like we kind of already knew what we were doing a little bit. Like
I'm just trying to hype it up.
I know, but like we have done so many different variations on the last part of this game. Yeah, that one.
Scratch that.
So we've done so many different permutations of the final fights. We kind of knew what our options were for every fight. Like I've been running Fiona in the end game. Quad's been running Miyabi. We both run Ashera at some point. And all three of them, like, they've got different pros and cons, and we kind of know how to optimize each of them within the confines. And I think at the end of the day, we kind of think that Masher is like a hybrid between like the consistency of Miyabi with the high points of Fiona. So we kind of knew exactly how to exploit that. So it was very achievable to reroute the last couple chapters. Although there's plenty of optimization still to be done, but like we could, it was not crazy to undertake it with like a day plus flight time.
And so
This is a small area, so
yeah.
like you gotta.
This was like the first part when the first time when I played this game. Then my mind just got incredibly blown when I got to this area right here, and then when you sail out here and it's like, okay, I have a boat now.
How big could it be?
Yeah, how big could it be? And then you realize this place is absolutely massive.
Cadenzia's
like it doesn't look really big until you get off this boat and then you start swimming and you're like, oh my gosh, it is so slow.
like basically you've got to imagine if this thing is a circle, right? We've been doing all of this up until now, but what about this section? Well, it's pretty much what's left.
Yeah, there's so much content in Cadenzia. I love the theme. I love everything about Cadenzia. Like, how did they get both so right, but the controls so wrong?
Thank you. It is a tank.
There is like one thing you can do to make the boat better, is that if you put the default camera on, you can like control it better, but I do it here to get in here easier. Like Quad goes to the side, I go to the other side, they work out at the same speed. Only because the left side gets a sick little drift in, but it's all good. So actually, you're not meant to come here, you're supposed to go to Venisog Holm as the quest is suggesting. But by visiting this camp early, it's going to allow us to like significantly speed up the next quest we're going to do.
Yeah, because once you go to Venisog Home to trigger the story cutscene, it actually locks off the back of that island, so you have to run through from the front, and that's a lot slower than just sailing on a boat when you're traveling a lot quicker.
Really slow.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, we were like going umming and ahhing about the Lunae rings for a very long time. Like the Lunae rings are an incredibly strong item. You probably found them if you played this game casually. They're a legendary item. They give you plus 100 to any fused damage. Bowie is a big fan of the Lunae rings.
I mean, like Lunae rings a lot, but it's just you just cannot justify it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, not anymore. Like, when it was early, it was one of those things where like we were umming and ahhing about it, and I thought it was like it's double damage when you fuse. It's not good for chain, but for anything else.
Oh, it is good for chain.
It's good in chain.
Yeah, because it's fused in chain.
It's fused in chain. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, it's cancelling. It's cancelling. Yeah. So it's still very really good.
But like we were considering it when you had to go by foot, because you get the items when you go by foot. But with this discovery, which I think also Yin and
no, Tyler did this.
Tyler.
Oh, Tyler, you obsessed.
What I find really funny about you saying that going in the back that way rather than going from the front of the island, I thought that campsite was the front of the island because that was how I got there the first time. I never knew about going in the other way. I experienced Corn Island. I was like, oh look, there's a beach back here. That was how I kind of that's how I experienced it.
This guy spent like all of his playthrough not doing the game. It was fantastic. It was like
I got here at like 50 hours, and I think I completed it at like 111.
Everything.
This was half of my playtime.
So, with a little bit of movement optimization here, by the way, we're going to visit this island here. It gives us a little bit of experience, which is like not super relevant. It's nice, I guess. But we're mostly coming here because we have to come back here later on. It's kind of on our way, but not really on our way to the next piece of prison information. But we'll do our best. That Gogol's annoying. Gogol's by rule of thumb are annoying. So. It's okay. We just got to run up here to get the Cascade Crossroad landmark and then reset. And it's convenient as well because it resets the boat position, so it's not like the worst thing in the world.
Despite you can see right now that the distance that you have to run is pretty big.
The camera distortion when you're in the boat just makes everything seem small, but it's massive. I mean, just look at the quest marker. It's like 4,000 meters away.
Yeah. So in the previous route, before we got Masha, we were like level right before we got off the boat here. But now, like, because we have to get Masha and she automatically inserts herself into the party, that's why I took the camp earlier. The reason is because you want the levels on Ashira. Part of the level penalty is actually decreased reaction chance. If you're 10 levels below your enemy, you have a 20% penalty to reaction chance, which includes launch, which means that for some enemies later, if you don't level Ashira, she's gonna have a 20% chance to miss her launch. which is not good. So that's the reason why I had to take the camp earlier, and I can put Ashira back into the party like soon-ish.
Yeah, I guess suppose you're doing that just to avoid the this hero's quest is going to deactivate blob.
What do you mean?
Because you can just put Ashira in now.
I'll do it later in the menu when I'm doing the
oh, you're
the
using
quick
it
save.
for the interlink spam, of
Yeah.
course. Yeah.
And so the thing is, Masha, I don't really want to use Masha for the next fight. The reason is being like Masha can theoretically do stuff on the next fight because she can buff and but she's too squishy and she would basically just die at the start of the battle. So having Ashira there is actually better because Ashira just doesn't die, and then she can also launch, which is nice. Helps to immobilize the enemies a bit.
Oh, I know why you're doing this. Now you want Masha to have the levels.
Oh yeah, and Masha also just joins your party at like a higher level. Yeah.
That's the one.
So what we're trying to do right now, story-wise, is after visiting the city, we're basically trying to get to the other queen of the world. So we've got the queen of Keves, who is basically a robot right now, and we're trying to find the real queen of Agnes, who is basically Nia from Xenoblade 2. And there is a character that knows where she is, and their name is Gondor. But she's in a prison right now, and we need to...
Oh, there's a girl?
Yeah, well, do we know if she's a girl or not
at this point? We don't.
Yeah.
So I'm sticking with with what we know, okay? I'm trying to avoid spoilers.
Then why'd you
somewhat.
say she? Why'd you say she?
Slip.
And now we've labeled the points so the entire world knows. Congrats, guys.
But yeah, like she knows where she is, so we're trying to locate where the prison is, because she's in a prison right now, and that's basically what we're trying to do. And once we have all the information, we'll try to infiltrate the prison, exfiltrate her, and get the information and win. Find the queen and get all this thing like over.
Good old-fashioned prison breaks. Nothing's going to go wrong with that.
I'll just say that this is leading into like one of the greatest set pieces I've ever seen in any game. Like this whole sequence will live rent-free in my head for all eternity. The only other one that will do this is the end of Final Day from Neo the Angels of World of Blue. Like those are the two things that will live rent-free in my head forever.
Yeah, everyone's got eye patches, by the way, because the irises that every character has, Mobius can kind of see through that. So by blocking off our irises, they can't track us.
It's like what you do with your computer's camera.
Very quickly, now we're going to do a little bit of movement tech here. We're going to despawn these guys, which is kind of trivial. And then we're going to get past the next layer of dudes. And to get past the next layer of dudes, we're going to do a little trick, which we're going to save the game, get out of the game, and reload the game. What's that going to do is it's going to force the dudes to reload. And in the time that they're reloading, we have enough time to go and talk to the terminal. After Quad does the menu.
It's part of the protocol, isn't it? Quick save, though. Big fan.
Yeah, we used to do this with training mode, but training mode has a number of drawbacks, including being slower. So
it's like 1 second slower.
Yeah. It also closes the door behind you.
Yeah,
so
if you fail, you lose like over a minute.
So this is not only faster, it's also safer. And if everything goes well, there's a slight chance that Quad will be able to skip aggro after the fight as well, which saves or give up, basically. Beautiful, expertly done. And that avoids having to fight anything, because why would you fight things in a speedrun?
Good question. So yeah, there's the legato.
Because an incentive was met. That is the answer to the question.
That is true. Meet that incentive. Let's go. So that was Legato Prison Information 1. There's one more to do. And this particular fight did take a while, I feel. So this is why we went to Corn Island a little bit earlier, because when you go to this back half with the camp, you get into a fight with 2 Testudos that will immediately summon a bunch of dudes. And until like Unon spam kind of stuff like this, with like all of the buffs came out, there was a lot of trying to figure out a way to do this fight really, really well. It was just like a lot of stuff, because you just lose characters instantly and just die, and it was pretty tricky. But then this happened, and it was a little bit more manageable.
Yeah, it's funny, like, when I was first routing this with everybody, another member from the community, Aeon Frodo, she messaged me and she was like, oh yeah, I was like, oh yeah, I think that we can use like Tyon Ouroboros to kind of like do this fight. She's like, oh yeah, we kind of settled on Tyon Ouroboros as well. They just used it in a completely different way, and I was like very surprised. But this interlink spam stuff is just, it's our bread and butter for AoE fights. It's too good to not use it. But that's okay. This fight looks like it's going alright.
So that's not quite a kill, but that killed all the ads and everything. So just dealing with enemy is really, really easy and simple. So really shouldn't be hard to close the door.
Yeah, this fight's only really dangerous when there's like a gazillion enemies in the way. Now that they're not here, it's...
Wow,
Yo,
it's a nice smash from Uni. I actually missed the opening launch from Ashira. It's really weird, because usually the one that you miss is like the topple. Ashira just didn't want to launch this time.
That was so weird though, like, you know, Uni sitting there smashing, that wasn't too strong. Smash must be bad.
Yeah,
Smash is not good.
Probably not.
Yeah, that's
good.
fair enough.
Okay, anyway, that's done. Let's,
so yeah,
let's
that's
test those.
two parts of Legata information. You can now take that back to the camp where everyone's hiding out, have a bit of a chat, and then we'll be able to make our way.
The really crazy thing is, in all of Cadenzia C, that's the only stuff you need to do that's like plot related until like way later in the game.
Yeah.
And there's always other stuff that's going on in Cadenzia that you just never have to see it if you don't want to. You can spend so many hours just exploring this place and just enjoying the experience. It's so fun.
Oh yeah, so if you look at those lines are just where we've gone, like, and they're tiny map, like tiny parts of the map. When you're running around the other areas, obviously what you unveil on the map is what's on the minimap on the top right. That minimap will just move around, and that's what's kind of like shown off when you are moving around. But you could see how tiny that minimap size was into the size of this place. It's insanely large area.
Just off to the right here is where you can start Fiona's hero quest, and previous routes that I like to use would get her. DLC 3 has changed that, so goodbye Fiona, you can deal with your problems on your own.
And the main reason why they would pick up Fiona is because she can share power charge, which is really nice in the chains, for reasons we'll see later. But yeah, that's the main reason why you would get Fiona. But yeah, now we have like a section of just like traveling to the next area, so we could pass it over to the donations.
Very much we do indeed. Holy fudge, more just came in as I was near looking there. What the heck? All right, so we have got a $15 donation here from Zakarazi that says, what a great foundation to work for. Alzheimer's hits close to home after watching my grandma endure 11 years of it. Really hoping the same never happens to my mum. Please keep up the great speedruns and charity work. Awesome prizes too. Donation goes to the Console X fight.
Whoa!
Well, keep that going because you're going to need to do a bigger one now. We got a $241 donation from username Niels.
Username Niels.
That says, where was Gondor when Westfold fell? This will be my last donation to this thing. So it is up to the rest of chat to finish it. Now, it was sitting requiring $73 left to require it. But then we had $50 from Dragon Gamer.
Oh, Dragon! Wow, okay.
Said, huh? You seem to have forgotten about getting Fiona and grabbed Masha as your hero. Let's spark Alzheimer's so that nobody forgets Fiona ever again. I also don't want to forget Fiona, but I think it's more of an accent thing than anything else. And then finally...
Nice.
Yeah.
That was niche. That was niche.
Yeah.
That was niche.
If you know, you know.
You know.
But here we go. $350 donation from Gren. Simply says, this is just for you, Quad. And we have met the defeat Console X incentive. We will be fighting Console X there as well. And if you still want to fight for a little thing here, we do have the long hair and short hair bid war. That's coming up fairly soon.
Yeah.
So, but you make sure you set up for X. I know you've started it, but now it's definitely happening.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Awesome.
Gran, you're insane. Big shouts to Dragon as well. Dragon has been like doing routing alongside with a bunch of us as well. Brought in some pretty interesting strats like with the Fiona.
Dragon has very interesting ideas.
Now, what kind of interesting are we talking about here?
He was actually the very first person to tell us, hey, you should use Interlink 3 on the Dragon.
Oh yeah? Yeah. I actually didn't realize that. I kind of just did it on my own, but then like, whatever. Doesn't really matter.
I see long hair bringing it back a little bit there.
No, stop it.
Shush. Yes.
Short hair.
Long hair.
Long hair is better.
Long hair is better. You can do more with it.
Dragon was actually the first person to suggest that we choose Fiona. Well, the way in which he used Fiona was a lot different than what we ended up doing. But it was still like, you know, really. It takes that one person to, you know, to get the ball rolling.
It's to that point that, like, actually the way that he was using Fiona is kind of the way we use Masha, like a little bit. Like, not exactly the same, but like the strategies work out very similarly. So, like, even though that work was done and like was ultimately not used, it's kind of come back and like is relevant again. It's really interesting how things work out that way. I love it when like you do a bunch of work and it's like gone, and then like something happens and it's relevant again. Like, my favorite examples from Golden Sun. I told myself I was not going to say anything about Golden Sun, but it's come up. And Baal Nocturno, an ESA veteran, I miss you, buddy. He found this useless glitch that was like literally just for swag, and then like 7 years later, FX found this thing that like made it. Oh, now this useless glitch is essential to the 80% speedrun. I just love when that happens. Like, I love when work isn't wasted.
Real quick, back to the run here. This is a very difficult fight, so I'm gonna make sure that I'm set up very well.
Serious time.
It's fight against Gondor.
You
So I'm
better
gonna make
show
sure
how
I
good
buff
you are.
my entire party up just to make sure we're well prepared. Oh,
Yo,
my finger kind of slipped.
Sick backflip.
Wait.
My finger kind of slipped.
Oh,
Wait, what?
Oh no.
No.
Oh, now we.
Retry.
You have to swim again all the way around. Oh.
No, and I have to go all the way back from the sea knot cave or something, whatever it's called. Oh, look, we're in prison.
Game over.
This is the bit when it's kind of like, I remember I was doing like 12-hour days of this game. I was an idiot, but I was like 8 hours into my day. I was like, yeah, I'll just do this last bit of story, and you know, we'll just crack on. You know, and I'll end stream there, and then we'll just crack on them the following day. And I just thought, you know, it's just the next bit of story. Actually, no, it wasn't 8 hours in, it was 6 hours in. I was like, yeah, it's gonna be fine. It's all good. Let's just do this. So this is a I have PTSD of this game.
I just want to say, like everybody that has played this game has an experience with this dungeon.
Yeah.
Like this area, like.
There's so much that goes on.
I'm going to talk about it at some point. I'm just
Yeah.
going to just spoiler warning already.
Yeah, but so you have like 3 days of stuff you have to do, and each day we're going to we need to try and blend in and not show off not show off who we are. We can't do any Ouroboros, transformation, all that kind of stuff, just to try and blend in.
It's so tropey.
Yeah. It's so exactly. Exactly. You might remember what I said at the very beginning of the run about tropes. But yeah, there's so much stuff where it's like, you know, we're going into the prison. We're going to do a prison break, and all these kinds of things that are going on. So day one, we're going to just go and do some collecting of some items and very, very simple stuff. And that area is actually strategies to that, because there are NPCs around that give you a bunch of the items that have already been like foraged for you, so you can kind of speed up the collection and hope you get lucky on the way as well.
The way we've kind of settled on this, and that Quad was right all along, is just you just get stuff. Like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
there's groups of 4 of like guaranteed clusters of stuff that we mapped out very early on. We just get those, and by the end of the fixed path, we have everything we need except. Wow, that is super.
I'm really going to try to get it.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
We have everything except the honey plums guaranteed, basically. But even if we don't get random spawns along the way, like that honey plum and that Kana meal that we just got were random, there's a backup spot that we can just get them from. That kind of works really well. Sorry, we're just going to go along the path and just get stuff. So, Bowie, what were you saying?
I was just saying, you know, obviously collecting all of the items on day 1 and doing a couple more kind of like enemy culling on day 2 and 3. But yeah, as Plexa was saying, it is very like a pretty tropey thing that, you know, you have these moments where, you know, you've got like a prison break or some kind of like daring escape or some kind of thing like that. You know, in these kinds of games or stories that tend to be told. And if you remember what I said at the beginning, this game likes to sometimes play around with those expectations, and
we mentioned it at the start how like Senna has no character development basically up until the start of this chapter. Then they dial it to like 11. Like
there's a wonderful scene between her and Lance.
Everything is set up for her, because like she gets the opening cutscene of this chapter, and then she has this wonderful chat with Lance about being the mighty weaklings or something.
Yeah. And I think because you were talking about how there's like similar origins, and you know, specifically Shania and Senna having those ones, but obviously Lanz as well has his own issue. Like he has the survivor's guilt of, you know, losing Yoren, because he was harsh with Yoren when they were kids, when they were younger, when they were in training, And Yoren, did the ultimate sacrifice type deal, and then Lance is sitting there being like, I treated him like crap, and I'm the one who survived.
Why did he save me?
Yeah. Why did I survive this? And it's like those kinds of things where he's having to deal with that, while Senna's also dealing with the fact that he wasn't strong enough. Lance wasn't strong enough for Yoren. He felt like he wasn't strong enough, and then Senna feels the exact same way for everyone, and obviously and for Mio and herself. Like she's not strong enough. She's not good enough.
Yeah. The fantastic delivery. I don't know who the voice actress is for Senna, but like, did I do good out there?
Yeah, her name's Rachel Lachance.
Just
she's great.
The delivery of that line gets me every time. So good.
Yeah, she's very, very good.
Yeah, we have everything, so we just give up, whoop back.
Cool. The expectations thing is insane. Yeah, it's gonna be easy.
Yeah, well, we're at the end of day 1. There's not a lot going on. Day 2 is we have to kill a Ferris. We got a little bit of time for anything Argak has for us.
Yeah, we got a bit of fighting going on here in the donations right now.
Hell yeah, dude.
So we got a $105 donation from Gren. Once again.
Gren.
Are you gonna do it? Let's hear it.
Here's another one for the proper Neo hair. Put into long hair.
No! Wow, Gren.
Ren.
I thought we were friends, Gren.
But
But
on the other hand, we have a massive $256 donation.
Wow. Vaxer?
From Vaxer.
Yes! Has to be that number. 256.
That says to trim or not to trim. A deep question indeed. This one will take some thought. $64 to short hair. $192 to long hair.
That's my goat. That's my goat right there. I'm sorry for swearing at you. You got me in the first half. I'm not gonna lie.
Just very quickly back.
I think it's Argak dealing with our expectations.
Yeah, pretty much. So we're coming up on the Ferris fight, which is like, it's like the row pull, but we have tools to deal with it. It's like potentially one of the most dangerous fights in the whole run.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be. But we just quickly level up Unity to level 10 on Lost Vanguard for one reason and one reason only, and that is we want to unlock Mighty Beat. It is a smash art that is Agnian in origin, so we can only use it on a Kavesi class.
And what's one of the strongest Kavesi classes?
I don't know, maybe Sword Fighter. So that's going to work out kind of well for us. So Quad's just setting up everything so we can maximize his damage for this upcoming thing.
Accessories are
it's okay.
different slots.
I'm like
I'm
secretly really worried that like I've sold something that you need.
No. It should be fine. They're just in different slots, so my muscle memory is kind of
okay. Fair enough.
But we do get Senna in Yum Smith outfit.
Yeah. Look at it, Jeff hat, so cute.
And like this is like actually very important. Like we've given Senna the shackle ring, and as I mentioned, the shackle ring increases the art effect of the next art the more you use of them in chain. So we're going to do 2 arts into Flashback, which is her break ability, and with the extra buffs on the shackle ring, we're extremely likely, but still not guaranteed to hit the break. Fingers crossed. If not, there's another chance. But
since Cognito, by the way, we can cancel arts into other arts.
Which couple, land, launch from Ashera, then smash, fuse with air slash for big damage.
So when we said that smash was really weak, it's because it was a tank class. It's one of those things. I mean, obviously we've did a bunch of setups too, but like DPS smashing is just like the roles are very very like cleanly linked. The DPS class deal the damage. That just showcases it so strongly.
So going to get Monica's hero quest and unlocking Monica for the job is 100% worth it because smash is extremely powerful.
It's so broken and. We basically have 2 options we can use for our smash. We can use it on the sword fighter, or we can use it on the fencer. Interestingly enough, we actually do use the fencer for smash, not its talent art, but actually like Mighty Beat. But for pretty much every scenario, the sword fighter is just going to be better because of that.
Barring this one particular instance.
Yeah, because of that one skill that just gives it extra damage against unique enemies and bosses.
Yeah. So this is the scary part of the Ferris fight. We want to get a very, very, very late smash here. We just don't want the Ferris to do anything. It can just AoE kill everybody if it looks at you the wrong way. All we need to do is build up that chain meter as fast as possible and then break it. all we gotta do. That's the game plan. Once we do that, we're gonna get into chain, and then you're gonna see the power of Smash, basically.
The one problem with the Smash art that we have on Uni is that the Smash actually builds a lot of aggro, because that was from a tank class, right? So that's the whole thing. So every time you smash, you're going to take the aggro, and you're probably going to die.
We actually use that to our advantage in a lot of places. Like, it's both a blessing and a curse if you use it correctly.
Oh, that's kind of unlucky.
That's bad timing.
Yeah, Ashir's using a talent. Oh, fine.
That's fine. Good.
Yeah, instant break straight into it. Yeah, because you can do everything from within the chain attack. So
you can actually pick any order you want because this thing is so squishy. I didn't have to pick Pion, but it's fine.
This is one of those moments which feels like can feel like quite an innocuous change, but yeah, Tyon going into heavy guard just for all of that setup is just
Oh yeah, the reason why we have Tyon. Do you explain why we have Tyon in heavy guard? I mean, I prefer Tyon in heavy guard because he has the highest dexterity of any character in the party, which means he's the likeliest to land his topples, which is by far like the limiting factor here when it comes to like doing these fights quickly.
I'm pretty sure you cap here, which is why I use lands, but like you need Tyon in the next round of chains anyway, so it doesn't. It's like, it's really just run.
I believe lands is not guaranteed to. I mean, he doesn't have the cap accuracy on, I think, the Ferris and the Garafas. Tyon just barely hits the cap accuracy on the Garafas, I think.
I'm gonna check that afterwards.
I think so. I mean,
I think if with the gem and a carbon gloves, lands gets, if not close, like very like it is there. But it doesn't matter. Like I mean, you want Tyon on heavy guard for the gauntlet anyway, because everything he said is true. He has the highest dexterity stat. Like every character's got like their own like base stats. Like Senna's got the highest attack, for instance, and lands have Tyon happens to have the highest dexterity, so it makes sense to put him on a class that otherwise would be missing top a lot.
Like in general, like generally the stats don't actually matter that much. It's just a matter of like this is more of like min-maxing. But dexterity is the one stat that kind of like you do kind of feel it sometimes if you don't like have dexterity. Like for example, Senna's like the least accurate character. So like you remember the Grabbles fight at the start of the run. Like she never hits her topple there because she's extremely blind.
Yeah, I would strongly agree with that. Like none of the base stats matter. Like Uni has the lowest base attack, but we're gonna use her as our primary DPS for a lot of this stuff because, well, lots of reasons. But dexterity, it really does matter. Like we already have to deal with the fact that we're 97% accurate at best anyway. So every point under that, you feel it. You really do.
Yeah, it's kind of like again setting yourself up for success, right? You want to make sure that you're giving yourself the best chance to do the fights quickly. Don't lose too much time to getting bad RNG.
I really hope it'll all go to plan.
Surely this will all go according to plan.
I think this is where the Mighty Weaklings cutscene happens as well. One of my favorite in the game. Love it.
Alright, so we've talked a bit about Smash and why Sword Fighter is super good for Smash. This is the only instance in the run where we're going to not use Sword Fighter.
And it's precisely because we have to clear out some Garafas. But they're just normal Garafas, so they're not unique monsters. So we don't get that inherent skill bonus from the Sword Fighter class. So we do the next best thing, which is we use Spencer, which is, well, it's pretty strong. It has that inherent power charge built in, which is nice. It's got a lot of other things going for it. It's just, because it's not a unique monster, it just makes sense to do this with Fencer.
Yeah, the Sword Fighter actually does come up quite short on killing the things.
And it's not even quite, it's like noticeably short.
Yeah, the only way you can like get close to killing it is if you get a lucky crit, which isn't very likely because the Sword Fighter doesn't have like the highest base crit.
This is just a really random thought, but earlier I said it was Rachel LaChance, it's Rebecca LaChance who voices her.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, I said Rachel earlier, I don't know why. And it just came to me, I was like, Rebecca.
I think it's because it's 5 AM.
Yeah, that might be it.
She does a fantastic job.
Yeah, and you're doing really well.
So this break is basically guaranteed, so as long as you break, it's fine. The only drawback of Fencer is that it doesn't have an inherent break. And that's unlucky. Basically, the way Smash works, which you probably should explain, is that it will take all of your remaining topple and launch gauge and then funnel that into damage, basically. So every second that is remaining on the smash, on the launch and the topple, is basically 100% extra damage multiplier. So the longer it takes for a Share to launch or Tyon to topple, the longer it takes for a Share to launch, the less damage we're going to have in our smash, which is why the first one didn't kill, but this one did.
Yeah. That's why I also like having Noah as a fencer here. He's going to provide a bit of extra chip damage. Just in case you don't get the, like this one, probably not.
Yeah.
There we go, there's the Infinity Blade that killed it.
Nice.
Nice one, good job, Noah.
So now we're done with prison, and now it's time we got to break out of prison, or the prison escape, as I like to call it, which is going to be a bunch of trash mobs that we got to clear out. How do we deal with the AOE things? We use Interlink.
Yeah, because it's back now because we're actually not trying to blend in
it's
anymore.
important. Up until this point in prison, we haven't been able to use Ouroboros because it would give us away. Now we're breaking out of prison, so no one cares. Putting lands on heavy guard here is very important. I spent 6 hours trying to figure out why Quad was faster than me, only to realize it was lands on heavy guard, because he keeps the aggro on him so the enemy doesn't jump around with changing aggro, because every time they change aggro, there's a slight slowdown, and over this many trash fights, over this many enemies, it adds up.
There is also the big comeback of the Tactician class right now.
Yeah, we're doing it to unlock things. Tactician really shines in the upcoming boss gauntlet at the end of this sequence, so we're just doing it now. But what Quad is doing here is kind of precise. It's very execution heavy, I will say. What you want to do is you want to get everybody to kill the medic, except Uni Ouroboros. The Uni Ouroboros wants to kill the scout. The scout is the tankiest. It's basically the heavy guard of that group. And hopefully you can get your friends to kill the medic, because the medic usually goes far away and escapes the AoE of the spam here.
I've actually changed my approach slightly. Okay. Yeah, because Masha gives you so much crit damage. I've been focusing on the scout, and I think that's working fine. I mean, you can optimize it if you want to.
We'll figure it out. I mean, we've had Masha for less than a week.
Yeah. Anyway, the blow down here is kind of annoying because things like to run really far away.
We clear out these 3, then we have to go rendezvous with Gondor. It's fine. We get Gondor in our party, we immediately take her out of the party. She's helpful. Oh, we didn't talk about Masha's skill and why she's so good. We've alluded to it, but Masha, the reason that she is relevant at all to the speedrun is that she gives increased damage on crit. Which will become very relevant in a moment, but right now it's relevant because Tyon has a very high crit chance. So every crit he does extra, what is it, 40% damage?
40% extra crit damage, yeah. So it's extra, I don't know, 165 over 125.
So I guess while we're on the topic of crit, Smash, coming back to Smash, it kind of all ties together, believe me. The point of the way that Smash does calculations is, in the way that it gets such silly numbers, is that you're taking different multipliers from different categories. The way that the game deals damage is it has additive kind of multipliers, like power charge and stuff is a separate multiplier, chain damage is a different multiplier, crit's a different multiplier. So it's about optimizing your damage across all these different categories of potential ways of increasing damage. And crit being a multiplier external to everything else, so if you can add damage into crit, it's going to empower everything.
Yeah. Again, that concept of diminishing returns. The more additive damage you have, the less it's gonna actually increase your overall DPS. So you kind of want to try to diversify your sources of damage increase.
And that's why Masher is good here, because we're kind of maxing out their Uni Tyon damage with additive damage by getting all the buffs on everybody. So by introducing Masher, she can power up a different category of damage to increase our overall damage output. We gotta clear out 3 more of these now.
Yeah. And after that, it's going to be free escape. Nothing that could go wrong ever. We've dealt with all the enemies, right?
Yeah, of course. Nothing can go wrong. This is an anime.
Exactly. It's a simple prison escape.
And after that, we'll get to see Nia, and we're going to save the world, and
there's a cool little
going to save Mio.
Quad just did actually that is really hard to do, and I can't do it consistently at all. There's a brief slowdown at the end of all these fights as you come out of Ouroboros form, but if you switch to another character, in this case it was Mio, right at the end, as you're doing the killing blow, you can kind of eliminate that animation and get onto the next fight faster. It's a really cool optimization.
And it's been doing that ever since the start of this section too.
The only annoying thing is that last hit misses. Then you have to go back.
Yeah. That's why I said I'm really bad at it. It's very impressive how consistently good at it you are. So this is the last pure trash. The next one is kind of mostly trash. They do have an elite in there, which kind of changes the fight a little bit, but it's the same basic thing. But then we get into the gauntlet. There's a gauntlet of 4 bosses in a row, 5 bosses in a row, 6 bosses in a row?
5 or so? I think it's 5.
Quite a bit.
Yeah, there's a
You
lot.
don't it's six in
Five,
total
five
if you include the.
Oh, okay,
break.
okay, yeah. If you include the last one,
Yeah.
You don't notice it that much casually because like there's a bunch of cutscenes in between, but
Yeah.
it's very dry.
There's a bunch of cutscenes. Yeah.
actually only like I don't know, like two cutscenes.
Yeah.
Oh no, there's like.
It's like 3, I think.
Just
Oh,
a
I
whole
guess
movie.
start of chapter 6 is a bunch of them. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, this is the last bit of trash. Once we're out of here, we're out of prison. Thank God, we're free. Nothing can possibly go wrong. Fine. But we're going to do a really interesting setup for the next gauntlet of bosses, and I'll start explaining that now, seeing as this isn't very interesting. The key point that Quad figured out was that Devotional Necklace is really broken, and that Tactician is really good at building interlink levels. So Tactician, being a healer class, can exploit Devotional Necklace, plus the fact it builds interlink really quickly, to really reliably build up interlinks free across Noah and Mio. And that's really important. Noah and Mio Ouroboros has a number of cool things. You've already seen it a couple times. You've seen Mega Spinning Edge, Power Charge, that deals a ton of damage. But Phantom Slash, the top art of its thing, has a basically guaranteed break chance at level 3. We're going to exploit the fact that it's got basically effectively 100% break chance at level 3 to reliably get breaks on some of the most difficult bosses to break, particularly the 2 M fights plus the N fight. We're also going to make use of the Ouroboros chain on N, but whatever. The main point here is that we've optimized interlink build across Noah and Mio. We've got a little bit of damage coming from Lands and Senna, although not, it's kind of negligible. And Uni here is really going to be the star of the show when it comes to dealing damage, and it's all kind of enabled by this Ouroboros tech that Quad's going to do. Very cool. This is the Garanus. The Garanus is probably the most frustrating fight of the lot because it should just go really fast, but then he decides to not kill people every now and then, and it's kind of annoying.
Whatever.
The point of the Devotional Necklace is that all your arts come back when you revive somebody, so it's really convenient if it actually does decide to kill Uni here. It may not, and if it doesn't, it's fine, but it's kind of like the big determining factor of whether the spike goes fast or not is how quickly it kills people. That looks pretty good. This should be Interlink 3 after this. The cool thing is if you're at Interlink 2 with 3 arts unlocked, you're guaranteed Interlink 3 after you do your spam. Here we go, we got Interlink 3. And now you're just going to see the amount of raw damage that Noah, Mio, Ouroboros deals out. It's kind of insane.
Yeah, at this point it's also much faster to build interlink because we've got all 3 master arts as well, so it's going to be you're going to be able to build it so fast because you've got all these arts extra.
Yeah.
And we can do it again too.
Yeah, having all 6 arts is huge, plus the fact that Tactician is really, really good at building interlink. Yeah, just enough time to get in the second Mega Spinning Edge with the Power Charge. Even more big damage on the launch.
Maybe?
Very good.
Do you get it? No, just missed it. Oh, whatever. Never mind, it's fine. I tried it.
For swag.
I was gonna burst it down now.
Yeah, so Unition do a ton of damage, so it's just really valuable to have them just clean up anything. Like, even if they're into, like, level 2, you can just, like, kind of mop that fight up very easily. And that's it. That's the Garanus, and we're out of prison. Are we?
Yeah, absolutely easy. We're now going to go into a few more fights here. We're going to be fighting against Mobius M, who looks just like Mio, and as obviously we mentioned as well, Mobius N, who looks just like Noah, hence their letters. This fight these fights are really, really good. Like, musically they're fantastic, but there's also this whole thing where you'll lose control.
Something really important just happened.
Go.
Quad was able to get a smash off here. That's like the big determining factor whether this fight goes fast or not. Smashing M early, it gets us into this Eclipse Soul phase, which is basically a fixed phase of, like, I forget how many seconds, but she's taking control of another character. And meanwhile, she is basically immune to all damage except from, like, staying power and stuff. It's whatever. Basically, we have to get to this phase as fast as possible to wait this out before we can kill her. So, Quad has got a very good fight going on here, so that's really impressive.
Yeah, so like for this fight, this first M fight, it's gated by HP. So that's why the opening smash is really nice. The next fight's gated by time. So it doesn't really matter that much if you can't get the early smash.
In the next fight, we can actually target the person who gets controlled, so it's like completely fine. So, we got the break.
Okay, no.
Yeah, we're revising. Give me tie on this time.
And actually, interestingly enough, the person who is controlled during that fight is going to be one of the roles that is in the majority. So right now there is 3 attackers, so it's all most likely going to be an attacker that is going to be controlled on this fight.
So now you're going to see why we did the detour to get Moniker, if it wasn't already abundantly clear. We're building up all these different multipliers from different categories of damage. We're building up our chain multiplier with Ashira here. We're building up power charge with Ashira. We have got a bunch of additive damage because it's a unique monster. And then all of the doing topple and launch in chain gives us max duration topple and launch, which is 1,000 multiplier. And you just deal a million damage. And that's that's M. And that's the blueprint for the majority of the rest of the bosses in this gauntlet, at least.
And now, yeah, you just do like an extra one of those to get like the extra 100% experience for the bonus, and off you go. But yeah,
that experience is important. It's going to allow us to unlock one of those level thresholds we love so much by the end of this gauntlet.
Yep. Yeah, so 1 million damage is about the damage that you are doing with Yun and Ouroboros.
So the difference between this fight and the last one is that now we can target the person who's being controlled, which basically ends the Eclipse Soul phase. So it's way less of an HP check if you get the smash or not. So if we get it, that's great. It is good. Tyon missed here. That's fine. It's not a big deal. We're just going to build up Interlink 3 as fast as possible so we can guarantee a break. M has incredibly high evasion, so we kind of need Ouroboros level 3 to have a reliable break. He has Eclipse Soul. She took lands. We can kill him. It's fine. And hopefully this will all go fine and we'll get the quick fight.
So a few like thematic things here that are really important. Obviously the Mobius theme is now having the Shinobue flutes come out, obviously because we're fighting MNN. You can also see that in the sky there are a bunch of the Mondo as well that Tyon can control, and they are targeting who is being controlled by M, so we know who to target and how that stuff works. The whole point of this fight is that these are powers that we haven't seen before coming out of MNN, and it's just like, we do not know the true strength that is going on here, and this is a hopeless fight. And it's just trying to push that home. It's the whole thing of like winning fights, losing cutscenes. And if I would like to remind you as well, if you remember what we were talking about with OP, where OP interlinked for a little too long. And
I got Shira anyway.
Yeah, you got a Shira anyway. I was like, you are doing the power charge. The power, like basically the other thing about this fight is that this version of M has more HP. And with power charge and a little bit of chip damage, you can get this in 2 rounds.
Yeah, I just took a bit of extra time just to try to get a 2-round fight, like increase my odds of getting a 2-round fight. It doesn't always pay off, like now because I got lucky and got Shira.
Just whatever. Like again, you play for consistency, so it's all good.
Yeah, it's fine. You got like neither decision is wrong there. Like you can't just go straight into the chain, or you can take a bit of extra time. Sometimes it doesn't pay off. It's fine.
Smash this dude.
What is an HP bar?
So
Smash
ridiculous. And again, you just get the extra 100% with one hit, and if you want a bit more, go for it. But no.
Then we're going to the end fight, which is going to follow the same general blueprint, but is a lot simpler because you don't have to worry about HP gates, whatever. The only thing you have to worry about is aggro management. If you just spam all your arts with Mio, which is incredibly tempting to do, she will die. And then you reset all your interlink builds. You just gotta space it out a little bit, and it's completely fine. Then N will kill people, so you will build up more interlink levels. It'll all be fine.
Nice, yeah, opening smash from Uni.
It's perfect as well.
Yeah, because she's gonna take a ton of aggro now.
And then she dies, and then you get to revive her. And
oh, there! Oh, whoa! Nop on strap going in right there.
That is insane.
Okay, this should get me interlink free.
Yeah, that's interlink free right there.
Okay, again,
you've got it too fast, even.
In order for the devotional necklace to proc, you need to be part of the healing, even if you are only there for like half a second. Yeah. It's going to matter. If you're not, then you're not going to get the art recharge, so it's important to actually always have the healers that you want to have an art refresh be part of the healing.
One thing Quad is doing here is he's also auroing Uni and Tyon. They have an ability called Liberty Wing, which is can revive people if people die. They didn't, so it's fine. Yeah. Now we're gonna do an aura chain.
So this first phase, he's actually kind of tanky this first phase. So that nice opening smashes did help to chip him a bit. Again, with that key pair thing, I'm going to be using Mio here. That's going to increase the odds of me getting a high roll for my for my damage ratio here. It's going to guarantee me at least 600%. And 50% that I can get 650. I didn't get it, but it's fine. Worst case scenario, just go an extra round into Oro Chain.
I think one other thing that you haven't mentioned yet is that Quad moved Uni's Ouroboros to the backside of N. N has block rate from the front, but not behind. So that little subtle thing there is going to ensure that Uni will not get blocked when she hits Smash.
It should be fine.
Should be.
Again, like, HP bars at this point are really just mere suggestions. As long as you try to max out the damage, if you're not even sure of what you're doing, you just max out damage and you'll be good.
I think that was a fantastic series of fights.
That was really well done.
Yeah. I was going to say, they went really well.
It's not over yet.
It just keeps going. And between each of these fights, it's like, you know, the Ouroboros come up with an option and a solution, and then they just get knocked back and pushed back again every single time. But yeah, there's like a whole thing where like Lance and Senna make a decision to sacrifice himself and interlink for too long whilst holding on to N to just destroy him. But they, again, X comes out of nowhere and just cuts that down, de-interlinks them on purpose and says, no, you can't do that.
Now we're stuck. So this sequence coming up, I mean, everybody loves it for a multitude of reasons, but it was this sequence here that I was like, this is like, actually like probably my second or first favorite game of all time, purely because of this.
Sparks. It's just a metal grate.
we skipped obviously all of that, but there is the emotional damage in that like that upcoming like 45 minutes leaves you with this scene. But it's
I think this game hits really hard if you're in a relationship. I've been with my wife for 17 years, so like I'm a love dude. I love love stories. It's great. And like throughout this whole game, you're like, man, Noah and Mio are developing this beautiful love story. It's evolving on a screen. It's really cute. Like, it's showing you that how love is such like a human emotion, even in this inhuman world. It's fantastic. You're like, this is the start of a love story. And you get into this sequence, and you're like, hold up. This is not the start of a love story. This is a love story that's been going on for like the entirety of existence.
Well, pay attention to how the cloud in the distance looks like Mio.
Yeah.
Like,
this is, you can just, like, for a split second, you can see Mio's face.
Yeah.
Soraya Saga and Tetsuya Takahashi are just really, really good at making love stories. Just ever since FF6.
There is something that hits really hard about knowing that Noah and Mio are not just like forming a love because they're together now, but they're actually like soul-bound people destined to find each other in every version of this world. Maybe not every version, but a lot of them.
It's that whole thing is, if you notice in both of their hair, like the band that keeps Noah's hair up is a red band, and then there's the red band twisted into Mio, and like I believe it's a Chinese is it a Chinese part of like folklore or whatever, but about the red thread of fate that holds you together, and it's built into their character.
So there's this emotional weight of like seeing. This is not the start of a love story. It's like the continuation of this beautiful thing that's been developing countless times, but in every single version of it, Mio dies before Noah, and he experiences that pain of losing her
every time.
And he might die afterwards or whatever, but like every version of reality for Noah ends in Mio's death, and the amount
despair.
of pain. Like, I know how much pain that would bring me personally, because I'm fortunate enough to be in a position where I would know that kind of pain.
Yeah.
And like, that makes the choice that N makes in this next cutscene so unbelievably relatable to me. Like, the choice between living in a world where you can bring back the person you love for all eternity to live with you, or to go back into the spiral and experience the pain again. Like, that is like the most human choice anyone would make.
Yeah. Like that particular scene there is no matter how it ends up, like in that particular memory and in that particular version, they ended up together. They had a family. They had a kid. And
so
again,
powerful.
Mio does die, and then Noah leaves his son. You know, and no matter how it ends up for them, it's always the same. And yeah, so essentially, Mobius is some dude. There's a dude out there who basically gives Noah a choice, as Plexa was saying. You know, to continue this. There's this concept of the endless now. Do you want to just like freeze time and stop everything and just be in this moment together with her forever? And N and M are basically the creation of that moment when Noah couldn't take it anymore, because Noah gets shown all these versions.
All at once.
Or N particularly, the N Noah gets shown everything that's happened up to this point, and gives him a choice. Let this keep happening or stop it. And N, as Plexa says, understandably so, can't do it again. He makes the choice, which is a very...
I would make that choice.
Yeah.
We're going to another infight. It's exactly the same as the first one, except he's way weaker and gets broken a lot. So
Yeah.
He's very sad.
we'll keep talking about the plot, because I love the plot.
So,
like, the one thing that really strikes me about this is that we find out in the cutscene immediately prior to this one is that M didn't want it, which is the craziest twist to me. Because, like, as me, it never even occurred to me that she wouldn't want to live in the world with Noah and herself together forever. It's because of the consequences that choice has made. They have to kill people to stay alive, and she didn't want it.
Yeah.
And, like, the craziest thing is Mio's story is all about wanting more time and wanting to live on, whereas M is, like, saying, what we had was beautiful and special, but, like, it has to come to an end, and that's okay.
Yeah.
The juxtaposition of those two things, oh my god, this is so
It is
good.
nutty.
So
It's like it's one of those things where like it's not that she didn't want it for herself, but she didn't want it for him either.
Yeah.
Because the pain and like the sorrow that he is living in endlessly is
the
the thing she
depravity
wants
of
to
what they had to do, the cost of the decision.
Yeah,
like,
man. There's a moment as well I want to kind of bring back to actually Noah and Mio. Specifically, Mio does. There's like a whole scene where Mio does actually die. There's a thing about like the final off-seeing moment where actually like when that happens, if you do make it to your 10th year and you get sent off, you never come back, kind of thing. And so it made it seem that actually Mio did disappear, but she doesn't because of like a whole thing. M and Mio swap bodies for a moment, essentially.
So it's actually M who decides that I'm done.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for everything, Noah, but I'm done.
Yeah, so there's at the beginning when Noah and Mio first interlink at the beginning of the game, they share all these memories. So when M actually overtakes Mio's mind, they have this kind of like exchange of like everything, of emotion, of thought, of memory. So Mio has inherited everything that M knows. Which is a big part of that. But Noah makes a decision that he would say, even if I'm alone, I have to keep going on my path. And that's the whole thing, that Noah is seeing the same thing that ended, but they come to different decisions at the end of the day that Noah would press on.
Choices.
There's
chapter.
Yeah. There's an amazing thing that like at least a horrible moment, like it's truly like harrowing what N does to Noah and like to the team where he tortures them. But I was saying I was saying at the beginning that there's this point where like Noah is an officer in the truest sense. He will send off anyone.
Let us pause this conversation.
Go for it.
I love this conversation.
Go for it.
But we have to talk about the shackle ring.
You do. Yeah.
So, welcome to the rest of the game. So we unlock the unlimited sword ability, which gives us access to Final Lucky 7 as we would please. It's broken. It makes Numa from Xenoblade 2 look balanced. It almost makes Crosshair looks balanced, though. I'm on the fence on that one.
No.
Like, this is the most ridiculous ability ever. And by being in Flash Fencer, which gives us access to capable hands, we start with Unlimited Sword at 80% guaranteed. The reason why Unlimited Sword is crazy is because its talent art, called, Final Lucky 7, is an inbuilt smash. Oh, you're under-leveled, that's a shame.
No. Yeah, I'm usually at level 49 here, but it doesn't matter.
I mean, because the apprentice thing does nothing anyway.
Yeah.
Tachyon Slash.
So we're going to use Tachyon Slash to build up our talent meter to get to Final Lucky 7 as fast as possible. And it will do a break, topple, launch, and smash. And if we give it enough multipliers to Noah, it will basically one-shot most things. Remember how Masha was giving us crit extra damage? One of the hidden skills of Lucky 7 is that every crit we have will increase our chance to crit until we get max capped on crit. So effectively, at this point, we're maxed out on crit.
Dead.
And it's dead. I didn't get time to explain everything. The fight was too quick. So we have Shackle Ring Multiplier, which gives us plus 80% to everything, including the reactions, the launch, the whatnot. The launch is giving more damage to Smash because there's like you get up to like times 17 damage from that. We have the Power Ring, which is giving us more additive damage. It's just a ridiculous amount of damage coming out. And you just one-shot things. It's very, very, very silly.
So that was double damage from the smash that Uni was doing during chain attacks.
It's ridiculous. We were doing the same exact strats without Masha, but she just makes this a lot more streamlined. Like before, we'd have to use an ability called Unlimited Sword, which we will see on the next major boss. But we'll come to that as it is. Again, it's all about building up different multipliers. So, with that out of the way, we've got a lot of plot. We are also having our short hair, long hair incentive come to a close. So where do we stand on that?
One last refresh on that for you, and It looks like a certain hero is going to be very happy.
Yes!
Long hair takes the victory, $439.50. Short hair, $309 there.
That guy there, sealed it.
In total, $748.50 raised for a hairstyle choice. Well played, everybody. Well played. Thank you very much for your donations.
Thank you so much, everyone. Even though you made the wrong decision, we
Whoa now.
It's all about choices, you know?
Mm. Oh, speaking of choices, can I go back to the
Yes,
thing?
we can. Let's go back to
I know that not people always think that speedrunning should be all about the game, but like RPGs are different. There's like a thing, right? And I think it's kind of part of the reason why Noah makes a different choice and why he can do that, and like, you know, why this is such a unique variant on their kind of like fate. Is that obviously we was talking about how there's like the combination, how like Noah and Mio kind of complement each other in a very, very different way, and how music is used as a complete like narrative theming throughout the entire game. Why the Shinobi is playing during the fights against NNM is actually because well, I mean, it's one of those things where like there's a horrible moment where as the eclipse is happening and the sending off of Mio is going down. There's this moment where, like, obviously because they were in prison and everything was taken away from them, Noah has sent every single person after battle that he's ever come across. He sends all the husks, Kevesi, Agni, and no matter what. Even
Mobius.
Mobius, even monsters, everything gets sent by Noah. Everything deserves a chance to be at rest. And there's this moment where, as part of the whole thing's going on and they're playing the song to send off Mio, remember they swapped flutes. So Mio has Noah's flute before this moment. N basically throws down Noah's flute that Mio had and tells Noah to be part of the song, send her off, and he just cannot do it.
The disdain in his voice.
Yeah,
Harry
like,
McIntyre.
He's like holding it, and it's just one of those things where like he just drops. Like, it was the one thing that gave his life purpose was playing this music, and it was this whole thing, this whole backstory of wanting to like write his own songs, not just play the Kavesi Ofsted tune. And he's like, he wants to, you know, use music as a way to communicate with people. And like the one person that he cares about the most, he cannot send, which completely breaks apart his entire, like,
to complete despair.
So, like the point here is that one of the big themes in this game is hope, and like that
hope and
they are the
despair.
like Noah often says he's the embodiment of hope, right? And in that moment, Monolith Soft have done such a fantastic job of extinguishing every possible thing we could think of to give us hope that we'll save Mio.
Yeah,
at that last moment, that in rubbing insult to injury, saying send her, like.
And even from the start, so from the moment like he kidnapped them, he's like, okay, so you're going to kill us. He's like, no, I've got a better plan. You know, she's got 1 month left. You're gonna.
Oh
you're
mate,
gonna
that is
save
that. I think it's one of those things you just can't be. That whole thing of like turning tropes on its head. Like we're gonna get out of prison. No, you don't. Lambs and Senna are gonna sacrifice themselves. No, they don't. The beginning in the bathhouse scene, which is usually a very sexually charged kind of atmosphere. No, it isn't. Like everything that we expect from these kind of stories is just completely flipped and thrown apart.
Right at the end, when like Mio is about to die, Riku says, "Remember Lucky 7."
Remember Lucky like, 7. Yeah.
Oh, there is a way out, and then it just never materialized.
Yeah, he can't.
Can't do it.
It's ridiculous. But I could not believe that when they imprisoned you, they're like, we're going to take her last month, and they do it. I'm just sitting there like, normally they have like the vocal theme that has like being sung happens like at the end of the game, but like in the middle of it, you got like this whole bit where her life is coming to an end, and it's just like it doesn't relent ever. It doesn't ever relent.
That whole scene is that whole section that we've passed like in like six bosses is like 2 hours long.
Yeah.
And it's despair for 2 hours long.
So you know I said that like 6 hours into my stream I did the prison bit. It was 11:30 at night, and I got to in the prison, and I saved my game. I was like, all right, guys, I'm done. And everyone was like, if you turn off this stream, we will.
He was literally in tears, going, "What is happening?"
Yeah.
And like
it was a good like.
I have to end the stream. I think.
Yeah, I have to go. Yeah.
To be fair, it was really great because you get that amazing breakdown afterwards of like all the things that had happened leading to that moment, and that was super cool. I'm really glad you did that.
Oh, no worries. It was important for me to get to the same emotional state so I could continue the game. My God. I honestly, I was speechless for about 5 minutes. I couldn't.
That whole sequence is just such a triumph of the video game medium as a way to tell story. Like,
there's also there's a bit about it that we haven't even talked about, and I know this is like Quad. You're doing a great job doing the run, by the way, mate. Like honestly.
Well, I warned you this would happen.
Yeah, I know. It's just
we still have some time before the next thing happens. So it's fine, we're good.
But like, there's a bit about the balance in character growth and how characters don't grow. Especially when you think about the whole idea about like when it comes to love stories, about how they're always approached and pivoted from the male perspective, and how it's always like these kinds of things where like the men save the women and all this kind of, and they're integral to growth and all these kinds of things. Whereas like even when it comes to Tyon and Uni doesn't overcome her issues because of Tyon.
No.
He is just one of those things. He was there and part of it, and may have like instigated certain things, but it's not. He's not the reason she overcomes it.
He helped.
Same for Senna.
Yeah,
and then there's the same for Senna and Lanz. Lanz is not the reason Senna can overcome these things. Noah is not the reason that Mio makes a choice she makes at the end. They make them because they are honest and true to them. But it's just that they just happen to be there.
It's a triumph of character writing when like your female characters shine, and like every character shines, to be fair. But like, so often like the male viewpoint just dominates everything. Yeah. But like the female characters are so well done. And the fact that in that cutscene there, that it's like, it's M who saves the day. To be fair, it's her moment, and she is the one who gets her revenge on N. And revenge is the wrong word to use.
Yeah, I mean,
like, it's like it's a wake up call.
She gets to do her choice.
Yeah, it's her choice. It's not Noah's choice.
It's her choice because N took the choice away from her.
Yeah,
because his decision was a selfish one.
That was the harrowing thing about that decision, because like I saw in myself the ability to make that same decision given the same circumstances.
Yeah.
And realizing that I had actually removed the agency of the other person to the equation.
Yeah. So there's the
bad guy?
There is I have like a parallel story to that, and I think it's like understanding and like coming to terms with the like what we can do and have the potential or the ability to do, and whether or not we have the impetus or the want to do it, we can. Carry on.
I'm going to say one thing, and that is, this whole discussion is like the beauty of sci-fi as a genre. And it allows us to examine the humanity of people in contexts and situations that would otherwise be inexplorable. And this is just like the tip, like the pinnacle of the ability to do that. It's
peak fiction. Peak fiction.
Just peak
fiction.
everything. All right, now we're into the run again.
Sorry,
Imagine if we can take this thing and make it AoE. Wouldn't that be super broken?
Yeah, Final Lucky 7 is AoE. Why?
Oh, it didn't die.
Yeah, that one didn't
actually
get
bad.
So the funny thing is, if it wasn't broken enough, it has a very a 6% chance to instantly kill non-unique monsters because reasons.
Oh yeah, Doom.
On the hit, not
on hit.
Art.
On hit.
Yes.
On any hit, which doesn't need it, but whatever, it has it. What happened there was like it procced too many times in that fight, so the blocker who dodged the initial hit also didn't die from the splash damage, which is really unlikely, but yeah, this thing is silly.
So worth noting that depending on the role that Noah has, so right now is Flash Fencer, right? The Lucky 7 class is going to be different based on the role to kind of reflect the team balance that you kind of want to have. So attacker is obviously going to be Omega busted damage, but if he's going to take the aggro, he's probably going to die. If you're playing as a tank, then you've got a button to be invincible.
Well, if only Attacker Lucky 7 had an inbuilt skill that reduced aggro on art. Because it does.
It does.
And then Healer has a regen art for everyone, so like...
What Quad is doing here is he's trying to really quickly proc these directional abilities. In particular, he's trying to get Null Slash on as many people as possible. It's a side directional. And if he can proc it twice, he can get Lucky 7. So Revolution Edge is sort of from behind art, so you're always guaranteed to get it as long as you don't miss.
Oh, we actually missed Miyabi. Oh, well, she died to the...
He died.
She died to the splash. Oh, Hack's still there.
So on those fights, we don't actually need the shackle ring, so we're just hitting the smash and
the guy going in.
Hacked is going in. By the way, Hacked is the Agnian equivalent of Mwamba.
Yeah.
So he was dead like in like 2 places.
They died at the beginning of the game, and Miyabi's still alive. This is the whole thing about,
No, they all died, but they all got brought back.
Yeah, so again, we were talking about the cycles, but yeah.
Mobius Y, like one of the tankiest dudes in the entire run. You will see the power of Masha in this fight and why we were like, oh yeah, we need her. So we're going to go into Lucky 7 as we do, and we're going to build up our final Lucky 7 by mashing Tachyon Slash. We also want to try and get Interlink level 1, although it's not strictly required. Once we get our final Lucky 7 all charged up, we're going to go into Ouroboros, and we're going to build up Origin Blade. Origin Blade is like a unique talent art to Noah's Ouroboros once you're in final Lucky 7, or some other conditions as well. And it has this fantastic ability called Reduce All. Reduce All basically says reduce everything. Like, it's literally all. Like, you take reduced defenses, so you do increased damage, reduced vulnerability to statuses. Like, it just keeps going down and down and down.
He's got a Monado, basically.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And so that's basically another source of independent multiplier that we can add to the chain. So we've manipulated things so that Y will turn around and we can start building up our shackle ring. We're placing as many power rings as we possibly can down. 2, I think, is the minimum required here, which is giving us more additive damage, affecting another one of those multipliers. A little bit unlucky there, but that's okay. Build up the shackle ring stacks, and then unleash final Lucky 7. By the way, Reduce All or Weaken lasts for like a good minute, so there's basically no chance of it running out. Alright, final Lucky 7, and he's dead.
Like 3.4 million or something?
This is the D fight, which, like, Masha just like
you're convinced beforehand, but then you're like, yeah, yeah, she good. But yeah, before Masha, we had alternate strats for it. It's very similar in theme. You build up multipliers and you smash. But Masher allows the final Lucky 7 one shot. Which
like
is really
Omega Y, that Mobius Y is like the last enemy I would think like you can one shot.
Yeah,
like you tell me, okay,
so
we get a one shot. We get a one shot. Other things, okay, you probably get a one shot like the boss like later in this chapter. Maybe the boss later in chapter 7. Omega Y is like, if you ask me, oh, what do you think you can one shot now? I probably wouldn't say Omega Y.
Yeah, you list out all the weak things or like things that almost died, not Omega Y. Like the fact that we can is insane.
Insane.
So this bit here is a little bit of movement optimization coming out from Quad. So normally you have to kind of run in a different direction to make it to like the Cloud Keep. But we're actually going to go like walk back to the camp and then kind of grab this little like pot here. By doing the level up, you're actually going to be a high enough level so you never aggro those skeeters. Grab this container and then walk back. You don't have to wait for the accessories as well. You'll just get them immediately. So go back to our warp point and then continue onwards.
It's a really cute optimization. But that item there is really important. It's called the Warped White Brooch. It's basically defense shred. It's relevant in this next 4 bosses. Well, two of the 4 bosses, I think.
It's 35 less.
3 of the 4 bosses.
35 less physical
27.
defense.
27, yeah.
27.
27% increase in damage.
Yep. And that's completely independent because up until now, outside of the negate all, it was only like buffing our attack, but never debuffing the enemies. Because debuffs in this game are really, like, they've got a chance to prog, so it's going to be hard to actually hit, which is a big problem. So you don't run it because it's not consistent, and very rarely you're gonna hit them. Yeah. However, like, this debuff is guaranteed and consistent, and it's just a very, very good extra source of damage.
As a small, tiny story aside, when Mio and M did kind of like fuse and switch bodies, obviously you got the body of an Ouroboros in the body of Mobius, so there's kind of like a blend of like a Mobius, Ouroboros, kind of like Iris going on right now for Mio. So she's seen some stuff.
Funny Iris. And yeah, now we've got Miyabi in our party, and
Troubadour.
We have got access to Troubadour class, which is one of the best class in the game.
Yeah, we were saying it earlier that like the healing classes in this game are absolutely
so good.
Like Troubadour was probably slept on from a speedrunning perspective until like quite recent. Like
we knew it was good, we just didn't know it was that good.
I think it was only because like I was pushing things with Fiona and Quad's like, I'm not gonna go get Fiona. I'm gonna do it a different way. No, actually, it's because you routed easy. And you're like, damn, Miyabi's so good,
pretty good.
In easy. I'm gonna try it in normal, and like she's great in normal as well. Like.
Her big kind of like gimmick is that Troubadour is like a support healing class, but it specifically has like arts regen, so you can get your arts up like mad quick.
So the biggest difference like now is that Quad would have been running Miyabi here, but Masher just does what Miyabi does, but better. So we've kind of danced around it before. So we've said Masha has increased crit rate, which is crit damage, which is really, really strong. She's got a couple other things going for her as well that make her just like absolutely ridiculous. The other thing is she's got an ability called, I can't forget the name of her ability, but it's Twin Moons.
Platinum Shards.
Platinum Shards, yeah. It basically removes buffs from the enemy, relevant later on. She also has an ability that's basically Arts Regen. It's Arts Regen buff, as opposed to an Arts Regen field, which Troubadour has. So it's kind of the best aspects of Troubadour, because Troubadour has both those things, but we get it earlier, so it's better.
Yeah, the only thing that the Troubadour has that's super good, but Masha doesn't have, is Troubadour will give Arts Regen to everybody when they go down.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, so...
And the talent art is also really, really good.
Yep.
Glittering Melody.
Glittering Melody. Oh, so good.
Glittering Melody.
Free arts to every single person, and basically it means that your entire party just gets like one level of interlink.
It's fantastic.
Extra one level of interlink. And yeah, a lot of the bosses later are going to be really strong. Your Troubadours are going to go down pretty often, but that's actually a good thing, because...
You get arts
you get arts. Everybody gets arts.
Also, Quad there denying Dromark his one moment on screen.
So if you thought Final Link 7 was busted, well, if you didn't think that, well, you will be convinced after this.
Just bring it straight out. Like, I remember like having to wait a little bit to try and get this right.
Because if you can get the targeting right, then you can proc Null Slash on 2 enemies, and if you can proc it on 2 enemies, well, you get it instantly.
And so Shackle Ring procking. So because of Masha, we also don't need to proc as many as before, so this goes a little bit faster. And
ridiculous, dude. That's actually stupid. Actually stupid.
That actually only the Masha only there saves like 1 stack of the Shackle Ring, which is still nice, of course. Like, this is really where Masha shines.
So you remember that time investment of getting the Shackle Ring of about like 5 minutes, I think? It saves time because we don't have to chain things anymore.
This fight's actually really weird because like the fight's so fast now that you can actually like not get your chain.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna like play like slightly slower, just to make sure I get my chain.
Yeah, the reason why we chained this guy specifically is that there's a really long outro animation if you don't chain him.
Yeah. So it's kind of just not worth it to not chain him.
So here comes Origin Blade again. Origin Blade, unlike every other debuff, is basically guaranteed to proc. The only way it doesn't proc is if you miss, which is Quad took a bunch of dexterity upgrades so that he should never miss. And he didn't, yay.
And even if it missed, you still have time to try to proc it again, so it's like there's no way you miss it twice in a row. Like it's
I'm just gonna play it safe and
297%.
Just wait a bit more.
No, yeah, that's spooky.
Okay, this should be fine.
Now the problem is we're still kind of squishy, so we really shouldn't get hit, because otherwise if you die, then you lose your Lucky 7 and you have to rebuild it again from scratch. And you have to build like 10 hits, which is insane, and you're never building that from scratch, so it's better to give up. So hopefully that never happens. And yeah, he died because of the smash, but because we want to get the overkill, we're going to kill right after the smash. And nice EXP.
Nice thing about this fight now is back when we didn't have Masha, we couldn't one-shot. So we would use 2 Lucky 7s, but the problem is after the first Lucky 7, he starts, he gets like regen. So you, like in the chain, you have to use Noah first, otherwise you risk like not killing and then you just lose a whole bunch of time. But now that he cannot use his regen, you can actually start off with another character to guarantee that both of Noah's big hits go on to DJ, so you can get like a really big overkill there.
And the overkill's helpful. Less for experience, more for CP. Like the experience is relevant, but right now we have all the power we could possibly need to beat every boss in the rest of the run except for Zed. Zed, we need to do a couple things, and to get prepared for the final boss, we have to unlock a lot of things. And the way we're going to do that is by taking a very precise amount of overkill across a bunch of different bosses. I guess it's going to be less relevant now that we get to beat X, which is really cool. Thank you for donating.
So I probably didn't need all that overkill there, but it doesn't hurt to just get more.
But the way that it's being routed is that we're pretty much unlocking everything that we need to unlock by the end of Mobius Y refight, which is like the very last possible moment. So the routing is very precise.
Oh, hey, it's Nia.
It's Nia. Yeah, the most important thing is you're gonna want to unlock Troubadour on Noah. That sounds really weird. Like why you want?
It will make sense.
It will make sense later.
Troubadour is a really good class, but not the reason you think in this case. Yep.
So Nia has also revealed something, a truth about them, about Ionios, that basically it is a world kind of captured within a moment when two worlds were going to collide together. Basically the Queen of Kevin and the Queen of Agnes, so Xenoblade 1 and Xenoblade 2 kind of managed to find a way to connect and communicate with each other and built a kind of like an arc of sorts, named Origin, that was meant to contain all the information of the world, but kind of got taken away.
And at this moment, I realized that this was a Ragnarok story, and I was like, wow. How did they slip that in there without me noticing? It's like, literally, like you have like the Ouroboros of the map surrounding Origin in the middle. Like it's literally a Ragnarok story. It's crazy.
I'm just glad the people in the city made it through unscathed.
Me too.
It's the writing so good, Bowie.
Huh?
How is the writing so good?
You're asking the wrong person. I don't know, dude. It's just sick.
It's a miracle.
It's ridiculously good. It's almost like they thought about it a little bit, isn't it? Like, so the final chapter that we're in now is kind of like, in terms of what we have to go and do, we're just preparing to make our way into Origin, which has been overtaken by the Mobius. So
we have to go on a bit of a fetch quest.
Yeah.
Who doesn't like a good fetch quest?
One thing first, I'm gonna say something just very brief, like call it digression. I'm gonna swap to Senna here. It's very important because you gotta hear her line here.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, we gotta hear it.
It's the best.
It's her best line.
Hey, that's the thing for the stuff.
So good.
And it's so good because that also means that like it fits the character, but it also means that like she can do it for any kind of quest, and you just go and work. I love it.
Thank you for that, Quad. I'm very proud of you.
Okay, but what we picked up was Samon's key to his secret storage here.
That's how you get in here, by the way. Like, a lot of people didn't realize that. And then we head right back to the Cloud Keep.
So yeah, now in order to get to Origin, we need to power up our boat, and in order to do that, we need to get some Origin shards or whatever. Yes. And we've got a radar that tells us, hey, every shard is...
We've got a metal detector.
We've got a metal detector, yeah.
So if you remember, so we're going to be doing like another quick world tour to go and get a bit, and you may have noticed, you might remember that there were some times when we went and did some particular movement to try and get either locations or experience, but also it was one of the things where we said, we'll come back to this later. So in the Fornis region, we went over to like where the Fallen Arm kind of music was playing. We're going to go back there to get one of the Origin shards. This is the very beginning of the game, which we just have an STL there as well. In Cadencia, there was that bit when we ran past the Gogol to kind of like get another skip travel location, which is like on the way towards another one. So, this is where those like movement optimizations come in, where you're just kind of like trying to tick a few boxes that are going to be relevant a little bit later, whilst also not taking too much time out of your current mission. But yeah, how many do we need again? Was it like six or seven?
Yeah.
It's 7, but like you get one of them for free. So it's
yeah.
This is a really long segment, and there's a lot of running. And thank you for meeting the Console X and the all the money that went into the...
I was going to say, like, I noticed it earlier. I mean, we have hit like 27,000. We're even close to 28,000.
We are getting up there. Argik, what do we have up next for donations, by the way?
Coming up next for donations, we do have one of the Harry Potter games is going to turn their wands into carrots. So if you want to have one of those safety carrots that we had earlier, you can give them all safety carrots. We also have coming up very, very soon the Sonic Triple Trouble 16-bit incentive to upgrade the run from a solo run to a 2 players, 1 controller, $10 swap percent run. Yeah, that's just as confusing as it sounds. Basically, Hudson and I will play the game together, 2 players, 1 controller, and for every $10 during the run, we will swap sides. It'll just be utter chaos.
That sounds like fun.
I really hope it's met. It's legitimately just utter nonsense, and if we could do it, it'll be just hilarious. And then after that, we also have Celine doing Super Metroid in a absolutely phenomenal Samus cosplay. You are going to want to see that. So we have all those incentives open for today right now. So please do keep your donations coming in and putting them towards them. And don't forget, we also have some cool prizes that you can see at prizes.esamarathon.com.
Good
stuff.
They're pretty cool. Go goals. Big lads.
I love those monkeys. They're great.
They're
They're my friends.
There's literally nothing else to talk about here, so I will talk about some of the class stuff that was going on here. We do want a medic gunner in our party because they've got power ring. Power ring is just good. You've seen how good it is on the Omega Y fight. Like it's the difference between one shot and not. Beyond that, we don't need an awful lot of things. So it's kind of, we have like a buffet of options. We just kind of pick what we kind of want. One of the things that we do want is we want Tyon to learn an ability called Evasion Expertise. So that's why Tyon is currently on Stalker. Everybody else doesn't really matter all that much. So we have Uni filling a tank duty for no reason, basically. We just need another tank for the D&J fight. And yeah, Sen is the most convenient person for medic gunner.
Yeah, Tyon doesn't exactly need the evasion expertise, but it's like the best option, like the best bonus you can get here. It makes the first phase of the end boss like very, very comfy.
Like I said, we don't need anything at this point. Like Noah is all of the damage we could ever possibly need here. So we really can pick whatever classes we need to optimize for our in-game setup. So nice little nice.
The only thing is we need someone to be a troubadour so that Noah can learn that.
So then that has to be Mio because she's the only person who'll have it unlocked until way, way, way later in the game. So there's nothing else we can do. We just have to deal with it. That's fine though. It's hardly even a restriction because we actually want her on Troubadour anyway. So it's like very good.
Because it's so good class.
We're gonna do a bit of Xenoblading here, where we're gonna just we go back to the target. We gotta go to the lower side of Mactha Wildwood. I think the easiest way to go down is just to
go down.
So don't worry.
The really funny thing is this is the one point in all of Mactha where, as you're running in, they say, "Ooh, don't want to fall off here. It's a long way down." It's like the one place you actually do want to fall off because there's no death plane and there's a pool of water to break your fall.
I'm sorry.
Says Noah
like
dying in the background there.
Whatever.
Good job, Noah.
Well done, Noah.
20 centimeter of water and you still land it like a champ. It's fine. Video games.
So we did mention before that Final Lucky 7 as an attacker has a very, well, not negligible chance to proc Doom. What is it? It's like 6%, right? Because it checks it twice.
Yeah, it's 3% per hit and attack and slash hits 3 times, but due to a bug, it actually rolls twice. So per hit you get about like 5 to 6%.
Yeah, somewhere in there.
Yeah, and then you get like 7 hits or something. So overall it's like what 30-something% to
Yeah,
proc
when I did the math at 3%, it was like 80% on 20% chance to proc per tachyon slash. It must be higher than that now that we know the truth.
Probably 40%, I guess.
No, I'd say about 30, but it's a high. It's absurdly high for how strong it is.
I remember a while back there was like a lot of interesting stuff here. We actually used to do a grind on the dragons down here because they're very, very high level and they get you got a good amount of experience. Because like experience from here on out, there's like so many locations between now and that final fight.
Cut them all.
Cut them all. Yeah, well, I think all of the dragons. Yeah.
Well, no, the locations.
All of them.
Yeah.
The extra locations.
So I was gonna say, like, you need to. You're gonna be running your origin. You're gonna be like.
We used to go out our way to pick up like a bunch of.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
There's so many of them, but like. As the runs become more and more optimized, we've done less and less stuff as we've come down. So like, to Bowie's point, the dragons are gone. We used to do those for a bit. All the locations are gone. There's like one fight that we will grind in like the loosest possible sense of the word, which is we'll take one extra fight.
Yeah.
And that's like just to fix our CP. It doesn't fix our experience. So that's purely for unlock.
And again, that's going to be with Doomsword, so it's not even going to be that long to do.
I just remember like rooting out exactly how much experience we got from running from the beginning of Chapter 7 until the final moment before Z, and it's just there's so much experience in there. There was like more like there's over tens of thousands.
It's actually I think I counted it's like over 100,000 they get just like not even the entire Chapter 7.
Yeah.
I have counted it, and I've got a calculator built for it.
It is insane. Like, this game is very generous in the amount of XP that it gives you, which is great because it is not easy. Some of the fights are pretty difficult, and you kind of do need that experience. I think like Xenoblade 2 wasn't as generous with the experience, so you kind of had to, you were kind of starved for experience at some points in the run. Good thing about Xenoblade 2 is that levels don't matter as much in that game, so you didn't actually need to be like a super high level. But yeah, so it does work out pretty well, like the amount of XP that you get.
Yeah, well, we're now doing the final fight at level 67, and once we realized you can do that, it's actually freed up so many different options where like XP is no longer the limiting factor in these fights. It is purely classes and class experience.
Yeah, we used to do the fight like level 70, and then eventually we cut it down one level at a time, and then we ended up at 68 for like the longest time, and then now we even cut it back to 67, and we're like, hey, this is actually still fine. Probably the last level that we'll go to.
I mean, it's just not possible for us to go low.
Yeah, because you're already taking like the bare minimum of XP, and okay, because of the incentive. Let's actually go to
incentive time
to Colony 5.
As a quick aside, because this is a side story for uni. We actually do 2 side stories as part of the narrative, which is Mio and Noah's. Those side stories are actually class ascension quests. So like your classes are capped at level 10 or rank 10. When you do their side stories, they uncap to level 20, when you can obviously get even more stat ups. One of those things. It's kind of nice that you get given a couple of them, but yeah, I mean, rank 15 and rank 20 give you like an extra master art and an extra master skill. So
ironically, that's one of the reasons the dragon grind went away. After Noah's quest, you unlock Sword Fighter's ability to go to level 20, and there is a big buff in stats at level 10.
Humongous.
Huge, like it's ridiculous how big it is.
So at level 10, it's 80% extra damage additive done to bosses and unique monsters. At level 5, it was 70. To put things in perspective, at level 5, it was 70. So 5 ranks later, the next rank, you get a 10% increase. So guess how much increase you get in the next fresh?
Surely 90.
Yeah, it's like, well, you're gonna get up to 90? No, you get 135. You get a 55% extra additive damage, which is absolutely insane. And on top of that, you get extra scaling on your arts.
It's insane.
It is
plus more stats as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Stats. It's ridiculous.
I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Because like when you like from level 10 to level 20, it takes forever to actually get the level. So
I mean, it's really nice, but the point is that you grinding the dragons is before you unlock that. So when we do take the Titan eventually in Origin, that is specifically for like, oh, we can get Sword Fighter experience onto Senna, who's going to be the slower person to build it, and it just helps them along, and that's why that's a better grind than anything else.
Yeah, this is a bit of a long run, by the way, but we're basically going back to I can't remember the name of the region.
Pentalus. We're going to Pentalus, but we're walking in from Fornus.
Yeah. So this is locked to you until you get to the Kamarabi, kind of like the Kamarabi and Ethel fight, because there's like a whole bit above that. But yeah, so this is where there is a hidden colony, which is Console X's like colony that she's looking after. So we didn't. This is
Console L's.
Oh, L. Sorry.
Yeah.
There's like a whole thing we haven't talked about when it comes to like the ranks of these colonies, depending on how well they perform in different wars. They'll basically go from like being dirt rank to like copper, tin, I don't know, silver, gold, and then people don't know what happens when you hit. And we've only ever heard of like silver rank colonies, but no one ever
Everyone has a story about the gold rank, but like there's none of them.
But this is kind of like the reality of gold.
We could even play the cutscene. I'm pretty sure we have time. Like pretty sure we got time. I mean, we could play if we wanted to. Just like
you just want to look at X, I know.
Ulterior motives.
Nice try, Quad.
Okay. Anyway, the thing what we're doing here is basically we're going to go to Colony 5, but then like there's gonna be like a bunch of people like outside, and we have to escort them out. Then we go back in again. So it's gonna be like a while just walking. We can probably pass it over to the donations for a while.
Thank you all. I will say, if you want to have that cutscene, like, go for it. It is an incentive, so they paid for it, technically.
Woo! What have you done?
Made Quad happy, hopefully. But yeah, no, just jumping in and say here, we are going to be doing a host swap right now. So I'm going to be jumping over into the audience and coming and join you towards the end of the run here. But taking over for me is going to be Zet. And Zet will be taking you through the rest of this run and then a run afterwards as well. So Tara for having me. You will see more of me throughout the event. But for now, have a good one. And then after this run, I'm going to bed.
I was going to say, you've been up for 24 hours, man. Go to sleep, you monster.
That's definitely probably my plan as well. So like I get that.
Same.
I guess one thing is that doing these quests or any side content after Final Lucky 7 is a trillion times easier.
Even like super bosses are just very, very easy. Like you just Lucky 7, smash, GG.
Well, this is very exciting.
Yep. Come on.
Go, friends, go.
You have to escort all 4 of them out, so you can't just like run out with one of them. You have to make sure all 4 of them go. Come on.
So these one of those ones where you want to be near to them to make that to like push them into action.
These weren't here before, were they?
And sufficiently high level so you don't have to clear out the mobs.
Yeah, because if you're targeted by a mob, then they stop moving.
And they're like, oh no, what are we gonna do? And you're like, just keep going.
I've got
Run faster.
I've got the power of anime by my side. I'm fine.
Yeah, I do like to refer to Lucky 7 as the silly anime sword, but yeah.
It really is a silly anime sword. Like the Tachyon slash animation is Noah staying in place, and then you can see the little images of Noah just moving around because he's going so fast that you can't see him moving.
It's fully like nothing personnel, kid. You know?
I will say that a lot of people tell me that like you can't have broken things in single player games. Like it doesn't make or unbalanced things in single player games. This Final Lucky 7 is proof that you can.
Yeah, it's fun. I like being like overpowered as hell. It's the best.
Yeah.
You can totally do that.
Like my only issue with it is that it's over centralizing. That like everything becomes about Lucky 7. There's just no alternative. But that's okay. It's fast.
Yeah.
I mean, it's actually not the strat that you would use for ILs actually for challenge modes and stuff. You would still use Seraph's Seraph class, I'm pretty sure, and Triton's class.
Well, Triton's class is just like the in-game class anyway. Triton is the blue mage of this game, and if you unlock all the right things on him, he becomes incredibly busted. But we don't got time for that. We gotta go fast.
It takes forever to unlock anything interesting in that class.
Do you want to play like one Husk song just for the hell of it?
No.
No, we don't. Apparently,
He's not playing the flute.
He gets his X. I mean,
that's true.
He
He's getting to the cutscene as fast as possible.
He wants to be happy, not making you happy. Sorry.
that's fair. But surely making me happy will make you happy.
Should I just play the cutscene while I take a bathroom break?
Yeah, go for it, dude. Yeah, take care of yourself.
Almost there.
It's just a speedrun marathon. It's fine.
Yeah, we're not trying to finish quickly or anything.
I mean, we're doing Uni's quest, so.
Oh, I mean, like Masher has brought down the ceiling of the floor of this game by like a lot. I don't know, ceiling of floor.
Yeah,
I don't know,
we could
So the
mention that
time
our
ceiling, yeah.
our original estimate was like 740, and that's when we first did our like first.
Yeah, we submitted this like
wrong one.
pretty early on in the routing process, and we're like, this seems like a pretty safe estimate, and then we just like crushed it repeatedly.
Oh, there we go.
Simply by improving the route too, like.
Yeah, and a lot of it isn't DLC. It's just like optimizations that like this man over here is like really spearheaded. Like I give quite a lot of props for that.
The flame clock. It's still glowing.
This is a gold colony.
It is, yeah.
Yep.
What happens to gold colonies, Bowie? I don't know.
They get destroyed.
Oh, no. Almost empty.
Because obviously, like gold, the whole point of the war is that they are defeating each other and absorbing their like energy that's left over to fuel the flame clocks. So, and the flame clocks is then food for the Mobius to keep them alive, which is why they have to keep killing to keep staying alive. So, because a gold rank obviously just gets so much like flame clock like energy and fuel, it's just like the Mobius are like, ooh, yummy, yummy,
Yummy, yummy.
yummy, yummy. Yeah.
The other reason is like, okay, so you hit gold rank, but are you going to still fight and keep
Well,
on fighting? You've got no motivation for it.
The
so I'm
funny
just
thing
going to
is,
kill you.
that's like the most human thing for them to exploit as well. Like the whole competition breeds competition almost, and breeds improvement. They like it's so evil to like use that very human thing to like enslave effectively all of humankind that's left on this planet.
It's like Mobius is absolutely Omega evil.
You didn't donate for this guy, by the way. This is Console L. You donated for this.
Yeah, but she has her mask right now.
And a scythe. If you have a scythe as a weapon, you're inherently very cool.
I wish I'd known you were paying a visit.
I get that
I
reference.
found a much more practical use
Oh,
Face
fun fact.
reveal.
Fun fact. This cutscene is different if you view this before you do the stuff in Chapter 5. In Chapter 5, you're actually formally introduced to X, and she, like, you know, stops, lands in center, and she's like, "Hi, I'm X." Otherwise, you don't know who she is, and there's a different little bit of dialogue. Specifically there, you can actually see it in the movie options after the fact.
Did they actually work it out?
Work it out.
Oh, what? You didn't? Way to get my hopes up. I thought you came because you worked out what's going on with the colony ranks. With the ranks?
This is Quad's crush, by the way. If
Yes.
for those
The
unaware.
hair is very good, I will give it to them.
You've been so desperate to raise them. Just for a bit of comfort, you snatched away
One
the
thing I guess
lives of your
narratively we
enemies.
should point out is that Console X and Console Y, I guess, we only hear him as Mobius Y. They're kind of like
Are you some kind of idiot?
the
I mean, I
embodiment
laid it all
of
out for
all
you.
of the
Just
fears
think a minute,
of,
it'll come to you.
in X's case, all of Keves and the Xenoblade 1 world, whereas
make it
Y
so
is
you
the
don't
culmination of that for the
understand.
Xenoblade 2
Are you
world, and it's
ready?
like they're kind of partners in
Taking
crime,
notes?
but like not
It was us who made up
they're
all the
kind of
colony ranks.
above all Mobius
Good
in
old
that sense.
Mobius.
They are very special.
Yeah, every other Mobius were humans turned Mobius, while those are created
Pins go up to
Like
from
console.
the OGs.
By human fear, basically.
After that,
Because
goes
Mobius
Zero.
is actually a concept, it's not like an actual person kind of deal.
Mobius isn't a people, it's a concept.
That's a quote from the game, that's not even us, just messing around.
Trying to kill each other day by day.
But why? What did you even make the ranks for?
Because what else is gonna motivate you, eh?
What?
You humans, you need some kind of goal in your little lives. You want to give your blades an upgrade? You want to eat some nice food?
You want to base world
It's
record?
like, yeah, kind of fourth wall breaking right here. It's like the RPG gamer, you're trying to min-max everything. It's like, ooh, you have a point
All we
X.
did was give you those goals. And while you're trying to rise up, your life force grows brighter. So shiny. Isn't it wonderful? But then, once you've reached the top, there's nowhere to go but down. And that's no good, is it? Then it's harvest time. One last gasp of defiance. Then we take what's stored up at your life's end.
So then, you're saying the gold rank's nothing but a sham?
I just told you, it's to motivate you.
Oh yeah, you motivated us.
Something interesting as well in this game is that you can clean your clothes.
Oh, that's true.
This is one this is one moment where Riku
You've done a good
shines.
job tearing the place up yourselves. Nobody's ever forced you to do anything. You guys, you like a spot of murder as much as anyone.
There's nothing to like about it. How could anyone like it? We live in fear, knowing nothing but fighting. We wanted to reach gold, so we wouldn't have to fight. But you took even that from us.
Because you're idiots, surely. Just think about it real hard for 1 second. Who gave up the right to think for themselves? You did.
What a load of crap! You're the ones who never left us any
Language
room to
land.
think
Jeez.
about
You haven't got 2 neurons in your heads.
That's kind of true for Lan.
Yeah.
Oh, now.
It's got 15 neurons to be precise.
Those raspberry.
Arsehole! You ain't getting away with
Whoa.
Whoa.
No, that's normal language. That's fine.
That's alright, she's British.
Uni. She just goading Uni to make feathers ruffled. Keep head frosty.
You had Frosty. I love Riku.
So good.
False. She's scared of Ouroboros. She want mistake making so she can give friend the finisher.
How can you not believe that
You think she's
Riku's a chat?
scared?
Nopons are joke characters, by the way. They don't say anything intelligent. And then
Riku.
There's like a whole thing about this though. Like
Ricky is deceptively like smart.
Oh, whatever.
they all are.
yeah.
Messes up my plans just a little.
There's like a whole thing in Xenoblade 2 about how they actually formed their language because they're all hyper intelligent and know everything, but they thought
they cut out like unnecessary words.
Yeah, so like let's make ourselves seem dumb so that they underestimate us and then we can
really?
take over the world.
Wait, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Like in like Xenoblade X, there's like a whole mafia of like Nopon. It's ridiculous. There's such a dark bunch of people. It's
I wonder what strategy should we use for this fight.
Late chain?
Late chain. Good. That's funny. Plexa, that's a good one.
Oh wait, I just realized I didn't. I thought I had Lucky 7 for some reason.
I mean, you could have.
Oh,
like, yeah.
Oops.
Freeze, that's a new debuff.
Sleepyhead.
Fine. You gotta hear more, Vex.
My God.
Should be enough. No, miss.
Nice miss.
97% accuracy, by the way.
Oh, it might not have been a miss. It might have been like immunity.
No, you would have hit one of them. Oh, you're right.
Might.
It might have been some kind of immunity.
Okay, never mind. So this hopefully I don't die.
There we go.
Guys, they're dead.
Oh, ooh, Moby's L. Oh, look at you.
Thank you, boy.
Why eat your heart out?
Oh.
Potted.
It's okay. It's okay. It's all part of the plan.
Scripted.
Oh, oops. It's all part of the plan, just to like make it seem like it's a heart.
This is extra content, guys.
Back to Old Faithful.
You're not wrong though. Like every time something goes wrong and like you have like this much HP left, you go Unitime or Boris and just finish it off. Shout out to the relay where I didn't kill Zed right at the end. I had to do that.
Yeah, so last week we did a relay race of all the Xenoblade games, and it was just two champs running against each other for the final game. Plexa running with like 15 minutes ahead at the start, and it ended up being like 7 minutes difference. It was a really, really close race.
23-hour relay race.
In some ways we both won, but in other ways we both lost. It was great.
Yeah.
It was a really, really good relay race.
Won the race, won the war.
Yes, we'll go with that version of events.
Agnes Sweep.
Agnes Sweep. Tyler Carey.
Oh, Tyler, you obsess.
Timely shout out to the Xenoblade community. They've been fantastic. I've only been there for like 9 months or so, and they've all been super welcoming and super friendly. Really appreciate a lot of them.
There's been some big growth. Lots of
especially the scientists. I love the scientists in the Xenoblade community so much. They put up with so many bad questions from me. I'm surprised they haven't told me to go away.
Oh, you haven't seen the channels I've been part of. They have.
all I'll say is that they're amazing, and like any question I've ever had, they've come back with really good and useful answers.
No, like the whole community that's been built over the years is really great. Like I've seen it from the start because
I hear it was founded by a really cool person.
Yeah. I was like, oh yeah, we're starting to have like three people running Xenoblade games. Let's make a Discord.
Yeah, we should just hang out together and talk.
So like, I mean, like if you like any of the Xeno series games, to be fair, join the Discord. It's not just for Xenoblade Chronicles.
Yeah. Yes, we're trying to have a space for Xenogears and Xenosaga. There isn't that many people running.
I hear they're really hard runs.
They're really cool. Xenogears especially, like, I'm hoping we're going to be able to showcase it at the marathon now that it's only 5 hours long.
It's only 5 hours now. So
yeah.
what was it, like 14 or something before, or 18?
It's 18 on the US version, 15 on the Japanese, and now it's 12 for the US version and 5 for the JP version because we've got some really, really broken glitches now. So good.
Right now we're doing Noah's side story, which is plot mandated. It's probably the one thing that, like, the one gripe I do have about the narrative is this section.
Oh yeah.
It's like
pretty cliche, I think.
Why, Chris?
I mean, I think Bowie, for the most part, like, but what Bowie said about like subverting expectations and everything, that applies to like the story. That they did a really good job of that. But I think like this part is just like the weakest part of the story, like one of the weakest parts of the story.
It's really disappointing. Like the whole point is that Chris, Noah's mentors, come back as Mobius. Oh, shock horror! Another character's been revived by Mobius.
No, I totally didn't expect
oh
that.
My god, where did that come from? It's worse than that though, because like
it's just necessary.
Yeah, they make it mandatory to come and like fight Chris. I mean, like sure, I mean we could fight him, but they didn't really do enough to like develop like.
But no, the thing is, they really hyped it up in chapter 6, where you're going through that sequence in the clouds. Like the difference that Noah cites for why he is different this time, he pins it all on Chris. There's like this moment of like him trying to realize like the hopes for tomorrow and like doing it for the rest of the world, not just for him. That selflessness comes from Chris. And then this entire plot rejects all of that and just is like, oh, why Chris? Why become Mobius? Okay. Whatever. This is a small blemish on an otherwise brilliant narrative.
Speaking of Chris, do we know when Noah first met Chris?
It was
was at a homecoming.
Yeah, the first homecoming that he ever saw, he was the one who was. I get it. I fell for it.
We will do once.
It's okay. It's 7 a.m. I haven't slept. I've got an excuse.
It is 7 a.m. I mean, it's breakfast. I think I'm probably going to go get breakfast first. And then
oh, yeah.
I would like to get some
Oh, my God. I need to hit that.
That's a sentence. Let's get some breakfast and go to sleep.
Welcome to my life, Bowie. Welcome to my life.
Yeah. So we got to fight Chris twice. Chris and then Gundam Chris.
By the way, this is Alchemath from Xenoblade 1.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like when I ran through here for the first time, I was like, damn, they've gone to every extent to make this look like Alchemath from Xenoblade 1.
They even have the big thing is they have the mural of like the Bionis fighting Mechanis, and it's like super nice that she kept it that way.
It's Alchemath but mechanized. So
but it's not Alchemath, but it is, you know.
It's basically they just like took the castle and just kind of like gave it a little bit of a
Alchemath but rebuilt and
I will give a shout out to one of my regular viewers, Diovanas, fun guy, love him to bits. There's a line after this Chris fight. Why Chris? Why become a plot device?
Myopic screen.
I should point out that why Quad is controlling lands to start here is just to build a little baseline of aggro on him, so then Noah can get off his hits without any difficulty. It's just a consistency thing. It helps a lot, though.
You're on fire, Lance.
My favorite is when he says that when he is actually on fire during the fight.
Yeah, Komodo fire just
You're
comes
on
out.
fire, Lance. Yes, do something about it.
Yeah, do something.
I can't. I don't have the options yet.
You get no prizes for guessing the strategy here. Absolutely none at all.
Yeah, sorry. If you're expecting one.
Oh, wow, I missed.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
97%. This Noah has no accuracy, man.
Very nice.
But now the fight's
and retry.
Retry.
Yeah, now the fight's a little bit scary because then Noah gets all the aggro and Chris 1, sorry. Chris 3 for some reason.
There's been Chris 1 and Chris 2 already.
Chris 1 is like the more dangerous of the two fights for reasons that will hopefully become obvious.
Better to miss the final Lucky 7 on this fight than
for sure.
Like a more dangerous, longer fight later. Some of the fights in the final dungeon are gonna be pretty punishing if you have to reset them.
So moving lands away again, just to control the direction that Chris is facing. Well, trying to anyway.
I mean, okay, this is side. That's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Close.
Not in the power ring, I guess.
Yeah. Whatever.
It's fine.
GG.
Why Chris?
Why Chris?
Why become
Moving on.
Thanks, Chris. You are very...
And now we've got Gundam Chris.
Yeah, Gundam Chris, yeah.
Stealing and Steam as well.
Again, like, Masher is really good, and the biggest change is just, like, not having to use Origin Blade everywhere. So, I think you can kill here without using Origin Blade, right?
We'll still use. I think we'll still use this one. They can kill in one.
No, that's right. Yeah. But this used to be a 2-shot, now it's a 1-shot.
Yeah, but it was a very free 2-shot because Chris basically just does nothing after enrage.
Once he enrages, he does this thing called a quick power-up, which is anything but a quick tune-up. anything
but
quick. It takes a very long time, enough time that you can build up a second Lucky 7 and then hit him again.
Alright, do the whatever. Close. Never mind.
So again, the idea is you like
Oh,
what
wow, that's a lot of blocks.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'll just go to another one.
we've got.
Oh, there's the shackle block. Well, thank you, Lance.
Now we get to see a quick tune-up at least.
Yeah. Shouts to the old strat.
Yeah. So in the time that Chris has done all this animation, we are like gonna be like 2 stacks into our Lucky 7. And
There you go. This would I would have liked to get 1 shot, but whatever.
it happens. Anyway, that ends our fetch quest, our traversal of Aeonius, and onwards to Origin. But before that, we have to go shopping.
Yeah.
We have to go buy some very important items.
I love this shop so much. I don't know.
The ultimate vessel. Making that the focus thing, so you can easily warp to that point as well.
I can see it's a little out of the way, but there's like a really good accessory here that you can get.
Like, really good.
Oh, there's sell some stuff. Okay, well, it's more than enough money. Oh wait, I have to do a menu first.
So the time for whatever classes is over. Now it's serious time. We've unlocked the ability to Sword Fighter for 20, so everybody who needs Sword Fighter is going onto it. That's Center and Uni. And then everybody else is getting into their Origin bashing equipment.
Staying.
There is something beautiful about doing menus fast and having those lines on menus. It's great.
Okay, that one's cool. Well. Off. Same.
You have tool belt center in case that's relevant.
Whatever.
I don't think it's relevant. You'll fix it.
Oh, I actually bought one of this already. Whatever. Oh, your.
I'm so happy.
So shield belt is pretty good. So basically, when you have that accessory, you're going to deal less damage, but you're also going to take less damage.
So we also gave it to Uni as well, which is bizarre because Uni's a big damage dealer, right? Well, we have nowhere to take care of that. But what we really do need is a little bit more damage to kind of finish some of these things off, which we want to rely on Interlink 3 for. And remember, if you die, you reset your Interlink stuff to the lower... You have to rebuild your stacks towards the next level, basically. So by giving Uni some survivability, Iron Temple Guard, Shield Belt, she will reliably survive things and be able to build Interlink. Which will be relevant.
I can't remember the percent, but is it like 30%?
Sorry?
What?
On shield belt.
It's 50, deal 50 less, take 25 less.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is a huge amount of survivability.
Yeah, it's basically, it's the main reason why we've been able to cut so much XP.
Yeah.
Do fights at a much lower level. Like again, we said we used to do Z at level 70. We used to go into the end fights at level 63. Now we do Z at level 67, and then end we go in at level 62.
Like, the thing is about the shield belt, it's like the shield belt plus sometimes 1 or 2 other things allows you to hit certain breakpoints in how much damage people can deal to you, so you just end up living in a situation where you'd rather be dead. And because we have so much healing at this point of the game, like, if you survive, that's good enough, because you'll be at full HP in no time at all. It's really absurdly good.
Yeah, it's like low-key big MVP of like this run. I think like
It's
just being
really
able,
subtle.
even though you get it so late, the impact it makes is so huge.
I mean, we wouldn't do a detour into a big shop if it wasn't so powerful.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. You get a nice Victor Gauntlet
Like,
there as
in
well.
my opinion, though, actually, I think the shield belt is more important than the devotional necklace at this point.
It could, yeah, very well could be, yeah.
This is the final dungeon, by the way. Yeah, this is Origin.
I really hope you like the theme, because you're going to hear it for the next hour, or less than that.
Yeah, so the whole thing about Ouroboros, right, is that it's kind of like a snake eating itself. It's like a cyclical thing. This is the tutorial music that we had at the very beginning is a rendition of this song. So to have the very beginning opening moments of this game with this song being played is the final dungeon battle theme as well.
Alright, you brought up music, so I'm going to talk about music while Quad kills these guys. And that is, I think we can all agree that Xenoblade 2 had some amazing highs in the music and like some just genuinely memorable, amazing tracks. But I think this game here uses music better than any other game in the series.
Yeah.
Just a way to tell the story. Maybe the tracks aren't as memorable, but they serve to support the overall narrative way stronger than any other entry.
I think I mean, the narrative storytelling built into the music is definitely one of those things.
I mean, it had to. I mean, if flutes are a narrative point in your game, you better make sure your music's on point.
And they even like made the flutes bespoke, because every Shinobu is different, right? They all sound unique, but like they made their own for this soundtrack, and then they recorded it with those flutes, which is insane. But then, like, the thing is like, God, what was I going to say about it? Yeah, like, as they say, it's this narrative storytelling. I had a point and I've lost it. And that's really annoying.
Well, because you're running out of time, because we have to explain the trick coming up.
You explain the trick coming up whilst I try and remember what I was going to say.
I think it was Spoony who found this one. This is like the craziest skip I've ever seen. This game doesn't have many of them. Like, as you've seen, we've done this relatively skip-free, glitch-free even. There is one skip here that we can do. We can get out of bounds, technically out of bounds, I guess. I don't know. You just jump over a wall. It's like the loosest definition of out of bounds, right? Run along this panel here, which is surprisingly easy to do, then jump across here, and then run off this thing specifically, and then fall down to this thing that hasn't even loaded in yet, and you have just enough HP to survive. Then through a little bit of movement here, or falling down a little bit, we recover just enough HP to fall down, and then we can basically skip this entire area. It's, I don't know how much it saves, but it saves a lot. And we don't miss out on any experience, not that we need.
I remember, but it's mostly irrelevant. Like, there's a difference between like a soundtrack and score.
Ah, sure.
Like, this is much more of a score than a soundtrack. Anyway, that skip's tick.
It's a cool skip. It's way better than the ones in the Urian tunnels, which is just like the same concept,
I think
but like way faster.
It's been a thing that's always been really good about the Xenoblade games as well. Is that like the platforming in this game is very basic, but it can be used in really, really fun ways. I've noticed, like Xenoblade 2 having like those like big drops onto like ladders, which you saw in Mactha, you know, and just the way that you can kind of like get around places, and like, you know, yeah, I don't know. I can't really think of like another
piece of movement tech. I haven't seen that one before, Quad. Oh,
yeah, but just the way you can like move around the geography is a lot more interesting than it has any right to be. It's kind of simple, but it is fun.
Strongly agree with that. Yeah, Origin, which just like a lot of running, like this.
Yeah, it is.
There are some very, very interesting and difficult fights ahead of us, particularly this next series of fights against N and Mobius X soon.
Whoa.
But there's a lot of running. It's not a very fast place to get through.
What I really like with this place is that the music builds up the further you go inside. So like, it started out really, really quiet, and then it adds up even more chorus.
Second skip coming up, by the way, also by Spoony. Same principle, no death flame. We're just going to fall on this little piece of geometry and be on our ways. You were saying, Leroy?
Yeah, no, I mostly said it. Like, the music builds up all around, and that's actually something that happens throughout the game. Is that throughout fights, for example, on bosses, if once bosses are below a certain HP threshold, the music is going to start to change to kind of show that like it's getting into the climax of the fight, and it's really brilliant.
So here's one of my favorite strats in the run. I like to call it walking the Iron Horish, because you can kill this thing. It's very easy to kill it, but it's slow. So it's actually faster to just kind of like sit here and like wait for it to get up to the end. Thanks for filling up my album, Quad. I appreciate it. We're just going to wait until it turns around, because again, these guys don't have visibility around its sides, so as soon as it turns around, we can just walk right past it. And this is just faster than killing it. The only reason we do it.
It's also, it can be annoying to kill as well. I think it has pretty high evasion. Or at least, like, you're not guaranteed to hit it. So
It's Doom. Like, you never want to rely on Doom.
Lol Doom.
Yeah. I mean, just like getting to your lucky 7, like imagine like missing like 3 null slashes.
Yeah, and you're like, oh.
Oh my god, why did I choose to
Because
do
you
it?
can't retry, you have to give up, and it's like, I have to go all the way back.
Yeah. I'm trying to avoid that monster there. The big one. Yep, there we go. We avoid the bats here as well. Should allow me to make it to the end here. Yep, okay.
Nice.
I mean, otherwise you can just like death warp there. This should be faster, but like just marginally faster.
So yeah, I take the left side there because you're guaranteed to always get to the door without any encounters, but it's like not that much faster, just reset and retry. But there is a chance you can get the good cycle here, so hopefully you've got the good cycle. I haven't quite worked out what determines this, but yeah, slightly off. That's fine.
No, we might get it.
No, it's in the middle of nothing.
Yeah.
If it's just like Xenoblade 1 cycles and it's from the moment you enter Origin, which is
It's not from Origin.
Okay. Good.
I haven't quite figured out what it is though. This one, though, is quite interesting. This one just literally reverses its rotation from the starting point. So like, yeah, I haven't figured out whether it's quicker to just do it immediately or just to time it out. I time it out, but interesting. And unfortunately, we missed it. Well, welcome to platforming in a game where there's nothing else to do. It's like all about the little hyper optimizations. Purely because there's nothing else that we can be doing at this point.
Whilst we're making our way down, we obviously do have a new reader who's joined us. Hello, Zed. Do you have any messages for us? How are you doing this morning? You all right?
Greetings. I am fine.
Good.
At this fine morning and a long run. I would like to remind our viewers real quick that you are watching ESA Winter 23, and remember that we're raising funds for Alzheimer Fonden, a great organization, and we also do have quite a bunch of incentives open for today's runs, because after this run, actually, we're in the final hour of this long run. The Lego block starts, and if you want to replace the wands in the Lego Harry Potter game with carrots, then it is yours to put your money towards that incentive. We also do have other great incentives open that will make, for example, in the 2-player 1 controller run, will cause the players to switch back and forth for every $10 that get donated, which is quite the awesome feast, and I would love to see that. Remember, we have also great prizes. Check them out at prizes.esamarathon.com. And yeah, keep your donations coming and enjoy the rest of the run. Thank you.
Yeah, we're just about to hit the climax of the end narrative, but also the climax of boss difficulty.
I was just quickly, as like a thing, whilst we're getting there, those little bits and below are like the data of origin about humanity down there. And if you actually look at like the life sparks that are given off by people when they die, they're the same shape. And they actually kind of like closely resemble the core crystals, I think, from XC2 as well.
So definitely is.
They are just core crystals.
Like most likely they use that technology to keep the souls of everyone. And
So you were saying about boss difficulty ending here as well.
I'm not going to say ending, but it's like the N3 and N4 fights are some of the most difficult in the run. We're going to take this one Titan. This is our farm, by the way. We kill one thing. We try to proc a Doom. Hopefully it works. The N4 fight specifically is one of the most infuriatingly difficult fights in the run. Mostly because he can't reliably manage his aggro. Periodically, he will just reset his aggro. Every time he uses Kinetic Purge, for instance, his aggro is reset. And he uses a Kinetic Purge right at the start of the fight, so all kinds of nonsense can happen, especially since Heavy Guard is not the best class in the game at building up aggro.
Привет, чатик. Тут немножко Дака задремал, поэтому с вами его дух. И у нас Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Раннер практически закончил прохождение, поэтому тут осталось совсем немного. Для тех, кто только подключился, это уже 3-я часть серии, которая снова ломает привычные механики серии полностью. Из-за чего у нас боевая система преобразилась немножко кардинально, потому что в предыдущих частях у нас была пачка из 4 человек, и принципиально, казалось бы, ничего сильно не должно было поменяться, если увеличить ее до... Скольки у нас? Сейчас у раннера 4, 5, 6, но смысл в том, что у нас дайверы и вепоны теперь отображаются как отдельные юниты полноценные, всегда. И построение комбо все так же требует от нас последовательного нанесения урона повышенного. И весь урон, который мы нанесем сверх нормы, то есть когда мы убили врага, но все еще копим цифры урона выше того, что было, мы накапливаем дополнительный опыт. То есть ран строится на том, что мы убиваем босса настолько мощно, что он отдает нам лишний опыт, из-за чего мы можем пройти игру довольно-таки быстро, без какого-либо гринда. Единственное, что мне не очень нравится, это то, что категория здесь any% normal с DLC. Из-за этого у нас ран длится 7 часов. В NG+, он за 3,5 часа бы закончил. Вся эта большая разница обусловлена тем, что по рану нам обязательно набивать нужный уровень из-за того, что система Xenoblade не очень дружелюбна к игрокам, которые плохо разбираются в том, как работает Xenoblade. Поэтому враги, которые выше нас на 10 уровней, просто от нас урона не получают. В второй части так работает, к примеру. Поэтому, как только вы видите, что враг выше нас на условные 5, 6, 7 уровней, это значит, что будет очень сложно. И все, что делает раннер, это довольно-таки точные рассчитанные импуты, потому что, как вы видите, по системе боевки у нас есть 4 основных приема и еще тактики. И все это сводится к тому, что это выстраивание комбо, похожее на нон-таргет ММО, если самое простое по объяснению относительно того, что происходит. И поэтому это такая очень сильная ловушка игровая, когда все кажется довольно-таки просто, но в действительности у раннера там отмерены абсолютно все приемы, которые он использует, и цифры урона, из-за того, что если он не доберет там 2-3 уровня по прохождению, то вероятность того, что он окажется в статусе Game Over, довольно-таки высока, потому что тут довольно-таки просто отлететь. Вы можете посмотреть на ХП его пачки, периодически там некоторые юниты падают до нуля. Но он таргет ММО. Нет, здесь таргетная система, но смысл в том, что вы выбираете одну цель, прожимаете комбинацию, и вся комбинация как бы уходит в нее. Тут самое интересное, что отличает вот от прошлых частей, если, наверное, так подумать, то дебафы на противниках невозможно стакать. То есть вы можете наложить множество дебафов, но большая часть из них спадет раньше, чем вы успеете внести большой импакт урона. Поэтому основным способом нанесения урона в Xenoblade 3 является построение пачки вокруг бафов. То есть вы разгоняете урон пачки за счет того, что бафаете себя, а не дебафаете противника. Это, можно сказать, удивительно для JRPG-шных систем, потому что в JRPG вы обычно там обмазываете врага дебафами, а потом обмазываетесь бафами. И такие, оп, давайте-ка внесем тебе 300к урона. Тут, получается, главный способ вот этих 300 тысяч и огромных цифр урона, это именно разгон урона через баффинг своего персонажа. А то, что происходит на экране, мы в действительности просто месим босса. Ничего особенного, вот серьезно, ничего такого сверхстрашного тут нет. У раннера просто очень-очень сильно все рассчитано по цифрам урона и приемам, которые он кастует. Поведение босса немножко предсказуемое, но не очень сильно, из-за того, что мы встречаемся с ключевой проблемой Xenoblade скорее, нежели чем JRPG-шек, потому что в JRPG-хах у босса есть какой-то список приема обычно, и он выбирает что-то из пула. Некоторые в JRPG вообще там в открытую используют ограниченный набор приемов, последовательно используемые. Их можно убить до того, как они что-то серьезное кастанут. Здесь же у боссов есть набор приемов, которые они могут использовать, и они их рандомно кастуют. Сейчас вы, кстати, видите основную механику урона, чейн-атаки. И мы выбираем именно последовательность чейна, чтобы нанести максимум урона сверх дэмэджа. Вот вы видите справа полоску x 300%, то есть весь урон, который мы нанесем, будет умножен на 300%. И чем быстрее и больше мы нанесем чейна, то есть цепи атак, тем больше будет мультипликатор урона. И чем больше мультипликатор, тем больше мы получим с босса. Поэтому очень важно выстраивать правильную последовательность атак. Вот, оверкилл, то есть мы убили босса и нанесли ему больше урона, чем у него было хп. Вот, и у нас появляется XP бонус в 201%, 308, то есть чем больше урона вы вливаете в босса, вот этой чейн-атакой и оверкиллом, тем больше опыта вам игра даст. И именно это основа стратегии прохождения, чтобы не гриндить вообще и бежать только по сюжету. Xenoblade 2 прям вообще хороша из-за того, что вы можете пройти весь Xenoblade 2, ни разу не занявшись сайд-активностями. Потому что вы можете на оверкилле полностью пройти всех боссов. Ну, не на оверкилле, а на опыте с оверкилла. Поэтому Xenoblade довольно-таки дружелюбны к тому, что вы перебиваете боссов по урону, потому что, условно, вы пришли, там супер слабый босс, и чтобы вам как бы не давать капельки опыта за то, что вы хорошо вот там почистили локации, все такое, игра вам за счет оверкилла накидывает опыт, чтобы компенсировать разницу в уровнях. Потому что она старается держать вас на таком вот хорошем состоянии, чтобы вы не чувствовали себя обиженными тем, что вы убили каких-то врагов. И вот, кстати, мы просто пробегаем врагов, что самое прикольное. Категория с DLC, кстати, во втором Xenoblade, потому что ран второго Xenoblade я, по крайней мере, знаю наизусть, у вас позволяет отключить агро врагов, вы просто мимо них пробегаете. Но здесь система боя с врагами гораздо лучше сделана, потому что в третьей части, даже вступая в engage с противником, вам не нужно выбегать из зоны, типа они вас ограничивают или еще что-то такое. Вы просто бежите дальше, и они за вами справятся. Вот сейчас вот эта вот механика стрелочек очень похожа на Final Fantasy. Вот 14-я финалка мне на память приходит, именно онлайновская, которая, вот в ней такая же система агропачек, просто от вас мобы не отстают, а здесь они от вас отстают рано или поздно. Так что убегать — это хорошая тактика.
Which is very relevant.
It's incredibly strong. It just sucks that we only get it for like a few fights. Yeah.
Well, 3 right now. 3 now.
Yeah.
Well, 4, I guess, with the center defense team. But
we don't get like we don't get to see a huge damage that you can get from attacker Lucky 7 harmonic wave that much. But it will be very relevant for the final boss.
So this room is really frustrating. Quad and I have both found skips to get to the bottom floor. And skip all this.
No, I'll just do it for the content.
Alright, do it for the content. Do it for the content. So you can do the skip, but like we mentioned it ages ago, but you have to follow the main story quest markers. Otherwise, you cannot progress the game. So you have to hit these things. You have to hit that switch and hit this thing over here. You can skip down to the bottom floor as early as you entering this room, basically, but you cannot progress the story. And if you cannot progress the story, you cannot do what you need to do. Like the elevator that takes you to the final.
Вот сейчас раннеры говорят о том, что есть скип, который позволяет вам упасть вниз. Ну, не так упасть вниз, имеется в виду, а на платформу, чуть ниже. И это в действительности используется для того, чтобы ничего не сделать, по той причине, что вы не можете продолжить прохождение, пока не активируете 2 триггера. И поскольку у вас не активны 2 триггера, вы не можете продолжить прохождение истории, поэтому этот скип не используется.
So this actually turns out to be slower.
Yeah.
Okay, if you do it optimally from the top, it can be like, what, 1 second faster?
I think it's 1 second or something. It's a trivial amount of time.
But it's funny. It's cool to show off, I guess.
It's frustrating that, like, it exists and, like, we could, in theory, skip all this room, but, like, we're blocked.
Of the story flags.
В общем-то, раннеры говорят, что в теории можно было бы скипнуть всю эту комнату, но они заблокированы сюжетными триггерами.
I almost feel like these kind of story triggers were kind of like put in place for those reasons, where you can like because in Xenoblade
Let me live in my fantasy land.
No. I just want to say it just because like Xenoblade 2 has like a variety of like extent, like the story triggers are like you enter an entire area and it's at the end of the entire area. So whatever happens in between is completely Tantal with a zombie hover and and like World Tree getting through door clip and stuff. Like if all they did here was just put a trigger to open the door, please, like normally, and it's like.
Would have been fine.
Погодите, а там на стульчике-то сидит в сокомментаторах. Да, Boy is a Hero. В общем-то, там люди-то знакомые из серии Xenoblade сидят. Неплохо, неплохо.
So yeah, 3 waves of 3 enemies, and you have to kill them all within 1 lucky 7 timer, which isn't too bad.
It's very doable, but it's just a pain.
Yeah,
you can get unlucky and maybe miss one of the AoE.
The first wave is honestly the hardest. With that down, it should be smooth sailing. Should be, but it cannot be. There we go, smooth sailing.
This is not using the shackle ring, by the way, because we're just using Tachyon Slash into Final Lucky 7. So
Блин, да чего ж хорошо выглядит Xenoblade 3.
Right there.
И это все еще Nintendo Switch, что самое удивительное.
No, it could be.
I think it's 10%. Yeah. That's we're certainly not using intentionally the shackle ring for anything. It's way overkill for that fight.
Everyone's lending us their strength.
So we're about to head into that Mobius X incentive. Ooh.
Why, are you not excited to see the same strat that you've been using for an hour and a half?
I am actually excited to see Sad Balloon, personally.
Yeah, so if you didn't do Uni's Ascension quest and you didn't like beat Console X at Colony 5, the room that she would spawn in would be empty, except like for like a few trash mobs inside, which you can just run around and skip the entire room altogether.
It was one of those things where some people like when they were watching my playthrough never actually did that side quest, so they were like, "Well, wait, there was a fight here? Is there not normally?"
Yeah, I actually was pretty happy because I skipped the fight that looked like it was a mandatory fight casually, and I was like, and then later on people were like, "Yeah, well, by the way, there is supposed to be a story fight here against Exxon." Oh, that's funny.
It's one of those things that, like, depending on how you played this game, you either like, wow, everybody knows that, or everybody didn't know that. You know?
It's a little frustrating because, like, you get Mobius Y, and Mobius Y was like a mandatory. Like, technically he would be skippable, but because he is woven into the, it's like you must complete him for the story.
There's no way around this.
Yeah, you have to fight Mobius Y, but X is just like, you don't do Uni's quest, not gonna be there.
Very strange decision, but that's okay.
It would be fine if they just swap X and Y.
You'd enjoy it.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that, actually.
I hate Y. I don't know.
Y is such an uninteresting fight. It's just like, oh, you got lots of stats.
Nice. Oh, I'm so big and bulky. Okay, this cutscene is like 10 seconds, so I guess we'll just see it again.
Look at all you roaches scurrying out of the woodwork. You've got some guts. Ouroboros. X.
And this is her Mobius form, which we haven't seen up to this point.
Yeah, not gonna rate that form.
That's why I said Console X. I didn't specify Mobius X.
Prove you wrong, once and for all.
Got a big scythe though.
Начинается снова очередная часть спидрана Xenoblade. Вот. Вы, наверное, последние пару часов, пока Дака находился во сне и его душа не пробудилась, наблюдали вот примерно картину, где раннер бьет непонятно кого и непонятно зачем. В действительности все, что является боссом в этой игре, рассчитано на то, что мы не будем отставать на него на 10 уровней. Поэтому раннер всегда сетапит одну и ту же комбинацию с одной и той же целью. И вот мы опускаем босса до определенного процента, в зависимости от босса, потому что у разных боссов по-разному процент срабатывания стадии «я убью вас» и истинного пробуждения силы, поэтому в среднем это где-то 30%, чтобы он не сдох раньше времени. И на 30% мы начинаем сетапить оверкилл, чтобы победить его так, чтобы нам дали максимум опыта, который мы только можем получить, с максимумом урона, который мы можем нанести. Потому что иначе нам придется гриндить. Если нам придется гриндить, мы не сможем продвигаться по сюжету. Ну вот, кстати, процентаж остался небольшой, запускается босс в воздух. О! Это, кстати, плохо, у него умер юнит. Это печально.
I understood that reference.
You know what? Let's do all reliable.
All reliable. Let's
Hey.
And really weirdly, all of the
Oh wait, there's no cutscene.
There's no cutscene.
Specifically X and Y have this because again, like Y is also supposed to potentially be like skippable in the same way that this is. So like they
Wait, wrong door.
Yeah, they just
Они что, рофлят?
Really, you don't? Interesting.
Oh, she's so sad.
I don't want to die, chat.
Mm.
Wait, that wasn't what she said?
It was not what she said.
I'm going to assume that it was what she said because I like it.
Okay.
So you killed her, chat.
Yeah. I like it. Chat killed her.
Well done, chat.
He saved the run.
It kills a waifu.
We've certainly improved the run, I'll give you that much.
Wow.
I really love Senna and Lance Energy, like the tall big guy and the small energy girl. It's really, really cute.
Good friends.
Yeah, they're really
Ну,
good friends.
по 4 КХП за удар отнимают, потому что менеджмент ресурсов предполагает, что вы не получаете урона. Потому что в Xenoblade есть возможность, что вы проходите все так, что не получаете этот урон из-за того, что очень мало боссов в серии обладают способностями, которые вот вообще никак нельзя задоджить. То есть атаки, которые используются для того, чтобы нанести урон всей вашей пачке, это не свойственно серии. Вот.
Dog skip.
Dog skip.
Call this dog skip because you skipped a dog.
Yeah, so we've fought
creative naming in this game. Legendary strat.
Fought X. Now we got to fight Y again. Same thing.
Y here is like even more tanky than he was before, but he is like I'm not gonna say he's got negative damage, but like he's really not a threat.
It's pretty easy. Like this is way easier than like N.
Yeah.
I think that's almost kind of it's quite interesting that he's just not a threat at this point. Yeah.
I mean, he can do stuff.
К сожалению, в этом ране не очень многое можно рассказать, потому что это по большей части казуальное прохождение, оптимизированное в геймплее так, чтобы вы получали опыт не за счет сайд-квестов, а оверкилла боссов конкретных. Так что...
There was a whole kind of like Lands and Senna Ouroboros thing a while back where you could, again, if the enemy blocks, you kind of get a reaction from that, and it's...
Yeah, that was just a...
Наслаждаемся?
Yeah, we've routed more and more of them out of the run.
Yeah.
Just hasn't become relevant. Because right now it's just like, okay, we know he's going to block from the front, so we move behind him, set up a final lucky 7, and we won't get blocked. It's totally fine. But we basically use the same blueprint as the N4 fight, except it's just way freer.
It's just nice how kind of like, you know, you throw out different concepts to deal with problems. Before you kind of have something optimal, you have concepts.
Oh, I got power charge, so I think I actually one-shot him.
I think you one-shot him, yeah. I was like, man, you're hitting like 70k. You must have.
Ну, игнор мобов это свойственно и казуалам. Потому что я тоже игнорю мобов, когда пробегаю JRPG. Типа смысл. Ну вот, начинается стадия оверкилла. И сразу левел-ап за это. На деле опыт с босса не должен быть таким большим, но поскольку есть механика оверкилла, он становится очень даже солидным.
casually for like 40 minutes or something. We've got it down to sub 30 consistently, with a myriad of different really cool and interesting strategies, and that makes the Zed fight really interesting and like satisfying, I think, to play as well. Like, I think both me and Quad, we both enjoy playing the Zed fight, just because it's not nearly as like random and stupid as it looks on paper. Plus, you get indestructible Tyon, which is really cool.
And so the reason why the Z fight is so long, like it's still 24 minutes long, is because you can skip cutscenes in the middle. So you are going to be able to enjoy some cutscenes.
Yeah, it's also like multi-tiered as well, like, or multi-phase. So you have to kind of fight.
This is like phase 2, the boss.
Yeah, there's like a whole bunch of them.
I put a phase 2 in your phase 2, so you can have more phase 2.
Yeah.
До конца раунд.
The kind of fight starts off by like kind of stopping any and all damage. You're just trying your best to survive as long as you can, and then just try and deal as much damage to get through it. So it's like you're trying to survive the first bit, and then you kind of have to watch all these bit where everyone's kind of going back. All of the Ouroboros pairs are going back over the kind of their defining moments and trying to like break out of like Zed, who's able to suppress the Ouroboros, and trying to like get that back into play, which is the whole part of the first fight, and then kind of hitting certain damage ranges to kind of push into different phases of the final fight, which in itself has 4 different phases. So yeah, there's just a lot of having to do, and in between each of those phases, well, the Mobius Zed fight, before we get to Zed Infinite, is kind of a multi kind of staged thing. We have to like watch all these cutscenes in between, but then the Infinite phases each have these long moments of like, because you're at war with Origin. Origin has like a whole defense system that kind of comes out to play in like a way. So you have this whole thing of like the war of the people of Ionios against Zed controlling Origin. So it's like it's a spectacle and it's a set piece that's wonderful, but it doesn't half crack on.
It's beautiful until you die to it twice.
Twice? That's embarrassing.
Yes. I mean, I played on hard at first.
Yeah, I died once to it. I got to the final phase, phase 4 of phase 2, and I didn't know that the range thing only hit down the center. So like knowing that you can move to the side to stay safe is the thing. But here we go.
Zed strat time. The main thing that we care about here is that in the very first phase of this fight, Zed has ridiculously high defense, like 99% defense reduction. There is one thing that can get through it though, and that's
Сейчас у босса абсурдные 99% резистов.
So we're gonna. The main strategy in this first blob is to get down as many staying powers as possible, and then use arts and staying powers. The point of staying power is that every time you use an art while inside the staying power, you deal twice the attack value of the user who used staying power as kind of like true damage. So because we got it on our attackers, and I guess Lance because he has it, we're actually doing a lot of true damage. You can see how we're doing like 35s and stuff with our hits. Every staying power is dealing like minimum 1,000, high range 1,500. So it's a significant speed up. The other thing that Quad did there was he set Speed Demon on Tyon, which is one of the Zephyr.
И сейчас босс как бы переходит на другую фазу, все такое. Но то, что происходило раньше, строилось на том, что мы сетапились так, чтобы наносить противнику true damage, так называемый чистый урон. Это было 20-25 единиц урона, абсурдно смешных и маленьких. Но это гораздо больше, чем мы будем наносить ему, если бы мы не использовали сетап на true damage, и тем самым быстрее перевели его на следующую фазу. То есть это такой неординарный босс, который по сюжету вы не знаете мою мощь, и имеет огромные резисты.
Yeah, each one is like a different little gimmick that you have to kind of just try and understand and get around. But yeah, dealing the damage obviously to move on from these phases is the most important thing. If you don't deal damage, it does eventually end. But obviously dealing damage to just push the next phase is like the fastest way to get through it.
You still need to hit an HP threshold before it will advance.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so like the ice would end, but this wouldn't start until you get the damage done.
Worth noting that we're not using Flash Fencer Noah right now.
Yeah, we're using Troubadour Noah for a very particular reason that will become apparent on the next fight specifically. But we are now healer Lucky 7, and I think Ryan mentioned it a while ago, but that has different skills and different abilities, and it charges final Lucky 7 in a different way. We're a little bit away from that. We've got plenty of time to talk about it during the interlink sequence.
Ну вот, босс начинает получать более-менее приемлемый урон от нас.
this phase of the fight, there's these big columns of fire that come up that knock people away, so he's doing a good job of like keeping the damage, the DPS really high here.
That's actually something I thought about ages ago, but didn't actually mention it. But actually, the AOE's that you drop, like the rings that you drop on the ground, when a character drops it, if that character dies, their rings just disappear completely. It's not like it's left over. It's linked to their being alive. So if they are gone, they are gone.
So you are very upset when your DPS die, because then your staying powers go away.
Yeah.
I should mention that if you have too many fields down, they pop, and if they provide a buff, if it's a buff field to everybody inside the circle when it pops. If staying power pops, it deals like double damage, but it's a once-off, so it's not that valuable. It's helpful, but...
So now we're into this kind of bit here where he puts up this force field, and what all of our characters are going to do is they're going to, like, dealing so little damage, but then they're going to each individually in pairs unlock their Ouroboros power. You have to do one round of chain attack and do the Ouroboros endings. You have to watch all of that for all of our characters, and it will like break each of the shields that Zed's going to put up. So yeah.
Менеджмент ресурсов типичный.
After you get all three, after everyone's had their shackle, their
Такой
Ouroboros shackle broken, we can then
с кучей стадий, с кучей пафосных реплик во время игры. Восхитительно.
Awesome. Let's do this. We have a donation.
Сюжетные спойлеры в воспоминаниях.
Has donated $25 saying, "Thank you, Plexa, for showing XC3 to us. I missed most of it due to sleep, but I'll come back and watch the start for sure." And that goes towards the Super Metroid Survive the Jet Zero Suit Samus cosplay incentive. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So this is another scripted sequence. There's some like really minor optimizations you can do here, so I think you'll do them right, interlink stuff. Yep. Basically, we've been using Interlink 3, or we want to build Interlink 3 for the final phase of this fight, phase 2 of the first part of this fight. You actually build your Interlink levels in chain. So right now everybody's got like Interlink Shackle on them, so it doesn't really matter, we just use whatever is fastest in order to tie on. But afterwards, we're going to specifically use Uni and tie on it, because that generates 4 fusion arts towards the next Interlink level, which actually gets us level 1 out of the box. Well, it's just a little optimization to get Interlink 3 more consistently on the final phase, which is kind of nice. So, I haven't talked about how Final Lucky 7 works as a healer beyond it has healing arts. So as an attacker, when you're using Final Lucky 7, you're trying to use those positional arts, you're trying to be in front of the enemy, you're using Tachyon Slash to kind of build it up, because that's your only directional ability. As healer Lucky 7, you want to be using healing arts or healing talent regen to be able to generate Final Lucky 7. So healing talent is basically setting fields and regen. We have the ability to set a field now. Like all our abilities have the same names, but they have different effects. So now Tachyon Slash is an AoE heal. Power Razor is now a regen field, and Harmonic Wave is now an AoE heal. Using those 3 arts repeatedly and cycling them allows us to generate enough stacks to build up Final Lucky 7. The basic sequence is we auto-attack, Tachyon Slash, Power Razor, Harmonic Wave, Tachyon Slash, Power Razor, and then you've got Final Lucky 7 all built up, which is... It builds it insanely quickly. Now the reason we're using Troubadour Noah specifically as opposed to any other class is that Troubadour Noah builds up Final Lucky 7 by far the fastest compared to anything else. Like, it's actually absurd. You'll see it predominantly in the next part of this fight, because we have to rebuild it from scratch. But we have to rebuild Final Lucky 7 like 2 or 3 times through this entire sequence, and if we were Attacker Lucky 7, it would take forever to build it. You need to use 10 positionals. We have 2 positional arts. One of them doesn't work on Zed, so it would just take forever to do so. Healer Lucky 7, however, like Troubadour is just an insane art spamming class, so we can build it up really, really quickly. As Zin and Yinsi came up with this strat, it's incredibly genius. Like,
it is the biggest Galaxy Brain strat I've ever seen, and I love it so much. I really hated using the Fencer just because, like, if you die with the Fencer,
it's so punishing.
There you go. Your Lucky 7's gone. But Healer Lucky 7, you can die as many times as you want, and you can rebuild it.
I lose like 5
И все, начинаем сетапить чейн-атаку, которая начинается с 1000% дэмэджа.
It's by far the best job at building. Not only can it spam arts ridiculously quickly, it gives itself its the arts recharge field, which also works on your talent build. And on top of that, the stance for the Troubadour is Shadow Parade, and that also stacks with your regen field and then the regen buff if your field pops. So you have like 3 sources of extra arts recharge, and that just means like your talent just like There you go.
Four sources. Because if your allies die, you get free recharge.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's like, yeah, would you like more recharge on your class, please? Okay, sure. It's ridiculous.
It's like how fast can you build arts? Yes.
Yes.
Very much so.
Oh, and it has a skill where like 10% chance to proc the art back.
Oh yeah.
It's like
this is ridiculous. It's so good. It's the reason why we have like 2 troubadours in this team. We used to use like double war medic, and then we kind of realized, oh, troubadour is way better.
Yeah.
You
like,
kind of really just need the 2 swords to carry your staying powers, and then you can just use your troubadours to give them more staying powers, more arts recharge.
Like giving them arts recharge.
Yeah, and just spam glittering melody, give arts recharge buff everywhere.
You get a recharge. You get a recharge. Everybody gets a recharge. It's so fun.
This whole strat comes together so well, and the fact that Tyon, like I like to call this like the God Seven, now it's God Tyon with the evasion expertise and the speed demon. He just basically never dies, or if he dies, like, okay, fine, just die once.
He has a level 1 Zephyr, and he will not die. It is ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. And so he's like the anchor. He just anchors your entire party, and then your swords are just free to like spam their staying powers, and your troubadours are free to spam their arts fields, and everybody just profits.
Shout out to Tasmania Jones for realizing that like Troubadour Mio and Tyon Zephyr, even at level 1, is still really good. It came about because we were working on Fiona strats, but like the realization is just universal. It's insane. Here's Speed Demon, by the way. So Tyon's going to go into this last phase with like, oh, you can't hit me. No, you can't hit me.
Yep, so okay, so we're gonna see. So Noah doesn't have his Lucky 7 anymore. We have to build it from scratch, but you're gonna see how fast we can build it.
It's ridiculous.
The main thing you just need to worry about is not getting hit by Zet's AoE, which shouldn't be a big deal as long as you don't stay in front of him.
I mean, Noah also has evasion expertise because he's on Stalker for the longest time.
Yeah, exactly. Also, Troubadour has a skill that gives your entire party 10% chance to dodge any attack.
Like, what can't Troubadour do? It's insane.
It's so good. It's such a good.
Ну, кстати, из способностей, которые отмечают раннеры, наверное, самое интересное — это 10% шанс задоджить любую атаку.
But it doesn't stack with itself. Yeah. But yeah, Tyon's like what 75% around the bat, can't get hit.
Yeah.
And even if it does get hit, you get all like you got like your shield belt and everything on him.
Yeah, just watch. This is supposed to be 10 like class abilities to rebuild Lucky 7, by the way. It's supposed to be 10. It's supposed to be a hard thing to do.
And it's just right there. And so now there is no more cutscene to watch, so we can just kill.
И вот начинается самая клевая оверкилл стадия.
It was so weird to kind of see. You can quite. It took us a while to figure out what it actually did, but there's like the little ball in the middle is what's shooting a little turret, basically, which is someone realized, oh, it's just doing damage.
It's really just, if you're used to other games, it's basically just a chaser.
Yeah. I will give you despair.
Nice, clean.
Yeah, so I almost went to Origin Blade there, but because Uni is at sword level 15, you actually don't need Origin Blade, so he just dies here.
Yeah, no, sometimes you need Weekend to kind of secure that range, but it's...
Oh, wow, this, no,
that's it, fine.
Never mind. I mean, if I have to watch the second parts, whatever. Okay, yeah, I do.
It's too high.
Whatever. I need to farm like a minimum amount of overkill. Noah's not going to get him by himself, so... Need Senna,
yeah,
but
not with the shield belt.
Yeah, it depends on like if you get like crits and stuff and how many buffs you have in your party. You might hit 100, but whatever.
Yeah, you just got really unlucky with Uni. That's fine. Like unlucky in like a casually good way.
Yeah,
it's fine. We only need 267. Yeah, 67, 68.
68. Yeah.
He's angry.
That's fine. But GG. That's the first phase. The part 1 of a 2-part boss down. Like I said, phase 2 the boss.
Ну, сейчас была вторая фаза босса.
This is the big scary phase. You really have to make sure you're on top of your game here. As long as you don't do risky things, play properly, you should not die here.
Worth noting that if you ever die during phase 2, you have to restart the whole thing again.
Yeah, you don't
including
get
all the cutscenes.
Don't get any retries. So yeah, this phase is this fight is 4 phases. You've got this one here, then you have the Agnians and the Kevesi split up into 2 teams, and they have to deal with their particular console. So I believe it's Y for the Agnians and X for the Kevesi, and so it's literally 3 of you, and then you get joined by the heroes that you've picked up, or a selection of the heroes from the ones you've picked up. So actually having Masha as well means you get an extra hero.
No, we don't.
No,
No, you have to fully unlock the hero.
Oh, you have to fully unlock. Okay, cool, fair enough. So yeah, you get the heroes that you have. So yeah, they will join you in the fight. So it's kind of nice to have.
It's really cinematic and poetic and really cool, but like there is a little bit of RNG involved that we're not super pleased with, but there's nothing you can do about it. Like the Troubadour Mio mitigates a ton of it though. It's
having a healer on both sides. I'm pretty sure.
Specifically Troubadour Mio on the Agnian side is incredibly valuable.
Did he launch? Oh, I might have missed that too early. Oh,
hey!
Wait, what? That is so weird. I follow leader like really early.
Oh, I mean, there's a long travel distance, I guess.
Yeah, okay, whatever. Let's do it again.
It's fine.
We might hit that HP threshold. But it's fine.
Just get a Shira. Just power.
Okay, I have to rebuild Lucky 7, because I need to rebuild chain anyway.
Okay. I mean, even if you hit cap, it's fine. Slightly longer fight.
Yeah. So a little bit unfortunate. I was not expecting that days at all because I did make sure I follow leader early. Unfortunately, it's a pretty big area, and then like my optic screen is a projectile.
It goes. It really takes a long time.
As you can see,
I think one of the things you get really good at.
Стандартное забивание босса атаками, к сожалению. Ран у Xenoblade 3 чуть хуже, чем у второго. Потому что во втором Xenoblade, по крайней мере, у большинства боссов нет возможности в механике просто так стоять и бить, как сейчас. Потому что у третьей части, по не очень очевидным мне причинам, в механике лежит геймплей того, что вы должны не двигаться. То есть, если вы не стоите, персонаж не может автоатаковать. А без автоатаки у вас не будут накапливаться очки атаки, которые нужны для того, чтобы вы могли внести большую часть вашего урона в виде специальных комбо и прочих навыков. Так что по большей части у вас выбора вообще нет как такового. Потому что вы стоите и бьете.
The way the strat works is that we want it above 80% because the smash from uni will not proc if you hit the 75% cap. So at 80% we're like, okay, that's enough buffer so that when uni hits, it doesn't hit the cap before the smash comes out.
That's fine. I kind of expect him to die there because he took a lot of aggro.
And you get recentered, so you're getting all the damage.
I'm just gonna move my party to the side here.
Yeah.
And again, it's okay because we are recharging.
Yeah, so if we were Fencer Lucky 7 at this point, it would be like, well, I guess we're resetting. But this is pretty much it. This is fine.
So we're last person.
It's like, yeah, again, the whole reason why you are playing as Flash Fencer is because you are doing most fights in only one unlimited sword. But that's definitely not the case here. The fight is 24 minutes long. Even outside of cutscenes, it's multiple phases, and you don't get your sword back on the phase 2. So like, it's just an option that makes sense, and it was kind of mind blowing when we first saw it at first, but like it just makes sense. It's one of the things is just brilliant because it's hard to realize.
Яркости, конечно, у этой сцены прям очень много. Кстати, периодически вы видите, как появляется значок дергания стиком. Это значит, что раннер получил какой-то эффект стана. Либо контроля, который так можно ускорить. И хоть ему и предлагают чейн-атаку, он игнорирует это, потому что это надо делать на определенном уроне. Такое тяжелое зрелище у Xenoblade 3. Ну вот, и сейчас мы будем просто сетапить урон через чейн-атаку.
They take forever.
Yeah, normally there'll be an 85% damage threshold here, which you'd want to avoid. Yeah, like Legrand said, he's going to be immune to all reactions, including smash. Normally that's not really that big of an issue unless you like start missing like a bunch of stuff. He takes a lot of like chip damage. There you go, there's the Shira.
Yeah, we really want to see a Shira in these chains because A, big increase to your chain multiplier plus power charge. So again, just adding all those multipliers together to give Uni as much damage as possible.
A Shira is by far the fastest way to clear these chains. If you see a Shira in the first round, you're guaranteed to kill on the second round. But that's fine. We don't expect to get a Shira all the time. You can still win. It's just going to take just a little bit more time.
Yeah, it's like 20 seconds.
Build an extra round in the chain. Go fourth round if you really have to. You will still win.
That's phase 1 down. Let's go into phase 2.
Yep.
Or is it phase 1 of X? Phase 1 of the interlude.
All right. That was I wouldn't say sweaty. That took a while, but you know, we got through it. We weren't worried at all. We knew.
Yeah.
Засытатели. Босс. Увы.
Okay, so this phase is. I mean,
И еще одна фаза.
You're scripted to like get knocked down, basically. So at some point, X is gonna like trigger the next part of this cutscene. I said cutscene; it kind of feels like one. The point here is that it's the fastest way to trigger that is to have somebody die. In this case, Uni. And once she dies, he does this. What is it? Threefold pain or whatever it is, and that moves this phase into the next part of the fight. Until this cutscene happens, you cannot kill X.
Yeah, she will always be capped at 50% HP, so you can like bring her down to 50% HP and she will not die.
So Quad actually reset his final Lucky 7 next, so he's going to use the remainder of this part of the interlude to kind of rebuild that and have it good to go when we go into phase 2 of Z Infinity or phase 4 of the fight.
You can actually skip the entire thing, like getting Uni to die and whatever, but it's completely up to RNG when X will use this thing to trigger the next phase. So just for consistency's sake, you pretty much just always do this.
Also, this is Alchemath, by the way. This is Alchemath right there.
It's not a Xeno game if there's no giant mechas.
Giant mechs,
You gotta have the giant
It's like,
robots.
oh, yep, check that box. It's like, this
Future
whole
connected.
sequence is really
She
cool.
said the line.
Oh, the line. I talked over the line. Someone somewhere in the Xeno Discord's gonna be really mad at me. Also, we don't want to see Gondor here. It's not as bad as it used to be.
Well, I bet we're gonna get Gondor. There's no way we're not gonna get Gondor. We actually didn't get Gondor. Okay.
О. И как видите, еще одна фаза, в которой мы снова будем стоять и стакать урон.
It's not as bad as it used to be, as I said. But
yeah, but getting Gondor still makes it really fast.
It's gone from like a 40-second time saver to like a 20-second time saver, which is nice. Yeah.
Мы, кстати, почти закончили ран. Осталось совсем чуть-чуть.
So yeah, we've got the shield belt on Noah for survivability, but it doesn't really impact his ability to end this phase.
I mean, it kind of does. So we give him the empowered combo gem, and
okay.
go away.
Basically, just give him empowered combo. And, oops. Okay. Well, suddenly he can't kill. Oh wow, that's annoying, but it's fine.
Yeah. Just like that sums up Zed. It's like, oh, that's annoying, but it's fine. Good balloon with an upgrade.
End the phase.
That's a kill.
That's fine. I just build to the next.
Блин, он почти убил его. Там чуть-чуть не хватило, чтобы за один цикл. Атак, поэтому пришлось еще немного побить.
That's X Infinity, and now we got Y Infinity, of course.
So every hero we didn't get in the last lot, we'll get in this lot. And casual play, you're capped at like 6 heroes aside, I think. And here we just never even get close to that cap, so you just see everybody. Here's Gondor, our favorite Australian.
You owe me one, okay?
Riku add power to me.
Hate the knock-ons.
Yeah, the knock-ons are the worst here.
I mean, we love them, but they're so bad here.
Like, they all come at the level that they are at in the party, and we've never touched the knock-ons the entire run. They're like level like 50-something. It's really sad. This is where like Troubadour comes in really clutch. Basically, we have Senna 15. Senna is a sword fighter at level 15, so she can deal a lot of damage.
Не, полчаса оверстимейта не будет.
Oh, why do I fall weird?
So you kind of saw it at the start of the run where like we kind of were gated by like Overclock Buster and there's like nothing we can do about it. The Troubadour is the solution. The Troubadour gives us something to do about it. Like Glittering Melody right now, we can just use all of our arts. So it's fantastic. Thank you so much.
Сейчас буквально спамим всеми атаками, какие у нас есть, потому что надо добить босса.
Why is almost dead already? It's insane. That's unfortunate.
А если игра крашнется, то да. О! Сена ранена. Анаки.
Like I said,
Придется лишний раз поднимать, но не страшно.
Senna's actually more like.
I heard that too.
Senna's actually more likely to die here just because like she because of your extra Troubadour, she gets like
way more arts.
Yeah, she gets way more art, so she actually takes aggro now.
It used to be that Dispersing Bloodlust 1 was like just enough to keep her under the radar. Now like she'll occasionally get it.
Yeah.
And well, Troubadour is also not really that great at healing, so.
Nah, it doesn't matter. Like this base is fine.
Yeah.
I mean, the best healing is just don't heal, so it's fine.
Yep.
Oh, well, I didn't need that Glittering Melody, but okay.
Yeah.
There's Y Infinity.
Alright. Alright, final phase-ish.
Final phase, kinda.
Yes.
Z Infinity 2.
Z Infinity 2 phase 1. Or phase 4, I don't know.
Whatever.
Like I said, phase 2 the boss, all the guitars.
Oh, now we got the electric guitar, so you know
it's real.
Attack on Titan anime moment.
Honestly, when you get to this part, it's the epicness of the soundtrack really grips you, especially when you're on pace. Just gotta build that final 57
30
again.
seconds to do it.
Easy.
Should be fine.
This is pretty much the exact same as phase 1, except we will get through less things.
We have just enough time.
Yeah, yep, got time.
Сейчас будет время, кстати.
Nice.
Shira will be ideal. There we go.
There we go.
There's the girl.
Yeah.
Alright,
The way. So there's also an HP gate in this one if you hit like 85, I think it is. So you want to stay above 90 or something like that. I don't remember.
Yeah, it's 85 for this one. Oh, sorry, 75 for the previous one, Infinity 1. But for Infinity 2, it's 85. Yeah. But because this guy's more HP in this phase, it's split into 2 phases, so you don't have to do as much damage. But you also get a little more leeway, or about the same.
And well, you also start with your chain build.
Oh yeah, so you do less damage.
If you're bad, you hit the threshold. If you're
Почти закончили, почти.
Yeah, if you do things right, you'll never hit the threshold there. Yeah.
So it's still half HP because we still need to get 2 more heroes in the
That's phase 4. Now this is phase 5.
Yep.
Четвертая фаза закончена.
You can't believe us this time.
И последняя фаза.
There's a nice little final surprise here for us.
Наконец-то.
Obviously, with like the queens have been like piloting their mechs and then obviously been helping to fight Origin and
Для любителей JRPG хорошие. Ну, не всем любителям JRPG нравятся все JRPG, так что...
Cool.
I love the fast recharge in the middle of the cutscene.
Кому-то понравится, кому-то нет. Кстати, оверстимейт, возможно, будет.
Hey, Jenna Coleman.
It's Jenna Coleman, oh my god.
She finally
I love how the camera just like pauses on them for a bit.
Yeah.
Fantastic. It's like they knew exactly what they were doing with this.
Let's capture my hue. And I never noticed that her like blades were the Aegis blades as well. When I first thought I was just like not focusing on that at all. I don't know why.
Overwhelmed at this moment.
I don't know why.
So
Yeah.
I mean, you've been fighting for like 40 minutes. Like you're just.
Also, you may have noticed that in the previous phases that we've been doing this, the chain attack music hasn't been kicking in this entire time. It's the one time when the chain attack music does not overlay on top of the previous music.
Why would you want to? This music's amazing. I don't think I'm ever gonna get sick of the Z music, to be honest. It's so good.
It's very good.
Okay, you should get me my...
Yeah.
Oh, almost. Cross impact. Oh, no.
Cross impact doesn't...
Never mind.
Just need, like, anything.
There we go.
Alright. Time is when boss dies.
See, that's the big attack, the diffusion that
Как только у босса кончится ХП, будет время, но, судя по всему, это оверстимейт.
All of them can survive. But yeah. Gotta make sure you get your party out of the way, which is what I'm gonna do now, actually. Oh, okay. I'm gonna rebuild again. It's fine.
Yeah, because you have to rebuild Lucky 7 in this phase anyway, you've got all the time in the world to get it right. There's no point taking a risk.
I'm just gonna put them in order, just in case they die.
Yeah, just for safety.
Alright, here we go.
Let's see Ashira.
And one last time the music.
Hey!
Все. Оверстимейт, поздравляем.
Just so we know, this is actually the end.
This is it.
Yeah.
This is really the end.
Once I, so yeah.
Раба 8 по КД, это бывает. Сейчас чай справится.
Plexa, you could.
Oh, you have the button. Too early.
В общем-то, оверстимейт, мы всех поздравляем с достижением прекрасного результата в оверстимейте.
Where were these in my PV?
I know, dude.
Alright, and 3, 2, 1.
Come on. Time!
Hey,
Всё.
let's go.
Время. На 45 секунд оверстимейт.
Good job, guys.
Hold on.
Хочу заметить, изначально раны были по 12 часов у игры, но потом их сократили до 6,5 часов в среднем.
Also, thing is, this whole like going over estimate thing doesn't even exist. The estimate was 7 hours, and you got 7:45.
Что там у нас поставочка?
That's a bloody good estimate.
Ран закончился? Закончился. Что это значит? Что, к сожалению...
I mean, a lot of things could have pushed it under 7 hours, but I mean, we did lots of extra stuff.
А жить он не успел.
Much lower. Yeah.
That was Xenoblade 3.
Yeah, Xenoblade 3. Really, I love this run so much.
It's really cool. I love it as well.
Really great run.
Again, if you are interested in running the game, we do have a built-in break if you want to do it RTA, so you can have 30 minutes break in between the runs. So it's just a matter of finding the time to do it, and it's like a really cool run. It's really fun, and we've got cool people that are ready to help if you're interested.
Yeah. I really hope that we kind of like dispel like some of the misconceptions that people might have had of like of this run. Like, yeah, like again, this is a really great run if you don't mind like running like an RPG that's like slightly longer. This is a fantastic run because again, low variance, a lot of things,
heavy.
Very execution heavy. A lot of things are in your control, and yeah, just overall fantastic run.
And no downtime really.
Yeah, not that much.
Great.
Well, I guess we're at the end, so I'm gonna do a shout out. Like, this game would not have hit as hard for me if it wasn't for my wife, who's over there. Thank you for coming. This is a game about love and like, all the cool writing around it. Like, it just made it hit so much harder for me, and why I could just not stop playing this game when it came out, and why I'm still playing it like 7 months later. So thank you for coming. I love you a lot. Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you so much to Plexa and the crew for this amazing 7-hour run. Well, that was quite something. Make sure, everybody, to stay tuned. We continue to raise funds for Ultima Fonden. And let's watch the LEGO Star Wars run that is coming up. So please don't go anywhere. Thank you.
Ну, в общем-то, дальше нас ждет Lego Star Wars.